Good morning, UniVersus community. We are here for day 2, the top 16 of the Atlanta Summer Regional. Man, it is a lot cooler in this room today, I'll tell you that much.
You know who else is a lot cooler?
Who?
Christopher Bromley right behind us.
Oh, yeah. That man's fly with the cat shirt.
He's off this round, of course. It is our morning of day 2 of Atlanta, just like you said, and we have an incredible top 16. I think a lot of known factors that we were talking about, a lot of surprises still. And if you've been paying attention to the stream, if you're just now tuning in, we have all the graphics for our top 16 deck list. We're going to go over our feature match, but throughout the day, in between times, we're going to have those go through, even if people have been eliminated. But things of note, surprises that you saw going into top 16 today, Jesse. What's the biggest one? And excited to hear about the story of what's going to happen today for that player and/or character.
I'm actually really. I decided to put my horse in the race here. While Ryan Field, one of my local members of Rush GC is in the running. I want to see George by Porco deck just start grinding through. I think that deck might just be aggro enough to beat the field.
I think that's fair. I mean, aggro 7 hand-sided characters have historically had success. I feel like it's been a while, though. And if there's anyone in the field or character in the format right now, Porco is the one to do it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of interested in the Travis Tangeman running back Krista. Crystal Lens, from set 1 of Attack on Titan, and he's second place coming out of Swiss here. So he's going to go first unless he ends up against Gavin Kale all the way at the end, right? So it is just one of those factors of, I think, and it's also a wild card character, right? We have our Devil Gens. There's 2 of them in our top cuts if you haven't been paying attention. We have 4 Han Zoes, so there's another chance where we have another backup-centric game plan winning another top cut. And then, of course, like you said, we got 2 Porcos. We've got a Pony Sunatori, a Rodan, that Krista, and then the Godzillas, of course. So, there are still plenty of characters and choices that could make it, but I think I might be eating my words because I definitely said that, a slower kind of control deck might be winning this event, which means I've only got a couple of horses left in the race.
It's true. I mean, the Hanzo is kind of in that range of the slow roll control, but it's Midori on the move, it's probably the real hit there.
Yeah, and there's a Rodan, obviously, Filbert's our 16th seed, but that he has to conquer one of the stronger aggro decks that people are talking about right now, Devil Jin and Swiss Champ, right? Of Gavin Kale. So it's going to be a little difficult, of course, but I do think that any of these players today could win the entire thing. Sure. That being said, we're going to be able to talk about some of the other graphics that we have for you guys. And so we have the pricing we want to go over. And I also want to talk about the players that we still have left in our tournament that have a chance of getting even more points to get their day 2 invite. And here we have Gavin Kale right here, 150 points. He's already got his 50 in for this event to go to his day 2. So congratulations to Gavin Kale. Yeah. You're going to Worlds day 2, but there is still something that they're playing for, right? If Gavin Kale were able to get 200 more points by winning this entire event, he would be in a good running position to have his trip get a little expensed for, right? And then, of course, moving further down, Phil Birch is also someone we talked about, 116 points. He needs to get at least top 4 to lock in that day 2, but there are still 2 more regionals after this, of course, and so there is a world where they can earn some more points throughout this year as well.
I mean, the thing is a lot of the people, obviously, there's the people who are already there and then some. Like Travis Tangeman's already there and then some. He's pretty much banking points to stay ahead.
Yeah, Calvin Harrigal or Wub, he is also in our top 16, so he's already going to be getting some more points. Justin Martin already qualified as well, Mitchell Chimino. So they are all in the race of trying to be the most points earners for North America. And that's the thing, right? If you're Gavin Kale, you really do need this win because look at all these names that are ahead of you.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to definitely come down to, I'm hearing so many people are going to Glasgow now. It's just it fits in their schedule, and they're just and people are going to come down to Buffalo. They're probably going to have to come down to Buffalo if they want those remaining points. And it's hey, it's a tough poll, but we'll see what happens. We got these amazing regional promos that they're playing for. These Mondo Geckos, man. I just hear Paul Rudd's voice every time.
Absolutely.
It's you're awesome.
I mean, look how righteous he looks, man. And he's wearing the cool little, peace sign shirt underneath it and everything. It is such a cool promo. I even saw some of the other ones. The Scumbug, I think, is one of the other ones that was given out for this event. But these are the big prestige ones. These champion Mondo Geckos. There's only so many of them, right?
Yep.
And there's not a lot. And on top of that, of course, these incredibly cool playmats, these action poses of your TMNT turtle characters. Of course, the champion one on the top left, and in the bottom right, we have the top 16 one. And I think they all look good. I am kind of a fan of the top 16 one as well, but, I'm not playing it, so I don't get to win any of them.
True. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We have, for our deciding match for top 16, we have Matt Childress, a old head, I would say. I've known Matt for many years. Came out with the tried and true Godzilla. He's got a couple interesting picks. Like I said, Godzilla's decks are about 85 to 90% the same cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then there's about 4 slots, 3 attack slots, 4 attack slots, and then a couple of foundations. Everybody swaps out. But the rest of the decks are just the same almost.
Yeah, like I'm a big fan of things like Titan Pursuit. He's playing 2 copies of it, but basically it says, hey, if you do end up blocking my thing, I'm still going to be able to get a momentum. And so Titan's Pursuit is one of my favorite ones. He's playing 3 copies of it. And then things like Unfazed in this deck, people already thought this was going to be a good card for Godzilla, but if you're able to get a momentum, or say you opened with a finally free, you can pay for that Echo immediately. Yeah. But his opponent, Mitchell Cimino, like we said, this is one of the the horses I'm kind of rooting for, at least today. With Midoriya on the move, we saw him already top cut with his character 2 other times now, right? Mm-hmm. So he's been putting a lot of work, and ninth plane's coming into Swiss, so he's going to be able to go second against Matt Childress specifically, but it could end up with different results going forward. Of course, the Phantom Threats, the kind of like one-shot potential. Hang 10, great new synergistic piece from TMNT for this character, but you have a bunch of defensive tools as well, such as 4 copies of Ares Smile. Hopefully that's going to help you against this Godzilla.
That is true, but there's one thing we have to tell everybody today, and you want to be tuning in all day for.
Oh, true. We have some card reveals.
We have card reveals.
Yes, we have an upcoming set next month in November, the Guilty Gear Strive Blitz Booster. Mm-hmm. And Jesse, we're going to reveal 1 card in between every top cuts. We're going to start before we start them. And today, guys, I don't think we told them, but
I don't even know what these are. Like,
but of course I know them. But I think the biggest thing for us, though, is that for everybody at home, if you're not paying attention, normally when we do our top cuts, we'll do top 16, top 8, top 4, and then finals. Today, we have a little special thing for you. We're going to do 5 rounds. We're going to do top 16, top 8, both top 4 matches for you all, and then our finals. So you can see the storylines all the way through for certain players, and as soon as we get to that top 4, you're going to be able to pick your favorite one, of course. Mm-hmm. And that means there is going to be a little bit more coverage today, but it means we have 5 reveals for everybody to cover as well. But we're going to do that reveal maybe in between Game 1 and 2 while our players sideboard. But Game 1, like we said, Matt Childress going to go first, and a build 3, pretty standard.
Let's take a look to what Mitchell's got in hand. He's got look at that build. With protection, he's got that build. But that's a... See, the biggest thing about the big adjustment we've seen with these decks, especially the Deku decks, is they're playing Infinite Potential to swap things to high.
Yes.
To then be able to Eerie Smile block more consistently.
You ready? It's one of the reasons why Mitchell is on air. Of course, this character has 5 symbols, but but one of the reasons you're on air is because of like what you said, the response speed timing on play of Infinite Potential versus there is an Air Attune card from TMNT that allows you to also make an attack high. So you could be playing the full suite and that one's Air Attune, but the one that's response speed is
and it has a +1 high block.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. And that's one of those cards that was reprinted and brought back and still in standard. But you're right. It's so incredibly powerful, and then on top of that, the defensive ability of when you eventually transform into Cortex Unleashed, giving something flash on play, drawing a card, reducing its speed, combined with Infinite Potential, Airy Smiles block would be very good. But we're immediately kicking things off. Matt Childress playing the first attack of this game in top 16, and it's a tournament advance.
That's the best lead-off attack this deck has against Deku, because guess what? You can't get this below 6 speed, even if you have your enhance up.
Or 6 damage, right?
Yeah.
And we checked a 5 on it, so, we're going to be sitting pretty. We're able to get a momentum from the Blitz ability. We have a finally free that was been built.
Yep.
And so we're going to be able to get another momentum. And so we're already going to be able to hopefully get +4 to our check across this entire turn as Matt Childress. And so depending on how many attacks, we're going to probably be able to play at least 3 of them.
Oh, yeah. We're going to gain, and the thing is we have a line for 2 momentum here. Like, we get to determine advanced blitz for the momentum, and we get to finally free for this. And then we can draw a card if we want. So we can stretch.
Yeah, and we're currently explaining the stage right now for Mitchell's side, at least for Matt. You know, the only relevant real card here is we have a Desperate Plea. If we pull off a block, we can build it down face up or face down. We have a Street Hero, which is only live if you successfully played 2 blocks this turn. Of course, a Moment of Normalcy, and then we have 2 Zero Diffs that don't actually have any text in our stage.
Yep.
But we're going to go ahead. This is a 6 mid for 9 currently. Not really a lot of stat manipulation going on, but we are going to spend 1 momentum, it looks like, for +2 to our next check to play a card. And that way we still have 1 momentum, like you said, going forward. It could be even something like an Unfazed coming next.
Oh, yeah. I think the hand, I looked at the hand here. It looks like he's got double Titan Cliff.
Ooh, that'll be a good one to play, but this is going to help deter that. This is exactly what we talked about. This is a half block for the Aries Smiles, but pulling this block off means that that +2 to your check is going to get eaten up by not an attack card. Aries Smiles says you must play a non-attack card as your next form or pass your turn, Jesse.
But looking at Matt, he could just build, he could build 1, he could build 3 here.
Yeah, it's going to eat up that check. So it was on a 2, and we checked a 7, you know, which, you know, a little frustrating if you're the Godzilla player. You basically spent a momentum and got counterplayed so that you weren't able to continue attacking at least aggressively. And now if he wants to play an attack, it's on a 6, 7, 8. He did check a 6, though, so...
they're verifying he's... you don't get +2 there.
Yeah, wait, did we fail the? Oh, the Aries Smile is. Oh, we built it down. I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Godzilla specifically says, you know, Godzilla, we have to spend a momentum, and our next check. Oh, it is an attack. It's a hack card. You're right. I'm so wrong.
It's not card. I'm like, I thought
it is card.
It's attack or block.
So it does work on blocking, but you're right. Weaving in the foundation just makes our turn harder. It doesn't necessarily stop everything. But because we checked that 6 and it actually was an 8, even if we had checked a 3 there, we would have to tap out completely, basically. But that's what Mitchell was hoping for, and that's not what we got here specifically. But the Titan Cliff going to be able to build in a 6 check. We just checked 1. And then also review up to 3 cards from our hand and draw 3 new ones.
We're going to put it back to we're going to put this Titanfall back to print in. We're going to cycle, do a little review in here.
Yeah, I mean, the question is... probably just get rid of some foundations to find better ones. I don't know how many more attacks we plan on playing because we do have 3 cards in our card pool now. Even if you spend this momentum, if it's something like that second Titan Cliff that you know that he has, 6, 7, 8, 9. If you check a 5, it's 5, 6, 7. You'd have to tap almost everything. You know, you have your character and 1 foundation left, but it would be very aggressive and help get more damage on the board as that Titan Cliff connects, knocking Mitchell down to 18 life. This first game could be going quickly.
I mean, right now, I'm on we go for it. Like
we didn't spin the momentum, though, did we? Or no, we did. We built a finally free and got a bonus 1.
Yeah, we go for this.
Yeah, so on a 6, 7, 8, 9, we're looking for a 5 or a 6 here. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 if we tap down Godzilla as well. So this is for sure probably the last attack for this turn. But it is going to still be a 5 high for 9.
Yeah, we're going to definitely put Mitchell in on the swing back here. Now we're looking at what we can build. We got it finally free. I think we take the finally free.
It's just the best foundation, right? I mean, that is why people are playing this deck, especially going back to Titan Cliffs, right?
Yep.
Whether you're on Chaos or Earth, it just builds
We're going to maximize damage, I think.
Yeah, give it +1/+1, you know, absorbability of normal. So if you can flip it over, as long as the difficulty of the attack is high enough, you're allowed to give +1/+1.
I think we're just trying to get that. Yep, we're going to make -3 speed.
-3 from the Midoriya Enhance. You're allowed to commit any foundation for that. And so we are going to potentially try and block this. 2 high, not very fast. Even with this absorbability normal for 3 high for 10.
Nope.
But you know, I wonder, did we use our only high block when we did that partial with the Aries Smile? Are we still going to take half here maybe and still give another momentum to Godzilla?
Oh, we're going to review 1. We read the airship. Okay, I see that. That's a good line.
3 diff, a little harder to play right now with 4 cards in our pool.
So
Yeah,
we'll
tapped
see.
out.
We're just verifying. Is this active?
Ooh, okay. That's not bad. So, we're using the other Midoriya ability, at least on the front side, is a defensive one that basically before the block step, you can discard a Vestige card, which we pitched a Fajin. I think he's what, the 4th wheeler or something like that, and you can reduce his damage to 1. So only having to take 1 there, going to 17. And that will be the end of Matt's second turn. Again, that was only turn 2, and we have already gotten Midoriya down to 17.
Here's the thing is, like, I think with looking at this hand, we have a Visage, so we have but I think we need to flip because we don't have the zone change for Eerie Smiles. So we got to hope he leads with a high here.
Yeah, it's hard, right? I think he's looking at the discard pile. How many of those Lowe's attacks have we already gone through? Smashing Stomp in his discard pile. But like you said, we know that there's like Walk the Dog at some point.
Yep.
If you commit 3 of those foundations right now to transform, you have led an opportunity for Matt Childress to be able to play a Walk the Dog at least on a 5.
Yeah. That's the big. Yeah, there's no re-readies here. Like, it's not there's no divine stances on the board to help out with this situation.
I think there's just a world where you stay as the frontside Midoriya and block well, right?
Yep.
I mean, how many more attacks is Matt going to be able to play next turn? He has a ton of momentum, so whatever he draws, he will be able to play.
Yeah, he's the one thing about Mitchell really when Mitchell's in top guts, I always notice he definitely takes his time. He evaluates because he'll look at somebody's deck list. When you have access to a deck list and you've looked at it, he's like, all right, what's the number on this expectation? Like, how many of these low attacks are left? And you got to match that number, be ready for it. Looks like we are going to go over.
Valuing the flash response over commit a foundation for -3 speed, at least on defense. It makes sense. I understand. But it is going to be very difficult to survive here as you've now committed 3 of your foundations. We're trying to replace them, of course, by building 3 more, one of which, I will note, another copy of Street Hero.
Yep.
But that Aaron's sidestep that we ended up building, we have to pull off a complete block for that bonus draw to happen. And remember, we will also have the ability of our character to draw us another card on defense. So we built 3. We have the potential to get like 5 cards in our hand total for blocking, but as we pass back to Matt, it's really up to him for a potential turn 3 win here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of gas. I think the thing is, I got a quick glimpse of his hand. I only think he has one. Let's see here, 1, 2, 3.
What do you think's the play? We have double Walk the Dog. Obviously, the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken could be absolutely massive.
I missile the Walk the Dog. There's no zone change.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And it's just on a 5, right? So, But I think it looks like, so we built that horrifying realization that we weaved in. We're going to go ahead and press that button. We did discard a foundation. Mitchell also discarded a foundation, which means there's extra text on Horizon. You have to commit one. So we basically just stunned one Arco again, which now means that those Walk the Dogs are actually on 4s.
Yeah, I think we just go double low here. I think we go Smashing Stomp into Walk the Dog.
And it just also sets you up of, you're going to be able to draw 1 card off the first one and draw 2 on the second one.
Yep.
You're going to be able to find out more options, but instead the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken coming in first, it's going to be a 4 high for 9. And the question here is, Mitchell, do we flash this one, or do we let Matt selectively commit and freeze any one of our foundations? And it looks like we are getting the flash. Swapping over for the Quirks Unleashed says, response commit, after your rival plays an attack, speed to 0, and draw a card, skip its enhanced step. But this is a high attack one, like you said, so now this Aries Smiles is going to work, and we have successfully played 1 block as Mitchell, which matters because we have double Street Hero in our card pool. Weaving in a foundation, we got that pass-through walls for Matt. So the question is, are we going to continue to play another thing? Matt didn't spend a momentum, I'm pretty sure, to give +2 to his next check.
He couldn't, and he's flashed.
Oh, you're right. That makes sense.
Yeah, we go double low. We double low here.
Yeah, Smashing Stomp on a 5/6/7, checks a 5/6/7, so that's the best scenario for Matt here. And now with this low attack, Mitchell has to have a block for it, and I believe we do.
Yeah, one. You have 1 low block.
Yeah, and the question is, though, is we can use it again if we leave it in our card pool. We don't have a momentum, right? I believe it's the, that's what I thought it was. It is that Return of the Kings, which has an ability for you to build it down after you block with it. But I think you just keep it in your card pool because Street Hero will let us have a repeatable low block if we leave it there.
Yeah, he's got 2 high blocks and the +2. He's got good zone protection, but if he just goes double low, I think he's gonna pressure here. Like you go lows and mids, because that's like you're expecting you just there's mostly got the strongest attacks are on high, but you want to value down this and get like, hey, we want to get our next check +1. We're gonna get it +3, So we pretty much ignore progressive for the next one. And if it hits, he lets us hit for 9. I almost want to, like, I almost want to bait the I almost want to use them. We have so much momentum. I would use the momentum to speed this up on EX, and then you more like bait them, have them like, hey, more Memorial has to be used. You have to start paying out your lines.
I don't think it's a bad call for sure, right? I think Moment of Normalcy. We've talked about this, I think, a little bit yesterday, right? Moment of Normalcy is one of the not as strong cards against Godzilla because you're typically only giving like +3 damage, or like with a City Rampage, you're giving +1, +4. But you're right, like you are allowed to spend them on whether it's EX on this card or even Determined Advance has EX or Powerful from the Walk the Dog. I wonder if Matt wants to save at least a little bit of that momentum for something like the Powerful ability on Walk the Dog, at least maybe one
when
of them.
When he has the opening.
Yeah, exactly. Like once we get a couple of resources used here from Mitchell, but that Aaron sidestep coming in here, -2 speed, and basically telling Matt, hey, I think I do have the full block for this one, you know? So the question now becomes...
He has double Walk the Dog in hand, actually.
Yeah, it's 2 of them, yeah. And so the question is now does Matt commit more resources to give this more speed? We've only committed 2 foundations across our entire turn. We're going to have +3 to our check as we've spent 1 momentum already with the Godzilla ability, and of course the +1 to our check with the Smashing Stomp. So how easy do you want this block to be for Mitchell? He has a card in his own card pool, but there's no other speed hate that's going to be happening, at least at this moment, for Mitchell's side of the board.
Yeah. Also, the thing is yep, here we go.
On a 6.
Yep.
Checks a 6, actually.
Yep.
So we're going to draw a card off the top. Yeah, so -2 speed, and we get our draw here because we blocked it completely, and we are going to leave this low block in our card pool so that now Street Hero, which we have 2 of them, by the way, are live.
That's
so
true.
At any point, if Matt plays another high attack or another low attack, we now have just extra cards in our card pool that we can clear progressive and use them again as blocks.
Yep. Yeah, this is where Street Hero was a big addition to this deck. I was talking with Corey Nelson, who came in second at Toronto, and he was playing 1 in Toronto, and I'm like, and now this weekend he said you want up to 4 between main and side, and he's like, it was a night and day difference.
Yeah, Determined Advance being the choice here as the next attack on a 6, 7, 8, 9. We checked a 6 with +3 to our check total, so we had to commit 3 more of our foundations. Now there's 5 of the committed foundations here for Matt. Blitz, we are going to get another momentum, and remember this one, also scary because it can't ever go below 6 mid for 6 due to its static ability, but we are going to go ahead and spend another one of these momentums to give +2 to our next check to play a card, and we're still sitting on 3 momentum. Because remember, at any point if we play something like one of those Walk the Dogs, we have powerful 3 on it. So even though we haven't dealt any damage right now, 17 is a lot easier to get to when you have 3 momentum and powerful 3 on a move.
Sure is. Looks like we are going to fire off and pick up
the Airy Smile. It makes sense. You can't necessarily completely block this one because we have a lot of highs and low blocks, but the Airy Smile block ability will help slow down this offense from Godzilla once again. Yeah. So again, it's a 6 mid. The Airy block plus the card in our progressive, it's going to be on like a 9. But we have the foundations to pass a check for it.
I think this is now where we fire off the EX on the Determined Advance. Like bring it up and just like bring it back. It's gonna like I'm making you commit a foundation, and now this is possibly failable.
It is 100%. I mean, it even currently is failable, right?
Yes.
If you check a 3, it fails, right? It's it is on a 9, right? Airy Smile has a +2 block or +1?
+2.
Yeah. So on a 9, if you use an EX, you get the Moment of Normalcy out of the way, which means there's only 4 ready foundations to deal with. The block is still going to be on a 9. It basically asks Mitchell, hey, you have to check a 5 here, but it could be the end or not the end of Matt's turn if this Airy Smiles does go off.
That is true. Like we're.
Oh, here it is. We're gonna press it once. It looks like.
Yes, that's the right amount.
EX3 and then another choice here. Another copy of Street Hero to clear the progressive difficulty, so that now you have less difficulty on your own block. Now the Moment of Normalcy plus that means we can't fail the block.
True.
But that's only if we press the button on the Moment of Normalcy.
Yeah, because right now we're blocking on 11. We have to actually press the Normalcy button.
If we want to block this one
If we want to
specifically,
block. Yeah. It's like, or do we take 9? It's like, do we do this or take 9? Like, it's...
9's a lot. I think I even looked at the hand. I think we ended up drawing a sweeping dagger on the side for Mitchell, so we do have a 1 mid if we want to just save our life total instead of the block trick.
Yep. That's a decision we got to make. He's got to make here in this. He's doing the math. He's putting the numbers together.
I mean, he's figuring it out, right? I mean, because you have to think on the other side of the board state. From what Mitchell sees is my opponent has +2 to their check to play an attack card.
Yep.
With 2 ready foundations in their Godzilla. What attack could it be that would kill me or be passable with 4 cards in the card pool if I don't Ares Smile, but instead I just fully block it? If he doesn't do that, if he doesn't fully block it, the block trick, the Ares Smile, will help because there will be a 5th card in the card pool. The +2 to your check to play an attack card probably won't matter as much, but there it is. There is the moment of normalcy, and now Mitchell can block with whatever he wants.
Yes.
And basically, I think even on a 3 check, it will be okay.
Yeah, it's a 7. We took a set. We're getting it to 7 or an 8.
8,
so,
3, 4. Okay, so it is actually still failable on a 3. Okay, yeah, the 8 math, even minus the 1 progressive. I was thinking you had to check a 5, but technically you're allowed to check a 4, I guess.
Yeah.
And we do play those.
I think he's making the decision of do we block with the sweeping dagger?
Yeah, just to guarantee the health total.
Because I think he wants the dagger for something to push with next. He needs to start. He'll probably go like pump once, pump twice. I mean, you'll do a 2 pump and see what happens.
I will say, due to this counterplay though, I was saying how Walk the Dog could be lethal with that 3 momentum we had, but because we did have to force the EX out, 1 copy of the Walk the Dog isn't lethal.
You got the block.
Yeah, we got the 1 mid, and we checked it just fine. Keeping 2 of our foundations ready, although I don't think we're going to be able to block basically anything else this turn. But fully blocking there, staying at 17. Mitchell hasn't taken any damage this turn and is playing very good defense.
Yeah, now this is going to go on a 7.
4, 5, 6, 7, +2 to our check. 6, 7, 8. Very much over checking it.
Right.
And we still have 2 momentum here. This is going to draw us 1 card from an enhance. Stun 1, relevant, but
stun 1 is someone in all minds. It's relevant or irrelevant, but this is a 6 low for now.
Yeah, we're already not blocking this one, especially because we know that Mitchell has that +3 low block, which is basically unplayable at this point. But still, for 9 damage minimum, I think the question here now is Matt just has to help his check out a little bit more, and then we can play a second Walk the Dog, and it would be lethal, right? I think that's exactly what we're going to be looking for. I think the powerful on this attack is kind of negligible because this is the easiest attack to play in your deck already because it's a 4-diff technically. But +2 to our check, again, means that as long as 1 more attack gets played, it will be the end of this game.
How many Walk the Dogs is Matt playing? He's playing 2 or 3?
As I scroll up, he's playing 2 copies in the main board and no extra copies in the side.
So he just literally found both of them.
He found them both. So, 6 low for 9 at this moment. Mitchell, almost no hope of blocking this one. And once that enhanced for that +2 to check, which has already happened, we're going to throw away this low block, just let it fail and say, yeah, man, I'll take the 9, and I hope that you check poorly 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mitchell's only hope was a 3 check. And so game 1, Matt Childress taking it down with a very, very strong turn 2, followed up with an incredible turn 3 offensive line. Game 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those decks that's just really good. Like, this is like one of those matchups where it's just like, hey, you could have everything and you still don't have enough because it's just the damage output is so ridiculous.
But it also just makes me wonder, like, I wonder if there was a world where if we did the partial for
Eerie Smile.
Let me think. Let me go back. I'm gonna. So we were at 17. If you partial the determined advance, 6, 7, 8, 9. You take 5. You go to 12. I guess at the end of the day, it still didn't matter because I think you do the partial as long as Matt has a non-attack card in his hand, which he did. You weave it in between, and you play the Walk the Dog on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you have +2 to your check. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We probably tapped out for it.
Yeah.
If you checked a 5.
You would check the 6, check the 5.
Yeah. So he passed the foundation around the 6. He would have checked the 5, which is enough. He tapped the 2 foundations in Godzilla, and so with that, you can actually. And because they took half on the determined advance, the powerful would still be lethal anyway. So checks went Matt's way. We got there at the end because that 3-check was basically what Mitchell was relying on. And like you said, we played as good defense as we could have. Still didn't quite get there. But going into game 2, Mitchell's going to be able to go first. It definitely helps establish the board state a little bit better for Midoriya on the move. But then we have to think about the other side of the question. If Godzilla ever falls super behind, we do have that powerful once per game to reset the board state.
Yep. Let's take a look at what we got for Mitchell on the side here. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if the Violent Enemy shots just come in for high blocks. Or low blocks.
Yeah, and breaker, right? It has breaker on it.
Yep. Frantic Rescues. This is one of those, I think it's a debated card in this, like, because you have to take an unlock damage, and everything's a minimum. Like, even with reductions, you're looking at 6 on average, so it's not really great, but...
I think one of the biggest things I've seen is, I do think Frantic Rescue has a place to work, but it's if you stay on the front side of Midoriya.
Yep.
If you stay on the front side and you do the Vestige response, where you set something's damage to 1, you take it unblocked, you can use Frantic very reliably, only by losing 1 life.
Yeah.
But you have to have the Vestige in your hand. You had to have built the Frantic Rescue. But other than and those other scenarios, you're right. You're typically taking 6 or 9 damage, sometimes 10 if there's a City Rampage coming with it. But I also wonder that, I mean, he's playing some action hate. You know, there is things like stopping for breakfast that we kind of saw him
it looks
going over a little bit.
I think the Phil without the Genkais are definitely coming in. Stopping with breakfast should come in because you have to have an answer to the City Rampage if they...
Yeah.
Because I think we're playing 1 breakfast main.
Yeah, we are also playing a Tattered Costume mains, which helps. But yeah, there is 1 copy of Stopping for Breakfast.
So we're increasing our hate there. And we're just trying to, like I said, we have to play on we are going second. We're going first here, but we have to get a good double build.
It has to be a good double build, and I think genuinely you do not need to transform into Quirks Unleashed super early.
Yeah.
I think there's just a world where you use your 2-turn build to have where every single one of your foundations has the ability to say commit for -3 speed. If you just have enough cards in your hand because of the cards you built in your stage, things like Ares Smile to give you an extra card, or sorry, Aaron's Sidestep to give you an extra card if you completely block. If you have, a world where you play like a Sweeping Daggers and copy one of your opponent's moves, that could draw you a card, like a Smashing Stomp if it connects. Like, I think there's just a world where Mitchell has to do 2 things. He needs to establish a good board state and survive. He needs to have consistent ways of blocking successfully, and I think the once per turn flash response drawing a card is good, but on Matt's turn 2, how much momentum is he actually going to have?
True.
Usually it's like at max 2, and that's if we go determine advance, get 1, pay 1, Titan Cliff, build in finally free, get 1, and if we started the game with a finally free or something like that, you could have up to 3 momentum. But on turn 2, the checks are a little bit harder for the Godzilla deck, at least especially when they're going second. We need to establish a board state, but I also think Mitchell needs to get on the board. Yeah. Mitchell needs to get momentum because there are very powerful effects that he has access to, but he needs more momentum to do so. I think of things like Cheerleader. Cheerleader is another instance of the backside of Midoriya for giving flash to another thing, which is very good. Godzilla really wants an enhanced step, but you need momentum for cards like those to do anything.
Yeah, we're gonna see what Mitchell can set up here. Like I said, we need to. The thing is every time I see what happens with the Midoriya decks against Godzilla is they try for a double build, and then. And Godzilla does the double build as well.
Yeah.
But Godzilla with a double build is is stronger than Midoriya on a double build. He has to hit he has to hit all the ready ups. He has to hit all the value cards. So
for the one-shot potential, for sure.
Yeah.
But I also just think there's a world because of cards like Hang 10 now that it's not necessarily all about just doing one giant phantom threat to try and chew through 34, because realistically 34 by turn 3 is not realistic for what the Midoriya deck kind of does, right? But you're right, you could go into a Hang 10, get in some chip damage, refund a lot of those foundations that you use to get in that damage, and Defiant Stance in your hand. I mean, these are good cards. I mean,
but look at it looks like he has it's a good hand,
but the curve is rough.
The curve is rough. Like, you're looking at two guarantees. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you might have to just get a little luck here. build for 2 turns, like you said. Get
Yeah.
and like really choose which of these you value the most. So here's my question to you, because I see the Macho's Concealment, and Macho's Concealment has some real text against this deck because
Yes.
stopping like a finally free is massive.
2. Okay.
We did build it,
All right.
and now the rest of these are just like, it's just lucky or not gonna get
Okay.
it. So
we got a 4 build out of
build
that.
4, all with 2 diffs or higher is very good. And so I think Matt's going to have to do a similar response as he reviews a pass-through walls, trying to draw a couple of better ones. Getting a 1 diff and a 0 diff right there is actually pretty big, because he's going to have like a guaranteed build 4 here no matter what.
Yep.
Titan's Pursuit with the Moment of Normalcy coming out as well. He might even risk it here. Yeah, pass-through walls on a 4, checks a 5. Incredible. He could potentially build 6 here depending on these checks. Wow. On a 4. Checks on a 5.
Go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just really, yeah. So fails on the last one, of course. Build 5, though. Incredibly strong here.
Can you scroll Matt's list really quick? Because where is he? Oh, there's the unyielding instruction. Scroll down.
Yeah, so they're in his sideboard.
They're in his sideboard.
Yeah, he's playing 2 of them in his sideboard. And I think it just helps because, like, you have the once per game, but you don't necessarily always have the right opportunity to use it.
Yeah.
Whereas unyielding just works with the deck so well, because you can play it as like your 3rd attack as Godzilla when you've already committed less than 4 of your ready foundations, basically, and you just get the value of resetting your opponent's stage, and you just get to keep going because it's a 5 diff, and you still get the plus to your checks to keep going.
I'm gonna sound real. Pop-up's gonna sound really old at the moment, but like we had way back in the day, in the legacy era of this game, all of our big foundation blow-up cards, they weren't first forms. You could go play at a turtle turret and then just blow up the world and be like, go. Or build, or like stream out 4 foundations, blow up the world, go.
But I do like what's going on here, at least in the sense for Mitchell. We're playing a Sweeping Daggers, and there is actually a world where we copy the Unyielding and go reset Matt down to 4 foundations, and it wouldn't do anything to Mitchell. But yeah, we're gonna be grabbing this Titan Cliff instead, which gains all the text of that card. So we've stickered the text of Titan Cliff, which is going to allow us to build a 6 check from our discard pile into our stage, and also we can review up to 3 cards and then draw that many that we reviewed. So I think we're looking to use that ability right now.
I think that's a good decision here.
And I think we want to get rid of the 0 diff for sure. That is a 6 check. That is one guarantee that we are able to build off of the Titan Cliff Enhance. But we're going to do for a full mulligan of 3 cards.
That's a 5. It's a 0-5. The progressive.
Oh, I thought it was a 6.
The non-progressive.
What am I thinking of? There's another one with the block trick on like the good symbol. Spirit Beast Poo. That's what it is.
That's the one.
It kind of has a weird block thing too.
Yes.
Right? That one builds down. This one ignores progressive.
Yep.
You're right. I thought it was a 6 though. So instead, we are going to send it. It does connect, which gives us a momentum. I think that's huge.
Here we go.
And then we have Heroic Passion coming down, Aaron's Sidestep. And then the question is, how many more cards do we build and or block with? We're going to go ahead and build down one of those. It's called Jin's something.
It's...
I'll find it. Jin's Parry.
Yes.
So yeah, no 6 check for us to build from that Titan Cliff copy, but now we have these, and we are maybe making the decision, do we want to transform into the other side of Midoriya? All of our checks went well. All of our stuff is ready. You're basically going to have to decide what you want to give up, and it looks like he wants to it looks like he's going to choose to get rid of the Machos and one of the Aaron Sidestep to transform into Midoriya. Defiant Stance will refund itself, so you only really committed 2 to do so. Build 3 down and take a momentum is a better state than we were ever in game 1, I will say. But I wonder, again, depending on how powerful this offense is from Matt on his turn 2, if there was maybe just a world where we should have stayed on the front side for repeatable minus speed, and you would have saved all of those foundations.
Yeah, let's see what Matt's got here. I'm looking. I just had a glimpse of that, and I think he's just got 1 attack in a pile. Like, I almost send the build and see hey, do you have another sweep? Like, the problem is if he has a sweeping for with the unyielding, like that in both sides, that's not good. Not a good situation.
Yeah, it is definitely hard. I don't think there's a world where Matt presses the board reset. Is there even enough foundations in play right now?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Matt has
there's
5.
more than enough. There's more than enough.
Matt has 5. So and Mitchell just built upwards to 7, right?
Yeah.
So there are for sure enough of them. I just think if you do it, you are just telling Mitchell that you went second again, right? Because you have 2 foundations in your stage. But I do agree with you. I do like the idea of you just slamming all of these foundations and just like challenging Mitchell that he can't do 29 more.
Yeah. We got build 3.
Build 3 is fine too. Respectful,
Yep.
I think, is the word to use there. And we have momentum generation now in our stage with the finally free. But now Mitchell has access to that Masho's concealment. At least that was the opportunity where Matt would have been able to play something like a Titan Cliff to build that in for free and use it right away. Now that's not the case. Now we have a Masho's concealment that has an answer to it. As we pass back to Mitchell and seeing something like a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken in your hand as well makes me think that we might try and do a little bit more disruption and maybe less about trying to do a giant swing out with all the form stacks of Midoriya.
Looks like we got some updates over from next door.
That feels fast.
I know. Well, they're 2 of the faster matches. Henry C. Has taken down Ryan Field.
So Pony Tsunotori moving on to top 8.
Yep.
On the other symbol, taking down one of the Godzillas.
Yes. And then George has sent Tam Tate out of the tournament, which...
Yeah, so Porco Galliard moving on from George, defeating one of the Han Zoes in the format.
Yep.
It looks like both of those were 2-0s.
Yes.
No.
That was
They played 3 games for the Pony versus Godzilla match. But yeah, still making a decision here for Mitchell, figuring out what we want to play, what is the right call, and we are going to press at least one of the form buttons for everybody at home. Form, commit 2 foundations. Your next attack gets +3 speed and +3 damage. And we did commit, of course, that Heroic Passion and then also the Defiant Stance. So it's draw 1 card when you do it and then also refund that Defiant Stance. Violent Animus Shot is the attack coming in here, which tells me that we did bring in probably an extra copy or 2, or it's just the ones that we have in the main board, of course. +3/+3 on it feels really good. No backup in play for the Blitz, of course, but that responsibility that says if you don't block this, I'm going to stop you from trying to sculpt ever so slightly.
Yeah, this is if it deals.
Yeah,
right?
if it deals, yeah. So you either get a high block out of their hand, which was maybe something they wanted anyway, or you could randomly remove one of their attack cards they're trying to sculpt with, or something like a City Rampage that they wanted to hold on to. So it is a very powerful card, but there are answers on Matt's side of the board to deal with this. It only got +3/+3, and we have things like Moment of Normalcy if we wanted to use it and reset it back down. We even have things like Inspiring Song, where we could make Mitchell's next check poor if we, think he's going to keep going on the aggression, or you can just use him defensively to help you give +2 to your check to play a block.
Yeah, this is a tough choice here on how we're gonna dance this. I think we should be using the finally free.
Just to get the Mashas out, make them tap a foundation.
Yeah, like hey, we're just gonna eat it.
We are eating it to the face, going to 21, and we're gonna randomly remove Absorb of the Abnormal, low block, whatever. Couldn't help us anyway. So it's just one of those things.
Are we gonna see that just build like 2 of these?
We have another Heroic Passion, yeah.
I know.
The bad news is that we can't really use the Heroic Passions on defense, right? Because as the Quirks Unleashed side, we don't have any way of committing them at enhanced speed or response speed, right?
Okay, I'm just gonna say that this is the decision I don't see a lot of Midoriyas do.
Yeah.
Turn back over.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's a real decision, especially now that Matt's down to 21. It's a lot easier to do 21 without needing all the form stacks.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. I think that's a real choice to do.
We could have just formed in turn, flipped over, and be like, "Hey, I'm going to do this," and then you just have literally -3 speed draw card.
Yeah,
on face, and it's a move that I just don't.
It's more than that too.
Yeah.
Remember, because we have the Defiant Stance.
Yeah,
that one counts as 2.
Yeah,
and so that one says this foundation commits for -6 speed across 2 things. It is a real choice to do, and I think you're right. I mean, I think there has to be, regardless. I think Mitchell's playing this game too incredibly well. Going first helps a lot. I think now it's a situation where Matt's going to feel like, man, like, do I have to reset the board state? And if I do, what is the next play? How do we continue to keep going? But regardless of what happens in this game, if we go to a game 3, Jesse, there has to, I can only imagine there has to be some sort of adaptation from Mitchell's gameplay on how to survive when Matt's the one that has the pressure of being able to attack first and, get on the board. So
is Matt playing promotion in his list?
I think he's playing I know there's at least three copies in his sideboard.
Okay. He's doing the sideboard play for it.
Yeah, so I think it just kind of depends on the matchup. But instead, leading things off here with a determined advance for Matt. This is the first attack for Matt in this game, which means the first form from Godzilla is not happening.
Yep.
And instead, we are going to try and do some aggression. No flash response here from Midoriya. So this is going to blitz, give us a momentum, and we have a 6 mid for 6. Or 6 mid for 9, sorry, because of the Godzilla stats. And the decision here is how much resources are you going to be able to get out of Mitchell in this turn.
So we got we got through the Macho's concealment.
Yeah, Macho's canceling that finally free, which means if we ever want to use something like that again, we need to have something like a Titan Cliff that will help us build one in from our discard pile, which is a good use of the Macho's in my opinion.
Yep.
This is also interesting as well. Again, I brought this one up we were talking about the decks a little bit. Titan's Pursuit is in Matt's stage. So Titan's Pursuit says after your attack is completely blocked, I think it's actually if it's just blocked, but
bring it up.
After your attack is blocked, you get to snag a momentum.
Yeah.
It's completely blocked, okay? So if at any point Mitchell wants to deny snap momentum generation, you have to partially block moves or take the damage from stuff. Mm-hmm. So if not, this determined advance will actually generate 2 momentum depending on how much you value your life total. And so I'm a big fan of this one because it's also attuned. You can just play it in any symbol on Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like
we're going to go +2.
Yeah, spend that momentum that we just got. Says, I would like to play another one, please. And we're going to get the block here. Partial with the Return of the Kings.
Yep.
And we do have momentum now. So we are going to be able to spend one and build this down into our stage to give an additional resource for Mitchell. Reevaluating which cards we want to commit here. But we have the cool block trick. Yeah, spend one of these momentum and build it down. Clears progressive on the block, and then also builds you a foundation. It's kind of like a 2-for-1.
That also has
commit for -2 speed.
My suitor block mod.
Yeah, sorry. It's the same idea, isn't it? Yeah.
That card's really good against Determined Advance.
It is very good against Determined Advance because it actually works.
Yes.
But it wasn't completely blocked, which means everything I just said about Titan's Pursuit didn't matter.
Yep.
But we did connect, of course, and if that's the goal of what Matt is trying to do this turn, of just like soften up Midoriya a little bit, then I think it was a little successful. And we have already spent that momentum, of course, so we are going to have plus to our check to play this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken on a 5/6, and it checks, and so we are good to go on that one. The question is, do you flash this one if you are Mitchell?
Yeah.
I think you just deny the enhanced step, keep your stage alive. Because I'd be afraid of my stopping for breakfast getting committed and frozen for obviously not this turn, but next turn.
And the thing is, Mitchell's board sitting to the point where it's like, okay, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 activations. Like he's at the Phantom Threat range.
Yeah, especially now when Matt's at 21.
Yeah,
I think for sure it is a world where if Mitchell draws them. Because remember, this deck plays less attacks, at least like percentage-wise.
Yes.
And it's a little larger. I think Mitchell's playing a 70-card deck.
Looks like we're going to let this go, and we're going to commit and freeze the sidestep.
Yeah, one of the sidesteps locked down, and then the other sidestep getting used for -2 speed. And if Mitchell completely blocks it, he will draw a card, which I think is very important for when it comes to trying to sculpt a little bit better to do the thing we just said, which is hopefully win on his next turn.
Yep.
But yeah, going to the enhanced step to make that possible, I think very good. And we are going to start using some inspiring songs, mill 3 after we flip this, and then we will see the decision that Matt makes about either giving his check +1 or his rival's next check -1.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what it is once we get the little... Oh, rival check -1 is what we have decided. So we are trying to make this a little faster. So we basically said flip 1 for +1 speed.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, for a 2 high for 9 right now, it's still very blockable, even on a 3. It's just tap 1 foundation, which we flipped for the effect of Aaron's sidestep anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna normalcy this in any way. Like, it's not really like unless.
Oh, the offensive normalcy.
Yeah, like unless he activates the nice try, I wouldn't. There's no reason to normalcy this. Like, you're just gonna accept it.
And I think Mitchell has an Aries Smiles block.
Sure does.
So like this, we don't have any more momentum for Godzilla, and and Mitchell is going to tell him you have to play a non-attack card as your next form. So, and here comes another instance of Inspiring Song. So the question is, yep, okay. So we're essentially saying +2 speed. So it kind of negates the Aaron sidestep minus speed ability. But like you said, we do still have access to this nice try or the Return to the Kings for even extra help.
Yeah, I think he's thinking about the Return of the Kings just because it can't be That's not something that can be interacted
with a moment of normalcy. Yeah. Yeah, because I do agree with you. If we go to -4 speed on this, there's probably a world where you reset it back to base speed, and then the Inspiring Songs are still live, and your rival committed a foundation.
Yep. So it's like we're going to get the -2 to our block mod.
Yeah. I do hope he moves it away from that frozen tag, because I don't want us to think that card got frozen.
Yep.
Yeah, block modifier -2 for Mitchell. It is allowed to go negative. So, of course, even if you use something like a +1 block modifier, it would actually go to a -1 block modifier, which helps your math even more.
I've always thought it would be funny if at some point in time a card gets printed with a negative block mod.
That would be really cool.
And people just like, what is this? And like, you put it on like some attack that's like a 1-check 10 difficulty, and like, what is it? It has a -2 block mod. And you're like, what the?
Yeah, it always gives minus speed.
Yep.
Basically,
yeah,
right?
Essentially, yeah.
That is uninteractable typically. Man, that card would be really bad against Besiege, though.
Oh yeah, it'd be awful against Besiege. But it'd just be like this, like, how do you make these giant cards people want to play them? Like, you give them negative block mods.
Or like a 2-check or a 1-check that could do it.
Yep.
That's kind of cool.
I'm going to go here. We're thinking what we're going to do here on this.
Yeah, I think we are still...
we're posturing. Yep. We're going to set it now and say, hey, do you want to use your nice try? And go down to another foundation.
It's a real choice, but I think about still the math, right? Okay, so at this point now, it is a 4 high for 9. Mitchell has -2 to his check, but -2 to his next check, but -2 to his block modifier. So that's just cancel out.
Yep.
So no, right now the block math is just what the numbers are.
Yep.
Which again, because it's just a 4-speed move, everything is blocked. So this is going to be on a 6 basically, and these just cancel each other out. So he checks a 4. Is that what 4 check? No, it is a 5. Yeah, it's a 5. So it's just tap 1 foundation here. And we are going to be able to pull off this completely blocked with the Aries Smile, and then also flip a foundation. But we have to draw our card from the Aaron's, which is where that came from right there. So we could use a sidestep still at the beginning of this. All this is going to go away. We did completely block the move, though, so that Titan's Pursuit is going to come in. But we've already now left the enhanced step, so we can't obviously grease up our check, and we have to now play a non-attack card as our next form.
That we'll just build the 1/6 here.
Swallow by the normal.
Yep.
Or by an abnormal.
And now we decide this is the tough one. We press the button and keep going.
So we have a walk the dog.
We have a walk the dog.
It is a 4 diff. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
5, 6, 7.
4, 5, 6, 7, yes. Checks a 5, which is only committing 2 of our foundations here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What did I do wrong?
This is a 4.
5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7. I think we just overtapped.
I think so.
No, I think we're right. Sorry. He already had 1 tapped, right?
Yeah.
From when we played Determine, we enhanced on moment. We only tapped 2. We're good. Okay, we're okay.
I think I'm stacking them up properly. Right?
I might have mixed it up with his hand for a second. But regardless, here we have a 6 low for 9 coming in. And, it feels like even with the Aries Smile, we haven't really stopped our opponent from continuing attacking us. And my question now is, do we press the Midoriya responsibility of just giving this flash? Deny the draw, deny the stun, deny the spending the momentum for plus to the check, or even a powerful?
Yeah, I think we're checking the yard here. We're seeing how many attacks we have left. We're trying to decide if, like, hey, do we just try to missile this in for powerful? It looks like we have no more gas.
I think the biggest thing for me is I don't know what Mitchell's blocks are, but it looks like we are choosing not to flash this one. So we have gone to the enhanced step. The stun 1 has occurred. The draw 1 has occurred. Mm-hmm. We are just staring across a nice try and a ready to Midoriya Quirks Unleashed.
I think we gotta. I think we have to do this line where we have to. I would rather throw the momentum on this and just get in for 12, and be like, all right, I'm taking half of where you're at, and go from there. Like, and see if you
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah, soften it up. We've definitely used a lot of resources, in my opinion, if you're Matt, in the sense of we've played 4 cards this turn. We've only drawn 1. We are going to spin the momentum for the powerful. That is exactly what you said. I think that's a very good call because this one didn't get flashed. It's 6 speed base plus the card in the card pool. Even with the nice try, it would put it down to 4 or 5 plus the block modifier. I think it's pretty unblockable unless you have something like a +1 low. But as you know, we've already played the Violent Animus shot that we
Just
played.
gonna eat it.
Yeah, so we're going to take it straight to the face, going down the 12. But I think Mitchell can see a world where he can win next turn as long as he just draws an impactful enough attack with enough Midoriya forms. Because now I don't think, Matt's not going to be able to play another move after this. He's going to take his money and run, 2 momentum, build 1 foundation because we had to weave it in. And now we have 5 readied foundations and Godzilla available to us as we pass back to Mitchell.
And Mitchell's once again checking. I think he's deciding if he wants to review.
Yeah, I mean, so we have 1 frozen foundation, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 foundations.
Yep.
One of which is Defiant Stance that refunds itself for a bonus, right?
Mm-hmm. So, right now we're gonna be in 8 hand size next turn, if we want.
The Heroic Passions, when you're committed for the form abilities, will draw us bonus cards.
Yeah, and then we can go commit 3 for essentially +6/+6 because of the Defiant Stance numbers as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's time. Yep, I think it's time to review this.
Review this. Keeps the Aries Smile in hand that we. I guess we had a bonus to one of those.
Yes.
We blocked with 1 and we had one in our hand.
Yeah.
We're going to draw 5 here, and then hopefully we draw something to help win us the game. Sabotage is pretty good, and then also drawing the Filled with Doubt plus the Genkai's Guidance makes you feel a little better about if it doesn't work out for you. But like you said, we're going to be able to hopefully draw 2 more cards because of the Heroic Passions, and maybe we draw something a little more impactful. I am going to pull up the Wingnut Sabotage just to start doing some math on will this be enough. Ooh, that one's probably better.
Yeah, now we're looking.
Yeah, we're looking which of these can help us win the game right here and now by copying one of our rivals' moves. I actually wonder if it's just Walk the Dog because it has powerful 3 on it.
Yeah.
And we have a momentum.
All right, we're activating again.
We're going to draw another card. Another Heroic Passion gets added to our hand. We have now stacked 2 instances of +3/+3 for +6/+6.
Now we're counting.
6. I got to think. We can do it
9,
1,
12.
2, 3 more times, which
Yeah.
would be 12 more damage. Our opponent is at 21, so you would need a 3 base damage move to get it to lethal range. And even then still, Matt could have a trick.
Yeah, I think if he has to do this and keep the breakfast stuff, I think it's the line here. Because
check well.
He has to do, like...
Well, I guess it's a Forta if you can just tap Midoriya, I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, so you are allowed to do that. So it looks like we were picking them. So 1 more instance, 2 more instances, 3 more instances. Ooh, well, we haven't turned them sideways. As soon as we turn them sideways, though, but currently it's +6/+6, we could go up to a combined +18/+18 to our move that we play.
Oh, I think we just do that and go with the Wingnut and just be like, you have no interaction to this.
At least for enhances.
Yeah,
but again,
that's important though.
I mean, how many enhances do we have on our stage? We have 1. It's our Godzilla. Yeah. So I not really necessarily the best.
That's true
in this scenario, but it is still good because if there's an action card that would do it, but the ones that we're thinking about aren't enhances, right? But there they are. They've been turned completely sideways. +18/+18 to the next attack that Mitchell plays. And the question is, which one will it be? We're doing a lot of organization here.
The thing is, we have a clock still. Oh, we're going to go with the...
On a 4,
Yep.
checks a 3. So the question is, do you commit the Stopping for Breakfast or the Midoriya? The Midoriya commit here seems to be the play. This is a 5 mid for 4 base stats, which as it comes in with the 18/18 means it will go up to 22 damage and 23 speed. Wait, did I do my math wrong?
18 plus 5 is 23.
Yeah, 23 for 22. And then the burn one also. So it's kind of like it's a 5 damage move. Did I do my math wrong? How many forms did we press?
We did 1, 2.
Sorry, okay, let me look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So that's 15.
Oh, okay. I did do my math wrong. It was 15.
Yeah. Yes.
So okay, so again, pick the walk the dog though,
Yep.
and then we can powerful 3 it,
Yep.
which will get us there in time. So yeah, so we just had to find the extra 3 damage, but I definitely thought we had enough forms because of the Defiant stance. But as we are staring across the board, it's funny because Matt did have a trick. He does have a dodge.
Yep.
But we, like you said,
not a dodge. It's a runaway.
I did say that. I'm so sorry. I heard somebody, a player yesterday, call it dodge. But even with the runaway, because we have that stopping for breakfast still ready in our stage, that was the only card we kept up.
Yep.
It looks like there isn't going to be an answer here for Matt. As you lose the life, you even check the 3 on the card. And then Mitchell can press the stopping for breakfast to cancel the action. And game 2 will go to Mitchell Cimino as he picks up their cards and they go to a game 3. So we've got ourselves a match.
Yes, we do. Let's take a look at the. Let's see what's going on elsewhere in the tournament. Oh, look at this. We got some.
Yeah, we got our bracket here. That's what my producer was trying to mouth to me, which is why I didn't say anything. And we do also have some updates. Jesse's got his phone out. So bracket for everybody that wants to be talked about, and we'll go down the list of things that have already happened. So at the top of the list, Gavin Cale versus Phil Birch. We have results.
Yep. Phil Birch has won 2-0.
Yeah, 2-1. So 16th seed taking down one of the Porcos. Rodan moving on.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is. So we have the up. Oh, that's so cool, guys. Okay,
Good
that
job.
was pretty cool. We then have, so these are all the updates that we currently have, which means the only 2 that we're looking for are the ones that we're watching right now, which is Matt Childress versus Mitchell Cimino, and Travis Tangeman and Andrew Marquez are still playing as well. But if we want to talk about specifically in top 8, the Porcos
moved on.
They're moving on. Both of them are coming in. And it's funny because you said the aggro 7 hand size in general, not just the Porco decks, but the Pony deck also moved on that we talked about earlier. They're going to have to fight each other.
Yep.
Coming up here with Henry Clark and Dawson Milstead. So guaranteed one of these aggro kind of 7 hand size decks moving into top 4.
Yep.
Moving further down, of course, George Rangel, as you said, winning with his Porco deck. And all the way at the bottom, Wub, Calvin Harrigal, beating Barlow Guess with this Devil Gin deck. And then also EJ Lucia on Godzilla winning over Richard Bernard. I think almost all of these Hans decks have lost except for one of these matches we're waiting on.
Yep.
4 of them converted. I think there was only like 6 in the whole tournament, Jesse.
Yep.
And I think all of them were in top 16. And immediately as they get into top cuts, they are getting eliminated.
Yep. Wow.
What a great bracket.
That was spicy, Mike. I would tell him that. I was like, ooh, we're just gonna immediately roll in.
Mike, if you have that preview or that spoiler for the Guilty Gear card, I think we have briefly enough time if you want to do it for everybody at home.
Right.
We have this exciting, intense match as our players are shuffling up to game 3, but we have a Guilty Gear Strive preview for you all right here and right now. This is Psych Burst. It's a 2 difficulty 5 check, 1 low block with the infinity symbol that says response remove after a rival plays an ability on a card in their momentum. Cancel that ability and your rival spins that card. Imagine this, within the set where we're getting momentum that has some extra text on it, even though it's a token, you can cancel it as an action card, remove this from the game, and then make them spend it. But we're also seeing some other cards in the game right now, like Bass Hyvern Chimera Kraken, that has a momentum ability that this can cancel that enhance for the 2 speed and then also make them spend it. So very cool counterplay card right here as an uncommon, even it has the infinity symbol in case things like Roman cancels get a little out of hand, right?
Yeah, definitely need something like that. Oh, man, I wish this existed during the Electric Jolt era. You're like, no.
Absolutely. I think that is exactly fair and true. But this is just the first of many reveals that we are going to have for Guilty Gear Strive today. So don't go anywhere throughout the event today. But we do have a Game 3 that we are going to be diving into very shortly. All right, so I'm going to ask you, Jesse, as our players are getting in, they're going to start looking at mulligans going through. Matt is going to be able to go first, but I think that was a very good adaptive change for Mitchell. Obviously, he went first, but the question is, what does Mitchell have to do to win this game going second, or is it just everything is going to go Godzilla's way because we're the higher seed? We got our reward. We get to go first game one, win, lose game two because we didn't go first, but we get to go get first again. What do you think is going to happen here?
I see a strong situation of, I think if Matt can get, it looks like Matt's got a solid 4 build here. I think that's what he needs. He's also got a Rampage already with a Vast Chimera. Like, that's really good. That's a strong, if he can draw like 2 attacks in the next, on his turn 2, I think we could see a very aggressive push here on turn 2 from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll be honest and very frank about it. That's the only City Rampage we've seen Matt have all match.
Yep.
We haven't seen him play a single one, and he has been playing incredibly good lines while we do it. You know, Matt, like you said, Matt Childress being one of the long-term or long-in players of the game for a long time, very easily able to play something like Godzilla, that this deck is very straightforward. It has very clear lines, and we're playing, you know, I'm going to call it perfect offense because that's exactly what this character is able to do as long as you understand the reach that this character has available to them. But Mitchell responding with his own, I want to say build 4.
Build 4.
Which one of them being that cheerleader. So the biggest impact about that cheerleader, at least for me, is that we have to get momentum. So I wonder if there's just a world where instead of relying on Quirks Unleashed next turn, we just find and try and get a little bit of damage in.
Looks like
Horrifying realization, going to pitch this foundation that we don't need, and we did end up drawing.
We got 2 attacks with the Rampage.
Yeah, we end up just drawing a pass through walls, but 2 attacks with a Rampage I think is the best you can ask for sometimes on turn 2 without sculpting, and we just need to get on the board and start generating some of this momentum, right?
I think we just go play the Determined Advance
without the City Rampage?
Yeah, I like why, because here's the thing, that's a resource. Luckily, we got lucky here. We went this direction instead, and that's fine.
This is probably better than just slamming the 6 check or 6 diff and then checking the 3, right? Because you're going to commit all those cards anyway. So Determined Advance, I think, is still the choice that you could make. I think there's also just a world where you play just the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. But there it is. Hey, it paid off. You know, we checked a 3 on the action card, but we checked a 6 on the attack. We actually checked an 8, of course, because of that. But it's going to come in with +1/+4.
Yep.
And even if Mitchell wanted to play things like the Nice Try, it's actually only going to be for -1 speed because, again, Determined Advance can't go below 6 mid for 6 because of its static ability. But we're going to grab that momentum, and because we had committed that Master's Pride, we even made our stage a little bit healthier, getting one of those foundations back for the flip response.
It's crazy how that card sees so much play right now because, like, in a couple different decks, just because of there's so much fast momentum. You're just like, flip ready.
It's funny you say that because, when rotation happened at the beginning of this year, when sets 2 and 3 of MHA rotated, Chaos lost so many good 0 diffs. And that one right there, Master's Pride, saw almost no play because of the power that the other ones had. But now, when it's down to one of the only options you have available to you, and like you said, there's a lot of synergies with the Chaos symbol, specifically getting fast momentum, it's just like the go-to choice now. It also randomly has Deadlock on it.
Yep. Looks like we're going to Nice Try here for -2 speed, get it back to printed.
Works out because that Swallowed by the Normal Enhance was used, which gave it another +1/+1, putting its speed up to 8. So the Nice Try actually getting the full value of giving -2 speed without being stopped by the static ability.
Yeah, I'm thinking on a line here for Matt. I think we're going to go, do we EX this?
It looks like that is what we're doing.
Yeah,
we're going to EX3 at good counterplay to make sure and guarantee this 11 damage connecting. Softening up the Midoriya deck and going to put Mitchell on the back foot just a little bit more. And there it is. It's going to connect. 18 now to go. But we don't have +2 to our check anymore for Godzilla, but we do from the City Rampage, which means that this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken is still going to be on a 5/6/7, and we check a 5/6/7.
Perfect. And we get the first enhance here, which...
Yeah, means that Cheerleader is all but guaranteed to get committed and frozen. And now the only cards that Mitchell has access to in his stage don't have any text, basically. I think the biggest play here that you're going to have is one of the cards in Mitchell's hand needs to be a Vestige, and we need to use that strong responsibility from Midoriya.
Well, we can just Midoriya for -3 speed here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All of our cards have that text.
We'll just Eerie block.
There we go. Ares block works as well. We're going to flip over one of these foundations, and we're going to say, hey, please stop attacking me. And Matt goes, okay, well, I was out of attacks anyway, so I guess we'll just build out anyway.
I mean, I'm happy to get an Eerie Smile, even if it's early. He's already checked 1, so that's 2 Eerie Smiles down already.
Yeah, that's true. He is playing the full suite of 4, obviously.
Yep.
But yeah, Monster Aggression coming down here is going to help push a little bit more stats for Matt in the future. Inspiring Song here on a 5. Commit 2 foundations. It's going to pass. We'll build our 2. We will take our 1 momentum, and we will pass back to Mitchell. And this will be the scariest turn, I think, for Mitchell on the decisions he's going to have to make. I wouldn't be surprised here if Mitchell goes a little deep in the tank, because do we transform? Do we poke? Do we try and get some momentum, even though our cheerleader is committed? If you were to transform just in its current state, all of your foundations are committed. I think we just have to stay on the front side and use our foundations as minus speed, especially now when you're staring across the monster aggression. Because that's one thing the Godzilla deck doesn't typically do. And now you have a foundation that gives 1/1.
That's the hope here. Let's look at this hand here. I mean, it's a daggers, a Tatter Costume. He's got
Tatter Costume's good.
Goblin Bolt a Goblin Bolt unblocks really good too.
That is very good. I wonder if he values getting a momentum, so playing the Sweeping Daggers of some sort, maybe. I wonder. I'm gonna very quickly scroll through Mitchell's deck. I don't even think he's playing any 6 checks that he could possibly build in for copying something like a Titan Cliff, because I think if you're gonna play a poke, it's not just about generating the momentum. It's how do we also progress our stage presence. But we aren't playing a single 6 check in our deck, so copying something like Titan Cliff wouldn't do anything.
I think it's actually you copy the Vast and freeze out Monster Aggression.
That is not a bad call here, and I think that might be exactly what's going on.
3 of them down.
Yeah, 3rd Ares Smile has been checked for everybody keeping at home, put in the discard pile. Sweeping Daggers, of course, going to be able to remove one of these pieces.
Yep.
And I think you're right. Jesse. We're going to pick... Oh.
Did he just break... Oh, I thought he just broke one of Matt's sleeves.
No, that would have been funny. We are going to pick that Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken to give and sticker the text onto this card, which means it will go to momentum face up if it deals.
True.
So we are going to be able to commit and freeze any foundation of our choice. And I agree with you. I think that Monster Aggression is probably the right choice. Or do we preemptively commit and freeze the pass-through walls because we have a Tattered Costume that I think could come in clutch for us versus either.
We did.
Yeah, okay. So, meaning because it stops not just action cards like a City Rampage, but it also stops keyword abilities. And we know that Matt is playing things like Unfazed for Echo, Walk the Dog for Powerful and Stun, and EX on things like Smashing Stomp and Determined Advance.
Yep. There's the costume.
And we got a momentum.
Yep, and we got a momentum.
Masho's Concealment on a 4, it checks. That's going to help as well for Finally Freeze that might get built in. And then we're going to also try and build down this Return of the Kings by tapping this Nice Try, which is okay because it's going to ready itself up at the beginning of Matt's combat phase. And we have chosen to stay on the front side of Midoriya. I think that's the correct call. Yes. You can't just keep, you don't have the flash response. I get it. That's a very powerful ability. But now we have 5 foundations on our stage that we can just all commit them for -3 speed apiece.
All right, so other good thing is we kept a Vestige in hand.
Nice. That's even better.
That's important to this situation.
Yeah, passing back to Matt, though, as he draws up to his hand size. 1 Frozen Foundation. It will not ready. Matt has 5 foundations total to play with, one of which being that Inspiring Song that can give us a plus to our check, and 1 Momentum to play with at the beginning of the turn.
And it looks like we drew... we might be doing Foundation. Let's see. Mitchell is at
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we are at a 5 on the other 6 at the other side. So there is a world where you can first form.
This hand's giving me first form energy.
It would not get rid of that Tattered Costume though, which
I know
is kind of important. But we do have a pass-through walls that we could rebuild.
Yes,
like a new one. But instead, we are just going to build the foundations on our hand and progress our own stage. Because you ready? We have the sideboarded Unyieldings in our deck now. Maybe that's just an alternative option we could find at some point. Build 3, pass, as we are at 30 for Matt, as we go back to Mitchell's turn, and he's going to draw up And we did end up drawing the 4th copy of Aries Smile. So we have access to that last one, but we still have to establish a good defensive state. We drew a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken if we were trying to deter a little bit more.
That's a chrome Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken.
That's true. I believe those actually used to be owned by Calvin Tahan, your current reigning regional champion for Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
But now I think they're in the hands. They've been passed. The torch has been passed to Mitchell Chimino, as Calvin Tahan couldn't be at this event. I know that he wanted to be. But those beautiful-looking chromes still being played to this day before they rotate, right? They rotate at the beginning of next year with the first set. So, you got to use them or lose them. On a 5, of course, it checks. This Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, I have no idea what we're going to pick here. I think there's so many real choices. The Monster Aggression being picked now because he's like, well, I can't keep you off of a pass-through walls. My Tatter costume is just going to be blank unless you commit them to pass checks or something.
Mm-hmm.
But stopping the 1-1, I think, is good for future-proofing and a great call here from Mitchell. But this is just going to be a 4 high for 6, and we're going to see if we have a good block here from Matt. And we do. We have the Guardian of Chinatown, and it checks a 5, so it's going to be very easy to pass this, and so keeping another momentum off of Mitchell.
Yeah, that's one. That's one with the +2 speed. We don't want to give. The Midoriya could do so much already. You're like, I don't want you to put any more speed.
And remember, we've now gone through enough turn cycles where the cheerleader has been ready again. So that momentum that we got already from the sweeping daggers earlier on in the game, we now have access to give flash while still being on the front side of Midoriya. But hey, just kidding. How about having the accessibility to flash 2 of my opponent's moves? And one of the cards that we committed was one of these nice tries, so we will get it back at the end of this turn. And I think Mitchell is just going to look to build out some more foundations here.
Yep.
Desperate Plea. That one is the 3rd wielder, I believe. Whip, Black Whip. No, that's not Black Whip.
No.
It's anyway, it's the one that gives -4 speed, right?
You put a card from your stage to your card pool, or you built I can't remember. This one's the ones that
6th wielder Smokescreen. Everybody is the card we just built. Yeah, you add 1 card from your hand to your card pool face down, and it gives -4 speed. But yeah, now that we're on the backside, don't need that Vestige card in our hand anymore. And so we are going to build it down as, an emergency -4 speed if we have enough cards in our hand, of course. Passing back to Matt, staring across a bunch of ways of your attacks getting flashed, as well as some speed hate. And Matt's hand, he did get to keep everything in his hand that he wanted to, right? So I just didn't see what we drew. So we're going to stay here on this hand cam as we get one little flash here. City Rampage, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, and 2 Smashing Stomp is a good start to a turn.
I like the line of City Rampage Smash and just start low checking him.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad call. I think the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, though, for sure probably gets flashed, at least from either the cheerleader or Midoriya itself. The Smashing Stomps, though, getting flashed aren't the end of the world. It's just +1 to your next check, but it does still deny the enhanced step for the Godzilla to be used. But essentially, out of all these cards, the biggest thing I can say, no snap momentum. No way to get snap momentum except for the Titans of Pursuit in our stage from a completely block that would happen, and that's really just up to Mitchell on whether or not he values giving that momentum away. But if you just deny the enhanced step, who cares, right?
At this point, I think if I want to push Mitchell here, I go Rampage, Stomp, and see what and then fight for the last Aries Smile, and then play the Vast Hybrid last, and just be all right, now I'll get the last Aries Smile anyways. I'm going to build out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless one of the Stomps hits and draws you another attack.
I forgot we even still have that last Aries Smile. So if you play the high attack, it is a bigger risk. Checks a 6 on the City Rampage though, so we are going to have +2 to our checks to play 5 difficulty cards or higher, and they will also get 1/1 while it's in the card pool. Yeah, just giving a read on the pass-through walls. Any asset ability, it can just cancel. Response, form, enhance, doesn't matter what the timing is. It will just be able to say no. So the Tatter costume is essentially blank unless those get committed for checks. All right, and then, Matt is going to make the decision here of is it Smashing Stomp or is it Vast Hybrid?
Yeah. I mean, we're at 18 minutes here.
Yeah, about 18 left in the round. And then, of course, there is the overtime rules. But Smashing Stomp seems to be the call here. And we do also have the last result from the other match that we are waiting on the bracket. Travis Tangeman taking down Andrew M., which means every Hanj one has been eliminated
Yep.
immediately in top 16, and Krista Lenz moving on to top 8. But here we have a smashing stomp getting +1, +4, and the question is, do we have any responses on play? And Mitchell said, no, I don't.
Yep.
I'm going to block this one. +3 or +1 to our next check, of course. And then we are also going to press things like Fearsome Transformation. But Mitchell says, I will respond with Fearsome Transformation. That's literally one of the only enhances you have in your stage. I'm going to say no with this reusable resource, as it will ready on his next turn.
You know what I would do looking at Mitchell's board?
What would you do?
I'd pop in. I would use a momentum for EX. Make him and make him out and
make
just
him use the thing.
Make him use the thing. Like
yeah, I mean, you do have the City Rampage, right? So you essentially what you would be what Matt has done all match, which is just spinning your momentum for the plus of the check without having any City Rampages in his hand. He now finally has the City Rampages, so he doesn't need per se to use his momentum for plus to his check.
We're gonna take it,
but it's just straight to the face, which is gonna give a draw. I believe we do another smashing stomp.
Here we go.
So we could just do the low check, like you said. As we check a 6, just kidding, it was an 8 on this 7 difficulty move.
And we have a mid and high in hand.
Yeah,
we're gonna flash this.
We're gonna flash this just for the sake of not giving the enhanced step as we draw the top card of our deck. I think it's another high block, which is not good news if you are Midoriya fans. And he goes, yeah, I think the decision here is if
if he full blocks it, what happens?
If he full blocks it, he gives him momentum.
And he can't fly. It's like there's no other draw. He has no other draw here.
I mean, the thing is that we know that if Mitchell just gets slung at with another low attack, it's probably over.
Yep.
But Mitchell is still weighing the odds here. What's the other card in his hand? It is Aries Smile. We drew the sidestep and what?
And a Goblin Bolt. +1 mid.
For the +1 mid block. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it looks like that's probably going to be the only option here. Choosing for the partial. It passes, obviously. And so we will take half, going down to 3. This will connect, which means you are still able to draw the card. And it is another attack. A Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, a second one, because we haven't played the first one. But the question is, we could just continue to play these low attacks.
Keep playing the stomps. The stomps are like if he has no interaction to the first one, he had a partial this one, just keep going.
But it's a smart partial, right? So I think there's a real choice here where Matt isn't sure, right? Isn't sure about what those cards could be in Mitchell's hand. It really is unfortunate that we don't have a low block.
This always reminds me of these situations of my best example is if there is a card in a format that allows you to easily take a look at your opponent's hand, Team Keith will play it.
Yeah.
Like he will play the card. It might do nothing. It might be cost him so much, but he's like, if I see your hand, I have the knowledge. I know. It makes it so much easier.
It means this point in the game isn't unknown, right?
Yeah.
It is where you could make a snap decision and figure out what things are going on. But that is exactly the tough choice here for Matt. Is like things like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken have very impactful abilities on it when you're staring across all the things in the stage. Yep. You know, asking, hey, what does your smoke screen do? What does the 6-wielder do? You know, I have this cheerleader, of course, that we can still use. A bunch of minus speed or minus to our block mod. We even have the block trick, of course, of the Desperate Plea that can move something down. The Guardian of Chinatown doesn't do anything right now. But the question is, what is the next choice here from Matt? He was denied the enhanced step on that last one. Only +2 to the check due to the City Rampage. 3 cards in the card pool, but a very healthy stage. We literally haven't committed any of our foundations.
Like we go Vast.
If you go Vast,
we are probably going to get flashed.
Yeah, if not, you lose the cheerleader, right?
Yeah.
But then that means
we have to play the 2 diff on a 6. Yep, we're gonna go this route.
There it is, 5, 6, 7, 8. Checks an 8. So again, not a single foundation having been committed here for Matt because of that City Rampage and checking very well. It comes in with 1, 4, and now the real question is from Mitchell: do you use the cheerleader? Yep.
Because if you don't, he just starts tapping things down. Like it's you use the cheerleader, use the cheerleader or lose it. in this situation.
I think he's also doing some hard math here, which is, what if we don't block with the Aries Smile? What if we block with the Aries Sidestep? And then built it down with the Desperate Plea. So I think we're doing the math where if I debuild myself 1 using the Flash, this 5-speed move, we have a Goblin Bolt to just cancel the commit and freeze. We actually have a way to do it.
Yeah, you're right.
We don't have to give this Flash.
Yeah.
But the other question is, or do we use the Goblin Bolt to deny whatever this momentum will get used for, either the Godzilla Enhance or something like an EX or something in the future, right?
Yep.
But it is a hard choice to decide. I wonder if you just let this one go and you go to the Enhance step, because then you can use some of your speed hate to help yourself out a little bit so that you have a healthier stage going forward.
I think we're starting to make the...
We're doing some math.
Like
I think we're doing math separation of our stage of like, what am I allowed to commit? What am I feel comfortable committing? All the cards on the right, we are okay with committing. I think Mitchell wants to do whatever he can to keep the cards on the left safe.
Yep.
But it looks like we will be flashing this. Spend the momentum, remove the cheerleader, give this flash. It is a 5 high for lethal. You are not allowed to partial this. He really wants to block with his Aaron Sidestep.
I know.
I'm gonna do some math. For everybody at home, Aaron Sidestep has a +3 high block, but never mind. Doesn't matter what math is anymore. We are going to play the Aries Smile. We did check a 4 on this, so it's on a 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to have to tap 4 of our resources. The question is, do you want to snap build this down, or do you want to keep up some speed hate? I think regardless is going to be a very difficult choice. And I think because Matt has had such good blocks this entire turn, that
good checks.
Good checks. Yeah, just good checks this entire turn, that we're going to be able to get a momentum here. We're able to play whatever we want, even after having to weave in a non-attack card from the Aries Smile. So it doesn't connect. We do give a momentum away due to the Titan's Pursuit, but Matt is going to have to play this Moment of Normalcy on a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Checks a 3. Might be a little bit of a deterrence, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 3, 4, 5, 6. We need one more. Am I wrong?
There we go.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Checks a 7, 8, 9, and 10. Mitchell goes, oh, well, this is rough. I don't have the low block, and that is the game. That is the match. Godzilla on Chaos for Matt Childress, your current 8th seed in Swiss, moving on to top 8. Midori on the move, eliminated from the tournament.
Ooh, that was a. I don't know why he did the zone change. Like after taking the first one, partial the second one, I'm like, I would have just kept going low.
I think it's a hard choice. Right?
It is.
I think there's a real. You're not
it's
wrong.
A gut. It's a gut feeling.
It is a gut feeling. You get a little uneasy, right? You're like, wow, my rival was willing to go down to 3 because he wanted to put this Goblin Bolt. Like you have to think that in your head, right? You have to think. My opponent really was valuing the decision to half block with that, to stop an enhance ability, to stop a blitz ability that I could have played, because he had the life to do so. But instead, the reality was Mitchell just didn't have any low blocks.
Yep.
And sometimes that is how you can win in this game, especially, again, at the end of the day, it led to drawing that one card from the first Smashing Stomp. We got the third one, because if it was just the 2, if we didn't draw any one of those extra bonus attacks, Mitchell did live that turn. So it came down to margins. But at the end of the day, Matt Childress takes down the win. Step back just a little bit. We got a little bit of feedback on the mics. Congratulations on your match progressing to top 8. My first thing I want to bring up is, Matt, you came into this tournament with 5 points this year.
That is accurate.
There is a world where if you do the run, you can make it to Day 2 Worlds instantaneously.
Yeah, I was looking at that article post last night, just because I knew I had no points, and now have enough to at least go to Worlds on Day 1.
You're Day 1 no matter what.
Awesome. Yeah, like that was the long shot pipe dream when I came in yesterday, and then now I guess long shot pipe dream is go all the way, right, and get to Day 2.
Absolutely.
But that's not what I'm in for. Like literally, just glad to even be here, glad to get to play and get to spend some time with friends. So.
Absolutely, and you're playing a great deck, you're playing a great character, and your offensive lines look silky smooth. Is the way I describe it, man. You are a long-term player, as we talked about on the stream. I know you didn't hear us, but you've been playing this game for a long time, and characters like Godzilla, I mean, they're very cut and dry, but the decisions and points that you make along the way, even that last turn that we just saw, right? You know, the decision of, do I weave in this fast hybrid Chimera Kraken, or do I just keep slinging these low attacks? And at the end of the day, like, we knew, he's like, as soon as he plays that third one that you drew, you drew the third one.
I drew the third one, yeah.
And so it just ended up working out. But my question to you is you know, now that you've won here, you're going to be able to take a look at the bracket at some point afterwards, as we move into top 8 here shortly. But Matt, after that win, how confident do you feel that you could win this whole thing?
I mean, so I think Godzilla's one of those decks where, like, if you just kind of burn hot, you got the chance, right?
Yeah.
Through Swiss, I lost to the mirror matchup Godzilla, and then I lost to the Double Gen that I believe is who I would play next round. I could be wrong about that.
No, you play against Phil Birch.
You're actually against
Phil Birch.
Phil took down the Double Gen?
Yeah.
Which means you get to go first, though, Matt.
Oh, do I now?
Yeah, because Phil Birch is the 16th seed of this tournament. You're 8th seed. So you do get to go first against the Rodan, but, you know, the classic battle of the monsters.
Yes, Kaiju battle, let's go, right?
Absolutely. So, yeah.
Wow, that's the best news I've heard all day.
Yeah,
Two
absolutely.
people that you've played against Phil, you know, throughout the ages.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
So it's like, there's just like, there's this match going on. You guys have been playing this game forever. We'll see what happens. And we got a crazy, like, all the Hanzos are gone.
They all got eliminated.
Oh, really?
Every single one of them lost. So it is actually a crazy good opportunity where so again, now that I've given you some information.
Yeah, this is all news to me.
How do you feel about your confidence level, maybe potentially making it all the way to a finals run?
I mean, like, I think, again, it's kind of in the cards, right? Like, the deck is what it is. I'm going to make the best decisions I can. You know, like last round, Mitch and I were talking about it in game 2. I did make a pretty big mistake when I did get off my Kraken, and I didn't freeze his breakfast. And I should have done that, right?
That's what we were debating. Like,
yeah, and like,
we didn't have like the full hand because you're very close to the chest with your card.
I was trying to be cognizant of that a little bit.
It's okay.
Out for you guys. Sorry.
I was like, well, if he has the hand trap, it'd be really cool. And you had the runaway, right?
Yeah.
And we were like, man, like, if there was just
I didn't think
down the
ahead,
line.
Like, well, because like going into that turn, I also contemplated nuking the world with Zilla, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't a bad call. My hand was this awkward: 1 action, 2 attacks, 3 foundations, and I was like, well, I don't want to pitch a city and 2 attacks and a foundation.
Yeah.
But I think either that was the line in hindsight, or when he didn't flash the Kraken, definitely hitting the breakfast. So that way, it being unique, I can get my 1 runaway away, and then I don't lose that game immediately. So
Absolutely.
learning mistake. But it was great games. I mean, Mitch is incredible.
You gave us a full 80-minute match, and so I hope the people at home had a great time. Matt, good luck on the rest of your run. I'm really rooting for you.
Thank you.
You played impeccably well, and of course, also congratulations to Mitchell. He's a great opponent. So
he is.
Absolutely. But we're gonna cut away here probably for a short break. We'll put the updated bracket away on the go away screen, and we'll also still have the deck list cycling through. But congratulations, Matt, moving on to top 8. We'll see y'all in a little bit.
See you. Welcome back, UniVersus community. We are here for the top 8, and I'm joined by the cat daddy, Chris Bromley, and that is an impeccable hat you got on there.
It really spins. Wow, you just went through a pretty sloggy match. That was cool to watch for me. You had to talk over it the whole time, which I'm sure made it a little different. But we're going to go right into top 8 now.
Sure.
We're going to go over the deck list. We're going to have Calvin Harrigal and EJ Lucia. EJ Lucia is playing Godzilla, okay? This is pretty straight ahead, but really crucially, he's going to have pass-through walls for this equipment heist deck. And I think that's going to be the thing to look at here is if Calvin's going to be able to get the equipment heist deck off, he's going to need to answer those pass-through walls. And on the flip side, EJ's going to need those to answer the equipment heist, big, massive mutant machines. But otherwise, they're pretty par for the course. Godzilla, right? City Rampage is going to be setting us up for 5 difficulty and greater moves. Titan Clip going to be cycling our hand to get those moves out, and then 1-2 punch them at the end. And then we've also got, like I was just saying, Calvin piloting the devil who came down to Georgia, okay? It's Devil Jin himself, okay?
And yeah, this is pretty stock build of this. I've seen a couple, there's a couple variations here and there with this build. And we've got the Goblin Bolts, we've got the Stomps, we've got, it's everything. It's everything you expect. I am interested to see like temporary. What is that? The temporary promotion. Like that is, I love that card. Like that's a surprise card in this deck, but I like it. It's like, hey, I just need a little bit more hand size right now.
Yeah. I mean, I've been seeing some pretty cool play using Horrifying Realization to get 1 extra bonus foundation up there. These guys are playing very, very smart.
Dream About Fighting is so good in this deck. You're like,
neat
it's
stuff.
like I'll stack my camouflage. Oh,
look,
it.
I can play it now. Yeah. There's some really interesting technical stuff, and this is like the deck of this event. It wasn't really seen before it, and we're gonna see if Wub can play it and take it to take it home, get a second regional win this year. But before we get into the game, we do have a card reveal, okay? And that's gonna. Whoa! Look at it on screen already. Dust Attack. It's got tension 5, difficulty 3 low 5. Says response after this attack deals 5 or more damage. This card does not count towards progressive difficulty this turn. And it's a infinity symbol card.
What?
Is this?
Wow.
Whoa. Okay. I mean, so tension is a mechanic for the guys at home, gets you a temporary momentum that has abilities on it that goes away on your next turn, right? And so this is at minimum, right? A card. It's a 5 difficulty card.
Yep.
For someone like Godzilla, perhaps. That says, hey, if you don't have the block for this, and my deck that already plays a ton of lows, you know, I'm gonna. This doesn't count towards progressive. Wow.
Yeah.
This
that's an uncommon.
an uncommon infinity symbol card.
Yeah.
I assume the Dust Attack, and forgive me for the guys at home. I'm not a fighting game guy. I've seen a lot of Guilty Gear played. I assume this is a thing that happens on the stage. It may be the character doing this. I'm not sure.
It's an attack of this character. I only play Guilty Gear Strive. I play one character.
Okay.
So I'm like, and I just know how to play him. So.
I've certainly played Eno. I've certainly played Eno, and I played Lucy. But yeah, infinity symbol on this card is interesting. I'd love to pick Barrett's brain about that later. But yeah, for the guys at home, check out this guy. What a neat little card. And you know, for the boys at home, it blocks itself, which is the real test of power for a card, is if it blocks itself. Yeah, I think that's everybody get a good look because it's about to go away. And we're going to go right into the match from here. Yeah. We got EJ and Calvin, otherwise known as Wub. You can check out Where Wub, the podcast that Mitchell, who just played last round, and Wub do with their friends every Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, it's
I usually watch it on when they throw it on YouTube.
I definitely have caught the VOD, and I don't get to watch it when it's live. But yeah, how do you think this game's going to go? We see that pass-through walls in the opening. We see equipment ice in the first hand. Oh, my God. I'm pretty excited for this.
Oh, yeah. Well, you get a solid 3 build. Hey, on a 5 hand size, you take a 3 build every day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if there's 3 very powerful ones there. We got Inspiring Song, we've got Your Dream About Fighting, and we've got this really cool 3 difficulty we've been seeing in Calvin. I think Calvin's the only Devil Jin that's seen this playing.
They still play. Everybody plays this.
Really?
Exam strategy is so good.
It's insanely good, but I haven't seen it built. I've only seen one of the Devil Jins played so far this weekend, though. And
Maybe
here,
we'll actually get to see the whole thing happen finally.
EJ going for an immense build here. He has a 3 different hand, says, oh, maybe I won't go for that one on an 8.
Yeah.
but okay, let's see. We're off to the races. We're going to see if we can get this equipment heist thing going.
All right, withdraw. Oh,
Through another one. I guess we might discard that one or save it for next turn. Oh, we're saying this is a 2-turn game. Maybe we're going to try to play through the pass-through walls. Oh, or answer it immediately. Do we want to add this to card pool?
Yep.
So here's the thing: is we can do the ultimate setup here as Devil Jin, right? We can add in this other attack. I think it's a Superfly Stomp, okay, and immediately say what we're okay. Sorry. First things that's going to happen is Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken is going to commit and freeze pass-through walls, which means it's not going to be available for 2 turns. Very, very crucial. And I think this one is going to build in a Massive Mutant Machine, or it could be a Cerritos, right, to set us up for the kill turn next turn. So I don't think this is the kill turn. I don't think, from what I know about Wub, it's not going to be something that you're going to see here, although he's playing an inspiring song. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. He says maybe he's saying, actually, I will try to kill you, especially since we have the Goblin Bolt. Dang, I was getting ready for a setup.
I think he's deciding. So here's my line. Here's the line I usually see. There's 2 lines you take here.
Uh-huh.
You go for the Cerritos, or you go get you put the ad and go get an airship, and just airship back.
Yeah, I guess he could have been using the inspiring song just to see more attacks,
Yeah.
right, to add to card pool, because at that point he only had the Superfly Stomp, and he indeed go find 2 more attacks up in pool. So yeah, now he's gonna be able to use the enhance on the equipment heist to go find an asset, and it could be any number of different things, right?
Yep.
In this deck, we've got the Massive Mutant Machines, we've got the Military Airship, and USS Cerritos. Cerritos is one that Calvin, I've heard, it be very adamant about, hey, this is one that we really want to look at. And we see here's the airship. Okay, so building the airship, I will assume this is a setup turn.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited about that because I've been seeing
we're gonna
Cerritos. Cerritos is the best for setup.
Yep,
because it's going to give us +1 hand size, stack our deck, and it's going to mean next turn we can start with a stack or do it again later, right? And it's an immense card, 6 difficulty, along with that Mutant Machine. But it's kind of the workhorse. I've heard, at least from Wub, that it's a card that does a lot of work for the deck. And so this tells me, again, that maybe we're going to play 1 more attack, right? But I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't. So we're going to reveal 3, see another equipment heist, a Broken Psyche, and an Exam Tragedy. Broken Psyche would be huge if we get this momentum because, there's only 1 attack that's resistant to that Godzilla's have access
Broken
to.
Psyche went to the bottom.
And, okay. Well,
He's
this
just
deck does not play Determined Advance.
Nope.
This
It plays Massive Swing instead.
It plays Ultimate Combination. It plays Massive Swing, which gets momentum, right, instead because it's one less difficult, right?
Yep.
And it's not in the sideboard, which I do see sometimes in Godzilla's. I got beat by a Godzilla who sideboarded and forged Determined Advances. So, yeah, and then we are going to play the other Goblin Bolt from our hand and get a second equipment heist. Going to go steal in some more stuff. Let's see what we get this time. I'm going to hazard a guess it's going to be the
Massive Mutants.
I would say the airship, right? Because that's going to be the true setup. You have the...
Oh, yeah, we airship
right?
to go get the teaming.
Next turn we can go grab those...
Oh, no,
Mutant
we get to go
Machines.
play teaming still.
He can still play a teaming from hand.
Yep.
Does he have it in hand?
He has it in the board. He could pick it up with...
Oh,
he could airship it.
Oh, you're so correct.
This is
But do you think he goes for that?
Oh.
He does. He does go for it. That's
Yeah.
the answer is yes. He does
Yes.
go for it. Okay.
Because this will be on a 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow.
Like, I'll just go pick this up. Play
And so this interaction, by the way, is the reason why Unique was changed.
yeah.
Okay? Don't let anybody tell you anything otherwise. This is why this card got changed. Because if you had teaming, right? 2 teamings and the airships in deck, you could heist it infinitely because you can get it from discard pile, get it from deck. So this interaction specifically is so powerful. We had to change the rules for it. And actually, it's a design space, right? Like it means that powerful interactions like this can happen in the future, which is an interesting space, I'm sure, for the guys at home to play with. But yeah, so playing a Superfly Stomp on a 7, it looks like. Or did we add this to?
No, we did it. We added it for damage.
We added it for damage. Okay, and then we're gonna play the teaming. It's on a. There's 4 attacks in pool. It's on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Checks a 3. Unfortunately, we got to tap 2.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be gigantic, right?
Oh yeah.
Build the Mutant Machine.
Yep.
Okay, I'm assuming it's gonna be used. It's gonna get 5, 6 damage from Devil Jin, unless there's an armbar to add in as well, and then 5 more damage from.
He's not playing armbar.
I wouldn't either. You don't need it.
No.
If you have a consistent deck, you certainly don't want to draw that one as an attack.
I've seen a lot of people move sidebar to the side. It's armbar to the sideboard.
Yeah.
And it's really good on like the decks that have static like speed reductions.
Right.
So that's where you need it.
The big thing to point out here is that EJ is not dying.
No.
Right? Even if you had another teaming in hand, which we don't, it would not. You wouldn't be able to massive mutant machine it or Devil Jin it, I think. So EJ has to kill, or else Wub is going to follow up with an absolutely brutal follow up. And you only needs to do 9 now with a mutant machine on board with an equipment heist in hand. You have to kill. And after attempting 2 blocks, it looks like one of them being one of your attacks. You're relying on a higher power, I'll say, okay, to give you what you need in this turn, especially with a frozen pass through walls. There's an inconsistency there, right?
Are we going to flip and get +1 hand here?
I would assume you gotta try, right? 1. Oh wow, not going for it. 4. Okay, looking at yard. 6. Okay, and do we go for the short-lived promotion?
Nope.
No. Okay, saying, hey, maybe oh my gosh, 2 rampages, no attacks.
That's rough.
Not what you want to see. Not even a Titan Cliff to be able to get this ball going. So unfortunately, it's going to be a build turn. I
think it's build the Vast Hybrid. Do we have a momentum so those fearsomes actually just draw cards?
I would just scoop, man. I mean, okay. I would go to my opponent's turn, and he doesn't immediately pass back.
My opponent's a 5-hand size.
Yeah, he could draw nothing. That's true. But he's not really a 5-hand size. He's going to look at 8 because of Cerritos.
I know.
So it's just looking.
So he's 6.
Yeah.
He's 6 with a peak.
If this was in rounds, I would have scooped. In top cuts, I think you got it. You look at the hand. If he plays 1 attack, I'd be like, okay, you got it, man. And so we're seeing here, he's doing and we've only got a teaming in hand, right? So we're gonna try to find another attack. Does not find it. So you got me there. Jesse. Okay.
He's gonna play this Is he gonna play this teaming on a 6?
I think so.
And like we'll be on an 8.
It'll be an 8.
But you have a 6 on top at least.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you have to try, right?
Like try to just muscle it through.
And the problem is that if he checked an attack, he would be able to get a second mutant machine, but I don't know that EJ would be able to block a 10 speed move, can he? I think he's got enough foundations. Dang. All right, for everybody at home,
we're gonna see what we can do here. I mean, EJ's got we're looking here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He's got enough.
He's got 6. Yeah,
he's certainly got enough. Yeah. So for everybody at home, I'm eating my words. Okay. Don't scoop. Never scoop. Always believe.
Yeah.
Never give up.
Never give up. Never surrender.
And there you go. Oh my gosh, what a huge deal. I mean, so the thing is, right? That doesn't mean
they both bricked
anything. But what it does really relate to us is that EJ now gets to go to another turn with 2 rampages in hand.
And we're gonna draw an extra card. We
man. So we win for it this time. We said, hey, I've got 2 rampages. I'm gonna find some attacks, and we certainly found 3. One of them being a Titan Cliff. This could be the turn, right? Especially with our pass-through walls on board, right? A horrifying realization, right? 2
double rampage.
And 2 Master's Pride, too.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to be getting momentum, right? It's going to happen. So those are going to be able to... We have functionally 9 foundations, right? 3, 6, 7, 8 foundations on board. Already going to be using Horrifying to dig for another attack, perhaps, before the Titan Cliff. And I don't think that Calvin has an answer for that Titan Cliff. I think he's going to be able to dig. So all we've got are blocks and Broken Psyche on board. Mm-hmm. And because of Chimera Kraken, I'm not sure if you're even going to be able to resolve that. I think you would have to use it on your first move. Second City Rampage on a 6. And here is a very safe place to do this. We get to tap our 2 Master's Prides plus a face down foundation. Those are certainly going to ready later from a momentum zing, I assume. Actually, I look at the deck and how much momentum we have Vast Hybrid on board. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Vest Hybrid on board is going to mean we're going to get there. This is on a 7. We had +4 to the check. We check a 7, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, opening with Massive Swing. Going to immediately get that momentum from the top of the deck, respond with our Master's Prides, get our foundations back. It's like it never even was committed.
Yep.
And yeah, do you think Calvin survives?
We have one set to 2. We have one broken psyche plan to set to 2. Then it gets really sketchy after that.
Yeah, and so the thing is, I love this play. I love using the Broken Psyche now because you know your opponent, you've seen each other's deck list, you know he could play a Chimera Kraken next. You know, you just have to use the resources you have while it's unanswerable, right? When you can, okay? Because later on in the turn, you may not have the opportunity to do that. And that's the unfortunate reality of this format is, you know, you would love to hold it for, you know, a rainy day when you're not at full health, right? When maybe it's a lethal move, but by then your opponent will likely have had an answer to it. And that is, like I said, it's kind of the name of the game right now. You need the cards on board, and here's the Titan Cliff on a 6, 7, 8, 9. Checks a 7, gonna have to tap 2 foundations.
8. He got a plus. He did the Kraken.
Oh, okay. So he had +1 from the
Vast Hybrid.
Vast Hybrid. Okay. And this is a card I don't often see in Godzilla lists, even though it is a fast momentum. It's just not a 6 check like Finally Free is. But this is a card that says my next check gets +1 from your momentum, right? And then form, if you have 1 momentum, your attacks get
Oh no,
damage,
it's already
right?
yeah, it's already it's formed for your attacks get +1 damage.
Yeah. So
it's
he's
damage
seeing the momentum with Massive Swing, formed with it to give his moves 1 more damage, right?
Yep.
And then he's going to quickly add this to momentum and get another +1 to check. And like functionally, it's +3, right?
Yes.
Over the course of the turn, it's like a super momentum for Godzilla. So it's interesting to see the minute differences between these, you know, big lizard decks. They're not all just the exact same thing.
Yeah, this is more of the. This is a lot like the list from Spain.
Yeah.
Where they were kind of playing more. I'm just gonna play all the check bonus stuff and make more consistent kill turns, and not just be like, hey, I'm just gonna chain momentum and like, you know, determined events. It's a pricey card. If you don't have a set, they're, you know, $40 on average a piece.
Right.
Sometimes you just want to, like, all right, I'll play Massive Swings and play a different lineup. Not play Walk the Dogs.
Not play Walk the Dogs.
I don't think he's playing Walk the Dogs.
He is. He's playing 3.
He's playing 3. Okay, so he does have Walk the Dogs.
Yeah, he does end up building a Swallowed by a Normal using Titan Cliffs Enhance, and we're going to follow that up very quickly with a Smashing Stomp. Okay, this is one of the coolest alt arts in the game. It's like a chibi Godzilla.
You know, it's from a children's book.
Really?
Yeah, they are there's a children's book. The same people who make the Godzilla comic have a children's book that is just like little baby like kaijus just
That's
stashing
adorable.
around.
You know how many times I've died to that children's book?
Yep. I was really hoping for eventually we get like a Rodan alt. One of one of his attacks is the child chibi.
Right.
But maybe when we have the Godzilla set coming in the near future next year, maybe we'll get some more of these promos.
Yeah, maybe we will. We see EJ is using a bunch of the momentum here, using it for EX, using another for +2 to our check. So we functionally have +7 to our next check to play a card here. And Calvin is saying, I'm not blocking until it's lethal, basically, right? Because he's only going to realistically get one. And also that one was fast as hell. Yeah. But EJ going to get a draw off of that. Now the tides have turned. The tables are even. We are 9-9 here. Calvin must block for the rest of this turn because the moves are getting +2/+2. And 3 damage from Godzilla himself.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised to see an attack, it get blocked, and then walk the dog to finish it off. This is on a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, +4 to it. He makes it to 7, going to have to tap 3 foundations. Means the walk the dog is not guaranteed. Oh, sorry, my bad. We had +7 to that check. That checked the 10. That was, you saw a 3? No, sir. That was a 10. We're gonna get a momentum with Master Swing.
Isn't it crazy? +7.
It was 7, and right now we're gonna have +6.
Yep. And he's just like,
yeah,
we're gonna try.
Here's teaming to use to block. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to tap. Taps Devil Jin because we do not want to let a walk the dog get minus difficulty.
Yep. What do we? Oh,
ultimate combination on a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with +6 puts us to an 11. Tap 1 card. Here's the big freaking punch, okay? If you is so funny. This is a funny card because I remember the other Calvin, okay?
Yep.
Took this out of his deck because he thought it was too memey.
Yep.
But we see it taking down
It
Wub.
just like the amount of the craziest thing with Godzilla is that as a one-up, that's like a card. Like I like there's the 6 diff one-of line of where I'll play one of those, one heat ray and one heat ray.
Yeah.
And it just feel like, all right, I got 2 big ones. One of them gets really fast on its own. One of them has a really good base speed.
Yeah.
And they just boom.
Yeah, it's interesting that came through, and we see EJ eyeing the gently theft, right? Because that's a move that is really hard to answer for a deck like Calvin's. But man, I was ready to scoop.
Yeah. You sure were.
I was ready to scoop. I was like, send it home, boys. It's time for game 2. And EJ turning around because, as you said, 5-hand size sometimes gets 5-hand size. Even though we had the Cerritos on board, right? I mean, like, sometimes, unfortunately, your opponent just doesn't have it. Unfortunate for them, I guess.
Yeah.
But EJ certainly drew the follow-up hand of all follow-up hands, and he played to his outs. He said, hey, if I play my foundations, hold a block, plus my 2 city rampages, he might not have it. And he didn't have it.
Yeah. What's Wub got dancing in that sideboard of his? I know,
So gently theft, like I
or
said.
EJ.
Yeah,
Yep.
EJ I think is sideboarding in the gently theft, and he's figuring out what else might come in. He took out the ultimate combination for the gently theft, saying Calvin is probably going to be prepared for that now, maybe. Or said no, this is the greediest card in the
this is
deck.
a full.
Yeah.
Like you get a city rampage of this. It's just like.
I mean, so the thing is that any move would have done it. There,
Yeah.
Right. It was really just like a fun.
But it's also just really good because of the he's a 5-hand size, and you're like, oh, you're just sitting on one card. Oh, yeah, I'll discard momentum, discard card,
Yes.
catch.
Yes. Catch indeed. And on the flip side, we've got Driven Retribution.
That's really good in this match.
Should be coming in for Calvin. Tell me a little bit about this card because we haven't seen it all weekend.
Oh, this is probably one of my favorite cards from the AOT Apocalypse, and it's if you just take damage, doesn't matter if it's unblocked. You can do a lot of partial block stuff. You yeet any card from their card pool, and then add any card from their stage.
Yeah, targeted.
Yeah. So you drag up Genghis Frogs. You drag up some asset, like an asset that you can't deal. Backups.
Anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Do you think Devil Jin is gonna take damage?
Oh yeah.
This is a card that says, hey, if you rely on something being in your card pool, something like City Rampage, or you rely on something in your stage, okay, it's kind of a two-way card on defense, which is really interesting. And in this case specifically, it can save you a lot of damage over the course of the turn, because Godzilla is oftentimes resolving 5, 6 attacks if they get their Titan Cliffs off. And so this can mean the difference between living and dying, if over the course of the turn you save 6 life, that 1/1 seems very marginal until you're living at 2.
Yep.
And you survive because 2 of them didn't get the +1/+1. So I would be surprised if Calvin didn't add it in. And another one that I think probably came in was League of Villains, which is a card we haven't seen in a while because it doesn't cancel blitz abilities and attacks haven't been having them. But it's on attack or foundations. You can commit it and commit another foundation to cancel and enhance abilities. So it would cancel something like Finally Free or Vast Hybrid and prevent Godzilla from getting that momentum. And we see the Finally Free on board. Unfortunately, Webb only got a 2 build there, which is kind of brutal.
8. Just drop it all. Drop it all.
He's certainly going to try. Checks a 5 there. Wow, man. I mean, sometimes it's just not your game.
Just go.
Jeez Louise. Okay. All right, Webb. It's your game, man.
He's like, you got to do 34.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna. I think this is a setup, right? We're gonna start trying to getting rid of the Finally Free is a huge deal for 2 turns, right?
Yep.
Or a 1-turn cycle, right? But it means that he can't use it to get momentum right now, and it means he can't use it on his following turn. And his Master Sprite is gonna need other sources of interaction, right?
Yep.
This one also, if it goes to momentum, and EJ certainly sends his whole hand, right?
Yep.
So this is probably going to momentum unless we draw the right zone. Oh, no, we're using Inspiring Song.
Yep.
Does EJ have a card in hand? He went second?
Yeah.
But he tried. He built 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did he not get his bonus card?
Uh-oh.
I think it's off to the right, perhaps.
Oh, maybe that's what that is.
Or he just didn't take the bonus card. No, he's taking it. Okay. So adds in the camouflage counter, which can get added back to the top of the deck,
If
and
we
with a
want to.
horrifying realization on board.
I do like the idea that we traded inspiring songs. It's like, no, none of that.
Okay, so he's giving minus to the check.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Okay, that's a pretty cool play too.
Yeah,
I can't believe that card checks a 6.
I know, right?
I just can't believe it. Superfly Stomp on a 6 did not stack the camouflage counter because he thinks that this one will indeed do more damage. And here means we can dig through our deck and grab another camouflage counter and put it on top of our deck and get +2 to the check. With Devil Jin, if you have another attack in hand, you can do some really, really gross stuff. We'll see what he grabs, because you can grab a Goblin Bolt, you could grab a Teaming, you can grab all sorts of things to put in the yard. It's not just like, oh, I always get camouflage counter. This is a very much toolbox offensive deck.
I think Bolt is the right. Oh, we're going to go another. Yeah, we're going to get the other camouflage. Okay.
Okay, Camouflage Counter, of course, is a card. It's an innocuous low 4 diff, says 2 low 4, response card pool after an attack deals damage. Add this card to the top of the deck, which is why it's used in Devil Jin, because even though he's not attacked with either one of these Camouflage Counters, he can still respond with both of them. It does have an Asui response. If you've never played into an Asui 3, it's my genuine pleasure to recommend you go read it, because she's a very cool character and do some neat little looping stuff. And we see here the damage, the attack is going to go through. It's going to do damage, and we're getting 1 Camouflage Counter. Perhaps 2. We'll see. If Wub is playing another attack, he could Horrifying here to grab that camouflage counter and attempt to play it again, because he does not have anything on his board right now.
Mm-hmm.
But what I could see is responding with both, Horrifying Realization to get one of them off the top, and then you check with... we're just building. Okay, so on a 5 here. This one's on a 6. We're checking a 3. Responding with Devil Jin, drawing our bonus card, getting +3 to the check, so it still passes.
Yep.
And then this one on a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Moment of Normalcy, Exam Strategy, 1 card in hand. Godzilla could certainly do 35 with this board with the right draw. If he draws City Rampage plus Titan Cliff and Yahtzees off at the top, a bunch of attacks, I could certainly see Devil Jin dying, because we do not have a Goblin Bolt to block with. You know?
Yeah, this is EJ's hand could definitely. Okay.
There's that Gently Theft. We have the attacks, but not the City Rampage.
Yeah.
And there's no way to cycle for them. So I don't see Calvin dying without a string of 6 checks. It would take check 5, check 6, check 6,
we
check
can
6.
go massive swing, gain of momentum, add to check, massive swing, go back to massive swings.
Yeah, well, I think you just got to try to dig for the City Rampage here, which is what you see EJ's doing. Discards the 6 check because you could possibly build it later. If you get the Rampage, cool. If you don't, you know, it's such is life. And I just saw him grab a Guardian Angel of Chinatown off the top of the deck.
Mm-hmm.
This is a card that, man, when I saw it printed, I was like, this is the end of my Elder Toguro deck. You know, I said, this is it. I can't play the game anymore. And I haven't seen it resolved too many times, but it's certainly a workhorse as a 1 difficulty. It's saying for the rest of the turn, you cannot reduce the damage of my attacks. And into these backup decks that often have -14, -20 damage from their board, and they're just saying, yeah, what are you going to do about it? Well, this is a 1 difficulty card. 1 difficulty card that says, no, that entire archetype not happening. And it's the reason why we don't see a lot of those death DR decks anymore. You know, Greater Goals and things like that, not going to be as effective if your opponent can flip a 1 difficulty foundation and completely nuke your archetype, right? And so this is a card that is shaping a format because Godzilla can play it. And it's interesting to think about, because like we think of Titan Cliff, right? We think of Finally Free, we think of City Rampage, but not the little cards that are also enabling the deck to do its thing. All right, sorry. While I was talking, we see a massive swing being played, getting a momentum. We flipped over absolutely everything on our board. Calvin is down to 26, so he took 9 from the first move, which was a Vast Hybrid that froze a Moment of Normalcy. But the thing is, if EJ goes too much deeper in the turn, he's not going to have the capacity to block anything of note on the follow up. He
keeps missling.
Gently Theft is going to come in, and this is the cheeky little sideboard piece, right? It's going to come in as a 4 mid 11, and we have the block on a 7, checks a 3. Unfortunately, it's going to be a 4, 5, 6, and not going to be able to pass the check. Yeah. So add that to card pool, draw a card, because that's what the character does. But I think we're also still going to fail the block. Go down to 6, and EJ's going to attempt the final move. We're going to see 5, 6, 7, 8. Checks a 3. Checks cannot pass this. Okay, and that's the game, folks. Okay, you sometimes go for that, and I could easily see Wub draw a grip here, plus a heist, and do what EJ did last time. Got 2 attacks and a heist in hand. Yeah, this is everything that Devil Jin wants. Okay, opens with a heist, grabs a military airship. That certainly will go to the discard pile, so we can grab that later. We got a Goblin Bolt. If for some reason the Godzilla had an interaction, we got Superfly Stomp to go and grab whatever we want from our discard pile. Oh my god, and hit another teaming with the Attack Titan. Yeah. This is okay. We're gonna see poetry, really, because the end is near.
All right, so we're also gonna send that even if things went south, we can kick the momentum and say spend a momentum and lose your face up, so your final freeze gone.
Yeah,
like just as a precaution,
right? Because Superfly Stomp has another ability on it. Actually, it's the first ability, one that doesn't get used too often, right? It says your rival spends 1 momentum and sacrifices 1 face-up foundation.
And if they only have 1, well.
Sorry, folks. I tried to send that to the thing, and it's not there yet. But that is what happens. Superfly Stomp's 1 momentum bit is relevant here, right? Spends momentum from your opponent's side and makes them flip a card. Not only just grabbing cards from a discard pile, but here, I'll try resetting this.
There we go.
There, whoop. There it is. Okay. But yeah, with 2 exam strategies on board, with equipment heists on board, I think that it's just going to be...
We're doing the motions now.
Yeah. It's literally just like what paint would we like to use on this canvas, you know?
We're just like,
Yeah. And the thing is, though, you know, the devil is known for his violin play, right? So we may as well let the artist work.
Yep.
Okay, Camouflage Counter going to go to the top of the deck, get a bonus +1 to the next check. But crucially, it also leaves the card pool, right? We have used Devil Jins once per turn, so we can't do any sort of huge deep strings, but EJ's at 11, right, with only 3 foundations up. The massive mutant machines, if what I assume will happen is Calvin will play an attack, build in 1 mutant machine, play a second attack, and use both of them for +10/+10 to send it all home. So here's the Camouflage Counter. If it deals damage, it will again go to the top of the deck. Oh, did we draw it with Horrifying Realization?
Yeah.
That's what happened? Okay, I missed that. Okay, and we can put that one on the...
This card's just good.
Stream, yeah. Form Flip, each player discards 1 card and draws 1 card. So it's form speed, which means that if you stack the deck at response speed on damage with something like Camouflage Counter, you can go ahead and grab it outside of the enhanced step, which is pretty crucial. Okay, and we're going to be just putting 5/5 on this move, saying, hey, I don't need to do any tricks. It's lethal already, right? It's for 11, 12, I think.
We could do something. We could even go deeper and just be like pop a
exam strategy.
Yeah, like,
there's no need to. Yeah, certainly.
Like we have more gas. We don't need to. Yeah, PJ's like, yep, you got it, buddy.
Okay. Well, I wanted him to paint the canvas with some cool stuff. I wanted the Jackson Pollock that thing, but he said no. You know, actually, 2 stripes just fine.
Yeah, that's you know what? That's kind of what I expected. We finally got to see like what these equipment heists can do. This deck just, especially Jin's version of it, where it's like, well, I'll just respond, add 1, and then add 1 with my ability, and then go to the races.
Yeah, I mean, it's the promo from this event, right? The equipment heist. So certainly somebody at UVS Games knew this card was going to be at least good, if not format defining. But we've seen people attempt to make different versions of this on the evil symbol, or that have the evil symbol, right, with Hawks, because he's a character who gets 2 attacks every single turn. But Devil Jin is sort of the character that made it happen at this event, and it's what Wub ended up playing. I know he was between his Zeke War Chief that he won the regional earlier this year with, and this deck. I was chatting with him a little bit about it, and I told him, hey, you know, you've already proved your point with the deck. You've already we've got a bracket update.
George has defeated Travis Tangeman.
Wow, and that happened very quick.
Yes.
So
that's a porco. Yeah. Like. George won his win-in yesterday, and he said, I played this character because it's broken. and I'm going to make sure I win this event to make sure they fix it.
Dude, every single time I've seen George play, and I watched him while you guys were on stream, it's a turn 2.
Yeah.
It's a turn 2 every single time.
He's playing a casino deck. He's playing like the casino style.
But it's not a casino. The biggest problem that I see with the deck is that it's picking up from the card pool. And you see Calvin doing this too, right?
Yep.
With the camouflage counters, but there's a lot more interaction there. He just does it by warrant of being the character, right? And so when that character pops off, it feels really uninteractive.
Yep.
Especially since a lot of the quote-unquote interaction you could be playing gets answered immediately from the deck because he's milling cards, he's discarding cards with latent skill from hand, and so oftentimes it's not that he built a really powerful stage, it's just that the deck is doing the thing that the deck does. And well, anyway, back to this game. Back to this game. I think Equipment Heist, finally getting to see it do some really cool stuff is exciting for me because I was disappointed with the Equipment Heist decks that I saw yesterday. They were kind of their engines were puttering around and they got stuck shifting between gears. Calvin showing as the one of the winningest players. I think he's probably got, if not the most points, he's very close to having the most points this year, showing exactly what makes the deck tick. And getting a solid build here, going second into EJ, who only built 3. And one is a short-lived promotion, which is going to let us draw. We do have a horrifying realization to draw more, right? But we don't have Finally Free, right? We don't have a Titan Cliff yet, and that's why we're seeing him dig, because he could perhaps get one of those huge turns. We just don't have the width, the board width to be able to do that. And so I think what we're going to see here is a Vast Hybrid played to commit down that Broken Psyche into maybe a build. We could use the Horrifying Resolution. Just building, saying, hey,
I'm going to go wide.
Yeah, and so now we do have 2 foundations that need to be answered, right?
But we have once again double City Rampage ready to go.
Does he?
Yeah, he does.
I think he just has the 1.
He has 2.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, on the flip side, though, okay, Wub has an attack plus Equipment Heist.
Yep.
Okay, so is he going to go for a double build? Broken Psyche without momentum is not going to do anything, right? So here we go. Here's the Equipment Heist. We could add this to card pool. Checks a camouflage counter. No, draws a Vast Hybrid. We've got a game.
We got a game.
Yeah. Draws the bonus card from Devilgen. Discards one from the Equipment Heist. And, man, any number of things could happen this turn. Again, I think it's going to be set up, right? Because this is going to be on a 4 to protect our strategy from pass-through walls, right? But again, I think the pass-through walls is probably going to, we're going to see a Wub try to, we sealed it. We sealed it with Aerial Goblin Bow. Of course.
Yep.
What am I talking about? It's sealed for a turn. What I would have liked to have seen was Vast Hybrid hit it for 2 turns, but.
Okay, so we have 2. Okay, we have 2. So we have that and 2 attacks. All right.
Yeah.
So I think after what happened last game, I would want to flip that finally free right now.
Yeah.
I think that's the right play.
That was a pretty big deal last game. But if you're thinking, so is it you're thinking defensively or aggressively is the question here? Because both I think are valid targets.
Get the momentum while you can.
Yeah, you certainly yes, I agree. But in this case, I think Calvin's head is where yours is at. Saying, hey, I'm going to answer the pass-through rolls for turn, and then if I get to stick this Chimera Kraken because the Aerial Goblin Bolt hits, then I will stack these 2 camouflage counters and try to play this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken to mess with your board for next turn. But yeah, grabbing Cerritos, which is kind of Buck standard for us. I think here we don't have to go absolutely nuclear. We can do a setup for perhaps a later turn. And I think we're gonna take
the bolt,
and start stacking these camouflage counters. I think no horrifying realizations to play here to grab them off of the top again. But I think we're gonna stack them both and then play this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, a card that's been played pretty much from release to now in every single format, right?
Look at that. Look at the top 3.
Crazy. Teaming, we certainly knew the camouflage was there, but a Vast Hybrid, you wanted to see a 5 diff, or 5 check.
We wanted a 5 check somewhere.
Yeah, wanted to have a 5 control, but I mean, it's certainly not unhappy, right? Saying, I guess I will take this, But we don't have Devil Jin's response to be able to assist this. And now we did not use the Devil Jin, or we did not use Camouflage Counter's response from the other one in Pulse. So this is on an 8 raw. Checks a 4, 5 from the because Equipment Heist is in counter progressive, of course.
Yeah.
But we had +1 from the Inspiring Song, and yeah, this could be for a lot, man. Because we have the 3 attacks in card pool. We could grab a Mutant Machine. We do have an Exam Strategy as well, and Devil Jin's in hands. This could be huge. Now, do you want a full send like that is another question.
Or do we go get an airship? Just go get an airship.
Yeah, to support the teaming that we have in hand?
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, there is a line. The airship
is in the discard pile.
Yeah, in the discard pile. But there's a line where Wub could go for a kill, you know? Puts the I'm telling you, man, he could try. I don't know that he does. You know, we're seeing he's building in the Mutant Machines.
Okay, we're just pushing damage here.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, so let's do the math, right? This fast hybrid is getting 4 damage from Devil Jin.
Yep. We're
gonna have 5/5 from the Mutant Machine available. I'm not saying that he has to use it, right? But it's a 4 high for 10 right now. The thing is, though, that you have to worry about is that even if you put the 5/5 on it, EJ could block it.
Yep.
Right? And so I think what Wub is going to do is he's going to save the 5/5 and say, hey, if you got the block, you got the block. And EJ is put in a quandary. I want to keep my City Rampage in my attacks, right? And I want to save also my block for one that is going to be doing more damage, right? And so from 18, I think that you could die to a teaming.
Yep.
Not just could die, I think you do die to a
it's
teaming.
Like +10.
Yeah.
You go like +10, then plus, yeah.
So, but the thing is that it doesn't kill if Wub checks a 3, right?
Yep.
So he's deciding whether or not he's going to respond with the camouflage counters, doing the math. If it goes to the top and you have a 4 there with 3 in pool, the teaming is going to need a 5 check, and that means the exam strategy, doing both. Okay, yeah, saying, hey, the math says that I only need 3 in pool to get +10 with the other.
Yep.
So we check the 5 here, 6, right, gets us to the where we needed to, and we're going to go search for a second mutant machine, add to pool with Devil Jin. That's certainly going to be the game, I think, unless there's something from hand that we didn't see that EJ had, right? Yeah. It's going to get 4 damage from Devil Jin, going to 9. And then one mutant machine is going to take it to 14. A second one is going to take it to 19, which will be...
Did we bring in the runaway?
That's I didn't see it in hand, though.
But he has a draw effect.
He does have a draw effect.
He has a transformation. Maybe it's time to... he's going to press that button as just, why not at this point?
Right.
Let's see what he can do.
I mean, that would be the Yahtzee of the century.
I know.
That'd be some Jesse Cervini stuff if I ever heard of it.
That's Giggle's luck.
That's Giggle's luck.
He's just like, oh, okay.
The thing is, Jesse, when I played you, whether you're pissed or you're happy, you're still lucky. Giggles is only lucky, and it's exorbitantly lucky, when he's happy. If Giggles is having fun, his luck is insane, okay? But if he's unhappy, like when I played him in Canada 2 years ago, and the opera was going on in the background, dude was unhappy, and he was unlucky because of it.
Yep.
So he's like in Warhammer, orcs, when they believe in things, it just works. That's Giggles. If he believes in it, it works, and God bless him.
No, I just high roll sometimes, and I just make I make uncomfortable lines against people, and they're like, "What did you do, Jess?" I'm like, "I just made a really uncomfortable line. Do you have to make a decision if that was fine?"
The decision making is your own. Absolutely, man.
This thing is gigantic.
I love this. This is a thing though that Wub was telling me before this event a couple days ago. He said, oftentimes people use the mutant machines on a move they don't need to. You could save it for later when it's going to be blisteringly fast and blisteringly big. Killing from 18, man. 18. 18's a lot of number.
EJ's not even going to fear something. He's like, I don't got a line.
Yeah,
I don't think he brought in the runaways.
Wow, and so there it is. Going to 3 games. Okay, going the distance. Both of them took it, showing what their decks could do, but Wub taking it home.
On the top 4 for Wub, and then more points to his pile.
Wow, man.
Good run for EJ. Top 8 at this event. We'll take those all day.
Yeah.
And you know what? He gets to sit back and relax. As let me tell you, there's still like 50 minutes left in Top Cuts, and only one of their matches done.
Yeah. I mean, well, so that's what happens as we get closer to the final. People take a little longer with the decisions. And I was happy to see these players play to their outs, right? At no point was it all, predetermined, right? At a point I said I was gonna scoop. I would have scooped, and EJ took it back. But then we have the boy himself. What's going on, Wub?
Hey, how's it going?
Where Wub? Wub is in top 8. That's where he is.
I'm top 4.
Top 4, my bad. Yeah, top 4. Yeah.
I'm sorry you had to commentate an aggro game.
Dude, that was awesome.
Okay.
I had fun.
The thing is, you understand, we've had the equipment heist deck on multiple times. It never does a thing.
Yeah, I got to
And we finally
watch
got
it
to
work.
like, hey, see it
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah. Well, so you and I were talking a little bit before this event.
Yeah.
You said you were between playing the War Chief deck that you piloted to a win earlier this year,
Yeah.
and this one.
Yeah.
And I told you it was vibes, right?
Yeah.
You already proved your point. You've already got the points. You're going to Worlds, right?
Yeah.
And now it's just about like what feels good. Did this feel good?
It was cool. I think the thing was, like, I watched people play this, and, like, there were a few things that I sort of wanted to put on stream and show.
Sure.
Like the value of Ceratos. I think that match, like, it really came up a lot.
100%.
And, like, I just thought that it would be cool for me to, like, try a high optimized aggro event after doing 2 more, like, sort of mid-rangey. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, Zeke can kill people very early.
100%. Well, I love that. That was something I was kind of waxing poetic about, was that you were going for setups a lot of the time, not necessarily saying, hey, I'm going to kill you every single time I have the heist out. Certainly saw it in the third game where you converted from getting the Cerritos first and then saying, wait, I'm in a point where I could kill you with 2 of the mutant machines. But you did this, I was telling Jesse that you said this to me, you said, why do you have to use the mutant machine immediately? You could stack 2 of them and then put 10-10 on something and kill somebody from 18.
This is where Deviljin really exceeds as like an insane aggro character with this setup, is like you already add so much damage that you're already asking people to block everything, so you don't need the 5-5. And sometimes just 5-5 plus that is blockable for like a Rodan or something.
100%.
Whereas with a Goblin Bolt, you can fight a barrier shield, and it just becomes this inevitability that like is
Yeah.
very, very hard to have much interaction with.
Right, a lesser player in that situation would have used the mutant machine on the Chimera Kraken, and it was blockable, right?
Yeah.
9 speed was certainly doable from hand, and so putting it on the follow-up and saying, hey, if you can block this one, but you won't block the follow-up was a huge deal.
There was like a hard decision point about if I wanted to give him a draw and maybe hit him a 3rd time, and I realized like establishing 2 exam strategies for free, getting the 17 damage on the first turn was like way, way better because he's 6 built, and so I disrespected what I could do.
Yeah.
Which if I did have the heist, he was probably just dead, but like that allowed me to set up very well, commit almost nothing, and then like play on a 7, commit my 2 foundations or whatever.
Right.
And just hope that Godzilla couldn't hit me like 4 times, which
Okay.
didn't happen. But,
Sure
it
can.
could have, right? So.
Yeah. Well, so what's been the story of the event for you this weekend? Has the performer for the deck really just been the equipment heist with mutant machine interactions? Has there been anything in the deck that surprised you?
It's pretty much been within expectations.
Okay.
I think my sideboard, I sided a lot. I was very afraid of my own deck.
Okay.
So I have 4 pass-through alls, 4 driven by Retribution. I thought I need cards for this matchup, and I don't know if you guys saw, but I just sided nothing against Godzilla.
Okay. We were curious if you were going to bring in those driven by retributions for the city rampage, but
Yeah, no, like I thought about it, but at the same time, it was just kind of like, I don't think it does enough, and debuilding myself in the 5-hander, it really
Feels
needs to be
bad.
worth it.
Yeah.
So if I'm using Driven to answer a Driven in like a backup matchup or someone on the fire symbol, it's different. But here, it just didn't seem worth the equity. League of Villains is very cool, but I also haven't played against someone that's been worth building in over a Ceratos or an Airship or something. So
right. But maybe
cool
if you played a
asset, but,
Rodan or something.
it's unfortunate that it's like the 5th best one when you only get to build 3 or 4. Right.
Yeah. Okay, Jesse, you got any more questions?
I actually have one thing, because your build compared to all the other builds I've seen all weekend, why no armbar?
You do so much damage that it's just not super necessary. It's the kind of thing where Heist came out and we were looking at infinites, and then, like Ryan Levine on Hawks didn't run the infinite because it didn't matter, right? 45 damage is the same as infinity when your opponent has less than 45 life.
Right.
So it's the same kind of idea, where
All right.
maybe I'd get a little bit of extra reach sometimes, but it didn't really come up that much.
Okay.
And I just went for consistency, 4 ups of everything.
Well,
just trying to get to exactly what I need.
Well, you gotta wait. Yeah, looks like I think you actually will be taking on the Porco. George sent Travis flying in like record time.
Wow. Okay.
You guys were in game. We had finished game 1 and they were already done.
Yeah.
So we'll see what else
We played
happens.
in Swiss, and it was definitely explosive. You know, I got to go first. I do get to go first here, but it's the kind of thing, as you saw, where sometimes Heist doesn't get me to the second attack, and Cerados doesn't see it either.
Right.
So like that can certainly happen in a 5-hander. It's not super likely, but that's
It could, it's going to be the game.
So
Absolutely.
we'll see how it goes. I'm excited.
Okay, well, well, enjoy your break, man, and I hope you take it home, man. My horse was Mitchell, so now I'm just like, well,
Yeah.
I got to get Mitchell's other guy. yeah. Well, okay, I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I will take that. Oh,
Well, man here.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's been really funny actually because every time I reach for the microphone, people are like, handshake. and I'm like, no, I want the microphone. but yeah, thanks, man.
I was worried you were going to be on the chip aggro deck. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Gonna be what?
On the chip aggro stuff. I'm like, I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
All right. So the bottom half of the top 4 bracket has been updated. We have it's gonna be Calvin, Wub against George, and that's gonna be a fast one. I think.
Blistering. I mean, the thing is that George is playing barrier shields.
Yes.
Right, and those on offense are crazy for Porco because he gets to slam them into the card pool, and they ignore progressive for the rest of the turn, which means that he's ignoring part of the character's detriments, right?
Yep.
But they could also just be used defensively, right? A 1919 speed move from Calvin could get answered by a very well played barrier shield, right? But on the flip side, right, if he doesn't have it, that's not a deck that has very many defensive tools from board, right? And so with a giant turn, 24 health is not a lot. We saw Calvin do 35 in a turn, on a turn where he wasn't planning on it, right? He just said, oh, the opportunity is here for me because of what I saw with Cerritos and what I drew for the turn, and I hit the equipment heist with only attack in hand and it turned into 4, right? And so that's a thing that could happen very, very easily. But that's the card to look out for here is that barrier shield, both on offense and on defense. So are we going to go straight into it?
I think we're going to be hitting break, actually.
Okay.
We're going to relax, I think, and...
On the flip side, though, we do have...
Dawson won also.
Okay.
So both of the Porcos are in
continuing.
top 4.
That's interesting, because Porco was not one of the most represented characters in the room, right?
There was only like 5.
They were in the 55%
and
of...
2 of them converted.
Right. So of the 5 of them that came to the event with it, 2 of them converted into Top Gun. I'm not a huge believer into this conversion theory. I think that players matter. Kevin Broberg brought also the Devil Jin deck. That doesn't mean that Broberg...
He decided to call it. He lost 2, and he's like, I'm just going to call it a day. I'm going to go
Sure,
relax.
he certainly could have tried to convert from there. But, Porco was at 3.8%, was one of the... But it was, along with Midoriya and Hanji Zoe, the least represented of the most represented characters.
That was 6. So it would be...
But like I said, I don't take a lot of stock in conversion rates or anything like that because I think that bracket matters, how you felt that day matters, right? I've certainly had events where I was vomiting around 2 and I still won out, and so on and so forth, So random things can happen. But it is interesting to talk about just the strength of the deck and how fast it can be, and how it really comes over a lot of other decks just because of how it invalidates your board at quick speed. Not in a way that it can preserve over the course of the game. If you go to turn 7 against a Porco, they're not winning. No. It needs to win turns 2 to 4. At least this version that we're probably going to be watching here, because I see George and I see Wub setting up. It's something that if you survive, if you survive, you can beat. But that's something that a lot of the decks haven't been able to do because George has made a very deep run at this Hot Lana event.
Yeah, so I'm going to be stepping away for this match. We are going to be doing both of the top 4 matches.
Yes, I think so.
And actually, with one side already being done,
we could
let's
just
fire them off.
We could just go straight in.
So Barrett is going to jump in here.
Yeah.
I'm going to get set up and away.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break while we swap over, but we'll be right back with a top 4 event or match between Calvin and George.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Barrett Bryant, joined again, for the first time today at least, with Christopher Bromley. And we are excited to announce, everybody, that the way that the bracket's kind of working out, and because I told you all at the beginning of the day, we're going to be streaming both of the top 4 matches. One side of the bracket's already ready. Now, on the other side of the bracket, we're still waiting on one of the matches to be done, which is why there wasn't an update yet. But we're going to be able to jump into Calvin Harrigal, Wub, who we just saw, versus George's Porco deck. But before that, we have to give the people what they want.
We have to give the boys at home, okay, something cool to look at, some eye candy, you know?
Candy? Like
a card?
Like a card.
Like a card!
From Guilty Gear Strive, of course. We have this upcoming set for next month. We saw an attack last round, so we have another one for you guys as well. Also with the infinity symbol, 5 difficulty 3 check, 5 mid for 3, 1 high block, Wild Assault, has tension and charge, and has a response that says, after you play this card, your rival spends 1 momentum. So once again, like the first card we saw today with the infinity action that has like some momentum or Roman cancel hate, this attack right here as well, while it has tension, I'm going to get myself a Roman cancel token, but if you have one, I'm going to make you.
Rid of it.
Yeah.
And it's playable on a block, too.
Absolutely,
with
it
a
is.
very good block. This is something I really like to see. As somebody who plays a lot of defensive cards, oftentimes defensive cards have the bad block modifiers, and those are the ones I want to block with.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy to see something that's like, hey, this is a defensively oriented card, right? It's a disruptive tool that also has, like, it's not overcosted for it, quote unquote. So, yeah. I mean, and you're somebody who's on design. Okay, it's no secret. Okay, but and if I step over a line, tell me otherwise. But tell me why. Do you know why this has the infinity symbol on the other card? Because this is a move from somebody else, right?
I think it's just the realm where, in a world where, so we showed off the Roman cancel detention mechanic, obviously, and it's very eye popping. It's very scary. It changes the dynamic of what momentum represents in our game of UniVersus. So of course, everyone should have a tool at their disposal that is, shows the world where you're allowed to play the mechanic as well, but there should also be answers to it involved as well. As we saw from the action card, here's another one, an infinity one, and it's not like it's overstated, right? It's 3 damage move. Of course, it gives you a momentum, so you can use that later and pay it forward. But like you said, even if you're playing a 3-check block trick that has momentum hate, we just think something like this should exist in case right off the get-go the Roman cancel mechanic or the tension mechanic gets a little too strong. But we also have your bracket update here for Dawson Milstead 1 on the other side of the bracket. So we have 2 Porco decks in our top 4, and we're just waiting to find out on which of their opponents is going to be Phil Birch or Matt Childress. But we're going to move into the other side of the bracket. Like we said, we're going to be jumping straight in. Wub, we just saw already. You guys showcased an incredible match where Wub had to come from behind after losing game 1. 2 games in a row, had to win.
Yep.
And here we have his Devil Jin list.
Yeah, I think the name of the game in this one is going to be Inspiring Song, because Porco's attack strings are on, as a very famous philosopher I know says, razor-thin margins, okay? So I think that's going to be the card that if it comes up, it will come up in a big way, in a small way, but do some very big things for the match. And on the other hand, we have George, I forget George's last name.
Ranzel?
Ranzel?
It's I think it's RA. We're George here playing Porco Galliard on the fire symbol, and very straightforward. I'm excited to commentate Porco because I think he is very intricate, and this is a very well-structured deck. Lots of 4-ofs. We want to find the good ones that enable this character, and at the end of the day, the name of the game is teaming with the attack titan on those attack strings. And
on both sides of the table.
For everybody at home as well, this is actually a rematch from Swiss.
Yeah.
And based off of the final standings, you can kind of assume that Wub actually ended up winning the match in Swiss. Wub being able to go first. I think he went first, won the die roll during Swiss.
Yes.
Going to be able to go first again. But they both said that it both came down to just check a 5.
Yeah.
And so it is a razor-thin margin type of match that we're going to watch here. And our players are ready to jump in, and so we are too.
Getting a 3 build off the rip here. And I was saying a little bit to Jesse that this match is gonna on George's side at least, Barrier Shield can do some very tricky things here. It's very good for Porco. He's one of the few characters who can use it offensively and defensively. Not for its enhance ability, but just because when it's in the card pool, it does not contribute towards progressive difficulty. And Porco's sort of his bit of detail on his character card that lets him add cards back to hand from card pool is that, hey, they are going to get replaced with something from hand. And so Barrier Shield is one of the few cards, I think maybe the only card in the format for him that says that, hey, actually, I'm not adding to card pool
Yeah.
progressive, right? I'm actually subtracting from it when I pick up this card.
There's even some cheeky tricks too, where you can like pick the attack back up, shove in a foundation, and with cards like Forcing Surrender on the
Kick 'em out
fire,
of the card
you
pool.
can kick them out. So you actually get rid of the detriment that would normally be said otherwise. But a solid build 5, I think, over there on the side for George.
Yeah.
And so we're going to keep the 3 cards in our hand because we were a 7-hander and we went second. We have a bonus one. But Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken is the lead-in attack here from Calvin. Regardless if this is a kill turn or not, being able to freeze down one of these foundations, such as this Marley's Warriors, means we're not going to have access to that incredible plus to our check for the entire turn for Porco next turn.
Yeah, and so we're going to be going with a block with the Barrier Shield here. Okay, not using it as an enhance. And here's a camouflage counter. So there's a genuine a sort of toss-up between what do you freeze? Is it the Marley's Warriors for the check, or is it the latent skill for the dig?
Yeah.
You're playing into a 7-hander as a 5-hander. You know, latent skill, or as I like to call it, Latino skill, as a a resident Miami native, is a card that can make or break a game. Often, and is often the discard is a bonus with a character who has all of these cards that do something when they hit the discard pile.
We see 2 copies of Lust for Battle in our stage
Already.
and you would think that would be a detriment in the sense of like we don't have those to discard with latent skill, but we also did build a Frightening Calm. So on our own turn, we can not only give our attack stun, but we can give minus checks to our opponents. But that relies on us living this turn, Bromley.
Yes,
because
it sure does.
Like you said, we're a 7-hander. We only have 24 health to play with, and Devilgen is a king at outputting damage over and over again.
And he's certainly already used the Barrier Shield from hand to block with, right? He does not have that to get an oh crap handle and press the button to put an attack to 0 speed. There's no equipment heist shenanigans going on here, but how many of those do you need to do 24 damage? We could certainly see a team of the Attack Titan do something crazy, and so we are going to get the 5 to block this one. Wow.
Yeah, great low block having the I'm with you from hand just to get things going, because I think although Calvin is down to just play the Vast Hybrid, get the commit and freeze on that Marley's Warriors, not connecting at all means George is going to feel a lot more impactful and safe when it comes to the next turn after this, because now building for Calvin is going to be a little more difficult. As we check a 3 here on this Inspiring Song, and you said how impactful this card might be in this matchup.
Song. Yeah, I think that you never want to commit Broken Psyche, right, to get these to pass the check, but we didn't get any momentum this turn, right?
Yeah.
George did just happen to have the right block zones and happen to check the right numbers as well. And so we didn't get any damage through. That doesn't mean the game is over. George here only ripping 2 attacks to start with. But we're going to see him go for it and maybe dig for... Okay, checks a 3, goes to 4.
Not only is it 2 attacks, but that teaming with the Attack Titan is one of those ones that we can't even realistically
start with.
think about playing until there's like 2 more attacks in our card pool.
Yeah. So interesting. We talked a little bit about the Frightening Calm earlier. Oh, it's already on the board. But with the Lust for Battles on the table, it's kind of like a 2-speed swing, right? Because it's stun 1, and then it's also Lust for Battles getting the trigger. So we're gonna see if and when George decides to go all the way in, right? He's going to discard 2 cards here, and that's really going to determine it. Discards 2.
That's the 4th one.
The Bing Bongs. This has happened every time I've watched this deck.
But Lust for Battle, that's the 4th one in the entire deck, right? One was already there as we tried to use it defensively, and then we now have the I'm with you for even more damage. And this is a Hell Spider, so we're going to be getting additional speed to all of our moves.
Broken Psyche's playable while committed?
Yeah, it grabs a 6 check
Picks
after
up
you
a
take
6
damage.
You know it's a 6 check?
The schemes.
The schemes are all 6 checks, bro?
I think they're all 6 checks.
Maybe not all.
I can't remember. I don't think all of them are.
Yeah, but Equipment Heist certainly is. And George here did not get the attacks he needed.
So just to build a couple more and pass.
Yeah, build, pass, hold 3 to block with. One of them is a Barrier Shield, though.
Yeah.
Right? So we have the tools on board. The things that I talked about being important are on the table.
But we gave our opponent, at the cost of giving them a equipment heist to start the turn off with because of that response from that Broken Psyche. Immediately, we saw this have success against EJ at game 3, right? Even though you check an attack on the scheme, you can add it in, draw your card with the Devilgen response, and only have to commit 1 foundation.
And draw another and discard one with the equipment heist, you know? This is something that's interesting because I often see, Devilgen players hold their response, right? Because they want to go deep or whatever. But for Calvin, it's he really values the card draw, you know, and immediately getting
Yes,
Equipment Heist.
this is immediately going to be live for this equipment heist.
Yeah.
So these things like Massive Mutant Machine can come into the stage very quickly.
Yeah.
And who needs the extra plus to your check from the Devil Jin response when you just need to play less attacks because I'm against a 24 life character?
Yeah. It's interesting to talk about, or talk to you specifically about this, because you have some eyes behind the curtain. In my day, back in my day, there wasn't a whole lot of deck searching, right?
Yeah.
And if there were, they were on cards that checked like ones, right? Like Let's Party, and that was fairly new,
Yeah.
I think. In this new UVS Games run era, there's a lot of deck searching and actually not a whole lot of discard grabbing.
Yeah.
It's kind of the inverse of what I remember being the case.
Yeah, definitely like a shift, especially with even you see characters like Mimic get eroded because of how impactful he is when he grabs cards from his discard pile, and he's like, okay, maybe he's doing a little bit too much, so dialing it back, and he still has success because that is such an impactful ability. Meanwhile, like you said, Superfly Stomp, we're able to you can play it as a blitz and then search your deck for a card and put it in your discard pile, so that when characters like Devil Jin use the cards in their discard pile for their advantage, like this aerial Goblin Bolt that can help me be used on offense
cancel a Barrier Shield.
as long as it's in my card pool.
Yeah.
We can get these tools to play the game.
So here we see EJ using the Barrier Shield while he's had the opportunity to, saying, okay, there's a Goblin Bolt there. I'm going to use this thing here now. And blocking with a Teaming.
Yeah, the low block on this does feel really good, and the breaker going off as well. And now that because there's a
equipment heist.
yeah, there's just a real situation now as well where because of that breaker too, this is one of the strong defensive pieces that has access in this Porco deck because we've already used the Devil Jin response.
Yeah. And we didn't use Inspiring Song, so I think this is going to be a setup here to put a 6 on top of the deck, grab the equipment heist, and I think we're gonna have to pass the turn back, right? The ball's gonna go back into George's court, and if he draws another hand like he did last turn, it might be all she wrote for him. On the flip side, if he draws a very aggressive turn, boy howdy, could it end.
Yeah, exactly. We're definitely still making the decision here for the Ceratos form of which of these cards is going to go on top and when's going to go on bottom.
Right.
The question here is, do we actually want to put that equipment heist in our discard pile right now, even if it's the 6 check, or do we just want to put it on the bottom of our deck to maybe see at a later point in the game? Guess not. So we have a 6 check on top. The question is, do we continue to build that foundation we picked up? Yep, so we know that this is going to work because, of course, the equipment heist in our card pool doesn't count towards progressive difficulty. So it's on a 4, and we checked a 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary place to be in as Calvin,
Yeah, still no momentum, no damage on the table. Passing back now with only 2 ready foundations, one of which being that Inspiring Song. So we have a little bit of counterplay, but now we've gone through the full turn cycle, and now that Marley's Warriors that we froze a couple turns ago is now back and ready to be used.
These aren't the droids we're looking for.
Those weren't the
And there's
droids.
no Latino skill on the board, Barrett.
Yeah, we've already used those kind of tools, and so we're probably going to have to spend another time setting up and playing good defense. And eventually you just start running out of these resources that you're trying to use to stay alive, like those barrier shields. And our deck is getting so thin as well.
Yeah, I mean, so this is the thing: is the Porco deck, right, really skews its power towards the early turns when it's doing its milling, right? When it's getting those cards out of the hand. But those cards don't do much on board unless you have Frightening Calm. And Frightening Calm is the only destroy trigger in the deck.
Yeah.
So if you don't find that tool, it's not doing anything. And so we're going to be building 3. We've got a healthy board here to try to block with, but no more barrier shield, right?
We actually did draw one.
We drew another one?
We did.
Oh, we just drawn one every turn?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure you would have liked to have drawn attacks instead of
Yes,
barrier shield.
absolutely.
But that's pretty cool.
But
Okay.
yeah, another lease on life here for Calvin, and we know that he already has this equipment heist because we picked it up from that Ceratos, and we still have access to the Ceratos now to use at some point during this turn. And if we check an attack right now, which we do, or no, we didn't. I saw the orange. It was on me.
It's okay. It's okay.
So it means we're not going to be able to have this equipment heist enhance ability in the card pool live on the first attack, but it will for sure be live on the next one.
So now that we've got equipment heist going, right, we are going to freeze over the Dark Ward, right, because now we can get our response. What response trigger would we look? Oh, Goblin Bolt.
It's just Goblin Bolt, yeah.
Protecting Goblin Bolt is a huge deal for this turn. So this tells me that...
Also camouflage counter.
And camouflage counter. Okay. We still have one more Dark Ward on the board, though.
Yeah, we do. So you have to. So only one thing can get canceled. But again, if we just play really good blocks, you never have to worry about the camouflage counter response as long as you don't take any damage from other attacks.
Yeah. Still have Cerritos' form, I think.
We do.
To available to us right here. And Frightening Calm can be used defensively.
You can blow up a foundation, yeah. It would give the opponent's attack stun, though. It does say this attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you could use that to hit the Lust for Battle triggers, right?
Yeah, if we ended up committing them to pass a check. But a mill 3 here from the Porco just to get more cards in our discard pile. And I think we actually just milled 3 Mighty Blitzes, which are the attacks that we wish we drew. But I think we're just trying to get to a cycle here from George because, like I said, that deck is getting very, very small.
Yeah, at this point, you know exactly what's in the deck if you do your number counting.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay. So
That's
we're
a
seeing
low
here.
block.
I think he went for the stun. Stun's the lesser. What I was thinking was you could stun the lesser battle, right? Destroy it, give your opponent another stun,
You
stun
could
the
dub
other.
one. Yeah. I don't actually. Did we press the right? I thought it was more we went for the block on the I'm with you, and we checked a 5, so we committed one foundation.
Okay, that's
so ready now. It is playable. Now you can just blow up the first Lust for Battle and do the thing you just said, and all you do is commit the other Lust for Battle. But here we have a Superfly, or sorry, no, we played an Aerial Goblin Bolt from our hand, and then now shoved in a Superfly Stomp. So there's so many attacks in our card pool, and the Blitz ability on Aerial Goblin Bolt gets us a seal.
It's gonna seal that Dark Ward.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. Now both Dark Wards have been answered to, which means this Aerial Goblin Bolt response and this Camouflage counter response is now playable as long as...
Oh, wait, we're searching the deck. Is this from the Military Heist?
Equipment Heist, we're gonna go grab... Oh, no, wait.
Or are we Superfly Stomp? I think we played the Superfly Stomp and then responded with Devil Jin to add the Aerial Goblin Bolt to the board. Okay, so we're not playing...
My bad.
It's okay,
I saw the order because it got moved in and we were moving in, but you're right, Superfly Stomp Blitz.
A more amateur a commentator would have not seen that, but a professional like myself,
True.
we find those things quite easy. Oh my god, a teaming's in the card pool.
Yeah, that one being
That
added
one's
from the
added
Devil
from
Jin
the-
Enhance.
yeah.
And again, we still haven't pressed the Ceratos button either, so setting ourselves on our discard pile up, we still have an asset that we're about to search for as we're going to press that right now.
Yeah, here's the cycle from
Can
George.
only imagine the... Yeah, Airship is also a good call. Getting able to buy back one of these cards in our card pool and play it again, such as this teaming with the attack time that we just added to our card pool.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, once these attacks start hitting, and they will start hitting at some point,
The camouflage counters.
you're gonna have to start worrying about the camouflage counters. And I would assume we're gonna pick up this teaming with the attack titan with military airship. You certainly would have wanted to see George get hit earlier in the game as Calvin, right?
Yeah.
But 24 is still very possible here. Removed 3 teaming with the attack titans and a flash fire fist is what I saw there.
Yeah.
Not what you want to see is George. Milling a third one into Besiege. Here's the airship picking up teaming.
There it is. It's in our hand. It's essentially a 1 difficulty attack, and then you have to add the progressives, of course, because we have so many attacks in our card pool. Of course, if things like the Aerial Goblin Bolt get flipped over, or if the Camouflage counter leave our card pool from their effect, then they will actually not be the same difficulty. We have to do some different math, but an extra attack in our hand regardless for Calvin. That military now being used.
Here's the Frightening Calm being used, responding with Lust for Battle. We've got one more trigger to that, but we do have stun on it. So yeah, I'm gonna say, hey man, I'll stun that. Oh no,
There it is.
hey.
Yep. The same play ready to go for the next time. Just
Yeah.
trying to do a little bit of check hacking because again, that Devil Jin response has now been used.
Yeah.
So even though you have the teaming, depending on what the difficult or the check is going to be, you might actually start committing some foundations. But that's what I was going to bring up. Wub hasn't committed a single foundation this entire turn, and 2 of the cards are capture the target.
Yeah, and he still hasn't used Cerritos.
Yes.
So
Yeah, we're gonna be able to
Yeah.
stack our deck.
yeah, I think okay, progressive difficulty does ramp up very quickly, especially when you play someone like Devil Jin.
Yes.
So realistically, I think even with the teaming with the attack titan in hand, there's probably between 2 and 4 attacks, right?
Yeah.
And I would skew on the lesser side of that. So George is hoping, praying, right, that these early blocks are going to mean that I think trying to go for the point where the barrier shield stops the one that does 20.
And man, crazy enough too, we held on to this mid block, and I'm pretty sure this is actually a full block. I think when we added the team of the attack titan, Calvin did make it a mid. I'm not entirely sure. We're going to find out here from the damage, but
No,
it looks like it
he's
was
taking
still
it.
kept
No.
a low,
Yeah, it's kept
which
low.
means, and here's what I think is going to happen, the camouflage counter response is going to be able to go
Pick it up
live.
with Cerritos.
Going to be able to pick it up because you can readjust the order or just straight add it to your hand,
Yeah.
right? You can either leave it on top still, or of course just add it and then
But-
put one on the
So
bottom.
he responds with it, going to respond with Dark Ward, but that means that Goblin Bolt is live. It means that George is valuing the camouflage counter cancel more than being able to protect the Oh man, but here, the capturing targets are just going to ready, right?
Yeah, so we actually took a 2 here, and this was on a 5 because of that
Yeah.
Lust for Battle. But yeah, 2 of those cards that we just committed are the capture the targets, and our first enhance is just ready to capture the
It's going
target.
to be ready these, and we still have Inspiring Song available to us.
Yes.
Whether it be for speed or for plus my own checks. I will assume it's going to be used for plus my own checks because, these games are on a tightrope.
Yeah. A rage within margin, you would say.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. But yeah, I mean, the point is that you have to have another perfect block, I think, for this, or then, like you said, the camouflage counter is going to come through. So I just wonder, but here's the second camouflage counter now getting added
3, 4, 5, 6 damage. And we're going to start digging for those mutant machines.
Yeah, I think those are the only assets we're playing, right? It's Cerato's military airship and mutant machine
And
main
3
board.
mutant machines,
Yeah, so mutant machine in the card pool now, and all of a sudden, this attack and the next attack we play will
5/5.
just be lethal.
And so, yeah, I think George is going to have to, he's going to have to force the aerial goblin bolt to get flipped over and use the barrier shield. But yeah, I think if Wub sticks 2 attacks into the card pool, and he certainly will, I think it's going to be all she wrote for George.
Yeah, taking a look at our discard pile, seeing our options, what we might be checking, what we'd be looking at. We've removed so many cards already because of the cycle and all of our...
And our Bing Bonds.
Yeah,
so.
they removed themselves as cost. And so now even counting cards in our deck, seeing what the likelihood is, like, hey, it's just a world where I can maybe block this with a good block mod and just checking well. Because like you said, you can't just press the barrier enhance button, or barrier shield enhance button.
Maybe he's a second barrier shield. He's deciding on whether to use the latent skill for. Because he does have 3 in hand. He could feasibly... discard 2 and Yahtzee into barrier shield plus the right zone. And then he could use 2 barrier shields on this.
Do you take that risk then where you discard 2 cards and then it gets canceled though?
It's your canceling the latent skill?
And
you
have
can't
one
do that.
card in
You can't
hand.
do that there. Sorry.
Okay.
I forgot latent skill is discard 2 for cost.
Yeah,
Unlike the most recent versions of that effect.
Not your meeting Hanj of today, you know.
Okay. So we're going to go through the motions of...
And checking a 3 on it also feels bad because you have to actually tap 1 foundation to pass the enhance that just gets canceled anyway.
Yeah,
And then here comes the Inspiring Song. We'll see what he chooses. And now it means we can press the latent skill button. So it's the opposite order, but the same result of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
One of which being the loss of consciousness, but it's 1 enhance late because the Inspiring Song is gone.
Yeah. So that's the thing is that it's safer to, it would have been, you would want to do it while the barrier shield's in hand because you could confirm it.
Yeah.
But now you committed and you said, oh, well, I tried. He played to his outs,
Yeah,
He
absolutely.
played to his outs. The 2 camouflage counters are going to go on top of the deck. And this is the most insane board state to play the Cerato's because you get to put 1 on the bottom of the deck, draw the other one, and then stack a 5.
Yeah, and you're still going to have +2 to your check to do so. And so having already used, again, Webb showing the finesse with this deck, right, is that once you even use the Devilgen response, it's okay. You can still find ways to cheat the check of your deck and still pass them while not having the 3 check on top of your deck. And so that's game 1 going to Wub.
Yeah, this is the first time. I've seen George play a lot just because I was hanging around.
Yeah.
And he was playing during breaks, and I saw him on stream, and he's turned 2 every time he's won.
Oh.
Every single time.
And then this
I've seen
time,
it.
just not the
Yeah,
cards
he
in
just
hand.
did. Sometimes that happens when you stuff your deck with all sorts of cards that don't do anything on the board, right?
Yeah.
They're there to be milled with your character or discarded with latent skill. Sometimes you draw them and you just got not even like dead hand, like, oh man, I didn't draw.
It's like a do nothing.
They literally do nothing. You advance your board state in terms of the amount of foundations you can tap, but they're not doing much. The only relevant cards, or the cards that had relevant text, were Dark Ward, and Wub had 2 pieces of interaction, right? And so even with your attempt to interact from hand using Barrier Shield was not enough because of Aerial Goblin Bolt. So a this Devilgen deck specifically, right, has tools to deal with the 2 big places where you could possibly try to interact over the course of that turn.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think he played to his outs. He tried as he could, and it wasn't like Wub had the craziest draws ever either, right? I thought it was a fairly straightforward, regular game.
And remember, even that turn that we just won with for Wub, it was still a setup again, right? Remember, we used the Cerato's, saw the double equipment heist reveal,
right?
Add 1 to our hand, so even giving the information to George, like, hey, I've got this non-block in my hand, but it does mean if you pass it back to me, then I'm going to have access to the equipment heist. But, as we see some of these cards coming in, we saw the Hero's Upbringing coming in. We're seeing a couple copies of, that's the promo.
Driven by Retribution.
Yeah, Driven by Retribution, which is great for getting these problematic cards out of the card pool that Devilgen does, as well as just getting rid of the equipment heist.
The equipment heist specifically, when we were interviewing Wub last round after he won, he said the Driven Retribution was there for the mirror.
Yeah.
I thought he might bring it in for Godzilla. He said, "No, I don't really care that much about the City Rampage. What I care about is the mirror and backup decks because it does hit a card in their stage, right?"
Correct.
But yeah, so you see 2 of them in George's deck specifically for this sort of matchup, and he's also got. I remember talking about it yesterday. The 4 activate the coordinates, right? So really hating on the backup decks, right? But yeah, driven by Retribution, if it gets built, right, you would need to open with a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, right? And if you have, and this is the thing that, as a guy who likes to play defensive characters with defensive setups and a lot of 2 and 3 difficulty foundations, you have to, if you're playing against something like a Vast Hybrid, if you're playing against, you have so many threats on your board that there's no right decision.
Correct.
Right? And so if you have Driven by Retribution and Dark Wards, and you have your Marley's Warriors, and if you have so many of those pieces, it becomes a kind of a catch-22. You will have some of them live. So for guys at home, if you're like me and you really want to play, a slower, more measured game, you can do it. It's just you got to feel comfortable with losing some of those pieces and just playing tons of redundancy.
And you ready? I'll even hit you with the other side. I've been somebody that's typically had more success as someone who wants to play slower decks and control decks, but I have the most success playing aggro decks, even characters like Porco, but making sure that the cards in my deck still have relevant defensive text as well, because the aggro 7 hand size kind of format or formula is your character and the attacks in the deck should already be doing all the heavy lifting.
Right.
What if it's like the Tim Keefe approach, where all the foundations in your deck are the point and clicks interaction for your opponent that make your opponent struggle to defend against you and then still give you a fighting chance against other aggressive decks like this Devil Jin?
Yeah, there are things that I like to call two-way cards. And oh wow! And so Wub actually put in the Driven by Retribution, which I like, because you get to get rid of those teaming with the Attack Titans.
Yeah, choice cards that Porco wants to pick up.
So here I was talking about Driven by Retribution in the Porco deck, but it's also good in Wub's deck. It's something that he's saying, even though I'm a 5-hander and my foundation count really matters, it matters more being able to say no, especially going second.
Yeah, and one of the other cards we built, Short-Lived Promotion. So for one of these turns, we're not actually going to be a 5-hander.
We're going to be a 6-hander. This is one I remember the other Calvin, right? Calvin Tejan was talking about being kind of like, I can't believe nobody's playing this in Godzilla.
Yeah.
Right? And we saw EJ did play it last match, and it is present in Calvin's deck. I agree. This is the best point to draw cards is the beginning of the turn.
Absolutely.
As somebody who played a lot of Future Charge, that's pretty close to the beginning of the turn.
As close as you can.
I had to play it, but the best time to do it is at the beginning of the turn because you have the full knowledge of what you're going to be doing, right? If you draw in the middle of the turn, right? I played a lot of Mikasa. You draw a ton of cards, and I've talked about how I don't like 5-tips in the deck because if I draw in the middle of the turn, I don't want to play them.
Yeah.
And so that's the sort of anyway. Let's get back into the game.
Well, so other key pieces we'd had George not being able to do a turn 2 offensive like you said, but instead what's going to be happening is George did build a key card in this matchup, which is Forcing Surrender. You're also able, not just with Driven by Retributions, to get those kind of stuff out of there, but you're able to use Forcing Surrenders to get rid of equipment heists. But of course, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken coming down, we're going to commit and freeze one of those Driven by Retributions, so that Wub says, I'm the one with this card, I'm going to play with it, you are not allowed to use yours against me.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool, a duel sort of over this.
The fire symbol attune.
Yeah, it's really neat. And Devil Jin himself, I think it's Evil, Fire, and Chaos.
Yeah.
To Porco's Fire Death.
Correct.
So both of them, like you said, having that fire attune. Okay, and George, again, just going for the blocks where he can. Loss of consciousness and I'm With You, although they do nothing in stage and nothing really in hand, they only do stuff when they get discarded. They do have 2 high and 2 low blocks, respectively. So they're not so bad to feel like you're gripping onto. But here we go. We've got a camouflage counter being played, which means that if this one hits, you could potentially put 2 cards on top of your deck.
Yeah, I think we're debating the Devil Jin response here. We did check a 3 here, the attack, which means we're allowed to use it.
It would add
6. Yeah, it's because currently on a 6, and we checked a 3, so I think we're just making the decision to tap 3 cards sideways.
Yeah. You may want it to be able to guarantee a build later, perhaps, especially since you've got okay. We had +1 to the check. We had +1 to the check, so we only have to tap 2. We're gonna
okay, sweet.
Yeah, we're gonna ready one with heavy.
Capture the target. He's gonna get ready. We have 3 cards in our card pool, or 3 attacks in our card pool specifically, and then now we're gonna use our Devil Jin Enhance to shove in something in from our discard pile, and it is going to be that Aerial Goblin Bolt to maybe dissuade anything like a Barrier Shield Enhance or any defensive trick that we might have. I guess I haven't been looking enough at George's hand to figure out if we even have an option like that.
I don't think I saw it in the opening hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so last
we do
game,
have one.
sort of the story. We do have a Barrier Shield in hand.
Yeah.
Okay, well, certainly not gonna be able to do that unless we use our latent skill. But we do see his hand has a lot more of those attacks than we did last time,
So
right?
it's just about surviving.
Yeah, I mean, last game he had to block with the teaming, right? And this time I think he said he's probably going to say, "Hey, I lost because gonna play the Barrier Shield, force the flip of the Goblin Bolt."
Maybe we haven't done it yet. So
Interesting. I mean, what else could you might be holding it to?
oh, it was just a block. Never mind. It was
just a
actually made
block.
a high
Okay.
because of the
That
Aero
is what
Goblin
happened in
Bolt.
game one, too.
That is
Yeah.
exactly what happened in game
Yeah.
one.
George really saying no. I'm not gonna be greedy with these. I need to save my life total now because they are quote unquote easy to block with. Change the attack to high, by
Yes.
the way, and that's why it was a full block.
Yeah, and then we went and played another camouflage counter here from our hand directly on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We actually checked a 6 on it with that equipment heist.
Yeah.
So still being able to keep that Driven by Retribution ready, important, and another stun one coming in with the camouflage counter. And if this one lands, we're going to be able to put both of the camouflage counters on top of our deck from our card pool,
Yeah.
and we still have our Devilge in response because Wub has held on to it this entire time.
Yeah, I mean, as George, you gotta be hoping and praying for a good block. Okay, get rid of a Mighty Blitz from the top of the deck with our one-man Inferno.
Yeah, now we're going to press the latent skill and discard 2.
Wow.
And so the question is...
Looking for the zone. Man,
Yeah.
really valuing his life total here.
Yeah, the
right?
question is if we do this, he's like, I have an Aerial Goblin Bolt in my card pool.
Oh, he says no responses. No? I mean, that's the thing is he has to discard for cost.
yeah,
So
he
these-
already
these-
did. They're
yeah,
gone.
These cards are in the discard pile.
Yeah, and so I think we let it go through. These 2 cards are in our hand. So holding on to the barrier or the Aerial Goblin Bolt maybe really...
he's giving a take back.
Oh, okay. I thought they already pitched him.
He did. They entered the discard pile.
Okay.
That's
Then
fine.
Did we just pick him back up?
Yeah,
okay,
it's
sweet. Then we're
it's
fine.
okay. Yeah, I mean,
But yeah, the Aerial Goblin Bolt here means that latent skill is unplayable, essentially.
yes.
This card ignores progressive, doing some speed calculations. You just need a low block to make this work. Again, this is one of the slower moves in the
Gotta take
deck.
it. But here we go. We got 3 of these camouflage counters to respond with.
Just the 2. We're on 1, right? Yeah.
You
so
can still respond with it, no?
other attack deals damage.
Does it say other? Okay,
Mm.
let's confirm.
Yeah.
Is Barrett the smartest boy alive?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Card pull. Yeah. And so we're doing one of them. So
Yeah.
right now we have +1 to our check, and we have now pressed the other one. So again, because of the Devil Gen response, we can check one of them
Yeah.
to go play a card. The question is, do we have another attack? And we
It's a
do.
teaming, yeah.
We have a teaming in our hand. So when we go to play the teaming, we will check this first one, and it's actually a 5 check, but you will still use the Devil Gen response to take the other
Other
camouflage
one.
counter off of the top of your deck.
Yeah.
And then, hey, look at that. Because it's in our discard pile, we can shove in the same camouflage counter, and you can do the same thing again and stack the other 2 that are on there
Oh,
if this teaming lands.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. And I don't think we had enough foundation or any other cards in the discard pile to change the zone. We can certainly change it with Devil Dream.
Correct.
So-
And another whopping 7 damage, like you
Yeah.
said,
And
plus
you-
the 5 it comes with.
Listen, George made a mistake, right? He kind of jumped the gun and showed what he had in his hand,
Yeah.
right? And so you can use that knowledge, right?
Yeah.
You did give the give back, but you did announce I don't have any low blocks.
I think the biggest downside here is that the camouflage counter in Wub's hand is unplayable. I don't think we can physically pass it because there are too many cards in our hand. But we are going to be knocked down.
he'd be
to
checking a 6, right? So
uh,
4, 5, 6, 7. It would be on an 8. Okay, you can't pass it.
if we double stack again with the 2 camouflage counters.
There's 3 in the card pool.
Oh, whoa. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, he'd be checking a 6 on one of the Goblin
Oh,
Bolts.
we didn't do both.
Okay, flipping to cancel the latent skill.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, we just did it now, I think.
Yes.
Or no, not latent skill. We try to play Driven by Retribution. Is that what happened? I don't know what happened.
No, we played an enhanced from somewhere.
Something. I missed it because we were talking about the
Yeah.
card pool.
It's okay. We did have the block for this one, though.
Was
so
it the right zone?
I guess we made it a high.
Or well, okay, let's go look at the block zone on this Jaw Titans bike. It's a mid.
Oh, so we just didn't.
Didn't change the zone. After you had knowledge in hand, I feel like that's an oof.
Or we're taking half. I don't know if we just haven't done damage yet. But regardless, like you said,
I don't know what. There's something going on, right? They got to figure out.
they're doing some math.
Certainly. Oh, he's maybe figuring out what dealt damage this turn, like which Goblin Bolt.
Yeah,
dealt
you're right. I
damage.
guess we kept it a mid. We didn't do the zone change from Devil Gen, so that full block coming through here with the Jaw Titans bite.
That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, it means, like you said, we couldn't have responded with all of those camouflage counters. You would have been checking a 3, but it actually would have been a 6.
Check the hand cam. That's
we've got gas. We can play.
Mighty Blitz is a teaming is a huge deal.
Yeah,
here.
kicking things off too with the flash fire.
But I've seen 2 loss of consciousnesses. Wow, I've seen 2 loss of consciousnesses hit the discard pile already, and there's no way to destroy the cards on board. No frightening calm available, so those ones are not going to be available to us. Using Porco, hitting a whole lot of attacks off the top of the deck, giving us optionality when we do end up playing this Mighty Blitz. Milling with One Man Inferno, milling with Porco, milling with the Flash Fire Fist, Hell Spider, or as my good friend Andrew likes to call it, Tongue Spider.
Oh, because it's like a little mini tongue whip.
Yeah, it
I
has
understand.
a tongue whip.
+1 speed, all you're saying, it's just from its own effect, not from a card pool being in your opponent's card. I think I figured out the game state because I thought we had a forcing surrender.
You see the Driven by Retribution used?
Yes, I did, yeah. But the point also being was that I think the enhance that got canceled by that aerial Goblin Bolt last turn was the forcing surrender that we had to use defensively as George, and Calvin said no because I need you to not block this, but it ended up being still and working out. But yeah, Driven by Retribution working, getting that one out of the way, and now debuilding one from George. But this Mighty Blitz here is going to add in this Jaw Titan's Bite to give +1 damage to all of our attacks for the rest of the turn. And now there's a high attack in our card pool, so that also means we're going to get some bonus damage from the Blitz ability on the Mighty Blitz.
Yeah. So a lot happened just there for everybody at home. The Hell Spider did damage.
Yep.
Frightening Calm was used to bring up the capturing the target, so that wasn't an option for George to use later in the turn because, again, we're on razor-thin margins. And also, you need for Porco to have 4 attacks in your card pool.
Yeah.
So it means it's going to be a little harder for George.
4 cards.
For cards? Oh, is it cards?
It's just cards, yeah.
Okay.
You're allowed, and that's why he still
You are
works
allowed
if you weave
if you
in the
put
barrier
in the
shields
barrier
and
shields.
stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as you have 4, or it is attacks.
It's attacks, yeah. He just gets to put the, it's just by the time you're putting the barrier shields in, you often have
You're already
those
there.
4 attacks,
You're right. And you have to play another one to keep going. You're right.
But
okay.
yeah, this card does add towards progressive, and if we're able to block and preserve our life total, right? Because I don't know, Mighty Blitz is mighty fast.
It is 5 speed.
Yeah, but we're gonna add in the teaming that we checked and draw a card just for the cantrip, just to dig a little bit more, because we know that.
But the second Mighty Blitz is going to be able to counter exactly. That check was huge, to be honest, because
if you check the 3,
it was essentially over because you'd have to tap out everything if you wanted to do it. But now, because of this being a second Mighty Blitz, that Driven by Retribution that did get rid of an attack out of our card pool to maybe stop us from getting to 4, double Mighty Blitz says, no, I'm going to get to 4 no matter what. And so now we're going to add in that card, like you said.
Plays I'm with you to get another 2 damage out of it.
Yeah, going to get some more. And so all of a sudden, we're very quickly approaching lethal range. And then with the Porco Mill 3, being able to add one of your cards into the card pool to your hand and then having to pick something in your hand and add it back into your card pool, as long as we can pass the next check, that would be enough. And when I see the teaming,
so he picked up the Jaw Titan's Bite and he put it directly back into the pool because he has the teaming in his hand already.
And it does refresh the static ability on it.
Yeah. Oh, gross.
It leaves and then comes back and it gives 1 damage to your moves again.
Yeah, but I think this means we're going to die to this teaming, which is on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And yeah, so he checks the 5. Even if he had checked the
3, you tap out for it.
Tap out, but you wouldn't get
you wouldn't get enough. It wouldn't have been lethal, so it was still another important check.
Yeah.
And even now, what you're allowed to do on the attack that is going to be for lethal, you're allowed to flip Porco over, and then your attacks get an additional 2/2.
Yeah, so they're going through the motion saying, hey, I'm not even going to cycle, dude. This is what I'm going to do with it. Do you have interaction for it?
Yeah, absolutely. It is presents lethal, and then Calvin, I think, is going to make him do it. He's like, okay, well, I could have an answer. You know, it could be, I don't know if Calvin's playing things like Runaway or, such like that.
I did not see a Runaway in the deck, but, I mean, I don't know. I like making my opponent do things.
I mean, you should play it out. I mean, I want to see exactly, how much damage it was. I want to know how much more I did over your life total, because sometimes that's a little fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to cycle our 10.
Man, remember when Devil could shove in Goblin Bolts?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you still can, just not on defense.
Yeah, I mean on defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'd be a much different conversation for sure. But now it's just 2 aggro decks playing against each other.
Yep.
And trying to do as much interaction as they can on their own turn. George using things like Loss of Consciousness to do the interaction on board, and then Calvin having things that have like answers to blitzes and enhances. But yeah, now this going up to 7 damage, which is not lethal just quite yet.
He's going to put in a Dark Ward into the card pool, flip
and
over
then
Porco.
Flip over 2/2 additional. which puts it up to 9. So any piece of damage reduction would make this not lethal. Oh, I understand. There could be something like a massive mute machine in hand for a deflect 3,
Deflect, yeah.
but we don't have the answer to it.
Nah.
And so that is going to be game 2 going to George, and we've got ourselves a match.
Okay, so that was turn 2 for George? No, it was turn
No.
3. It was turn 3.
I think it was actually turn 4.
Okay, so I've seen it. We've seen everything now.
2, 3. No, it was 3. You're right. It
was
has
3.
been everything.
It was turn 3. We've seen George go beyond turn 2 and still win. And for those at home, if you can kind of, you may not have seen Jaw Titan flip over, but when he does flip over, it's a kind of a
Real text.
crazy interaction because he gets the 1/1 from being on the front side, and when you flip over, it immediately gets the static 2 speed and 2 damage. So functionally, on one move for the turn, you get 3/3. You no longer get to pick up any cards, but for a single move, you can really push through something big, and oftentimes it's the move that kills. You see there specifically, it was like
Exactly.
you said, exactly lethal.
Razor thin.
Yeah, I'd say it was on a tightrope.
That's fine.
Yeah,
It's the same. And remember, also, you can seal every block that your opponent plays. So
Right.
things, breakers,
Yeah.
things like Showdown or Aries Smile. Like this character has things to fight those tools, but you have to go to the backside. And once you do go to the backside, you do lose that other offensive trick that the Porco deck does,
Yeah, the
right? You
pickup.
no longer get to do that thing, and there's no way of going back to the other side.
It's just not happening. That's true.
But going to game 3, do you think we'll just see something similar to game 1 where Wub was able to go through? But
See, Phil Birch and Dawson are going to go in the top 4. So Phil Birch taking over Matt Childress.
wow, 16th seed, climbing his way through the tournament, having to always go second. But Rodan is one of those characters that really does get a benefit from the partial mulligan.
Yeah.
So you can really win game 1 going second. But now having to play against another sort of aggressive deck. I mean, Phil is climbing the gauntlet right now of aggro decks, of Devilgen, who we're kind of witnessing right now.
Yep.
George Rangel right here playing Porco. He's going to have to play against a Porco that we will see next round because we're going to stream both top 4 matches.
Yep.
But right now, Battle of the Aggro decks. That's my only horse left in the race is because I said something defensive would win, and Phil is my only hope.
Man, okay, so seeing this hand, I think you take the 3 build. Yeah, even though it has Equipment Heist and the Cerritos, I wouldn't be upset about it.
No, I don't think so
Especially
at all.
when 2 of those builds are capture the target, and the third is the short-lived promotion.
It's basically 5 foundations.
Yeah, it's functionally 5 foundations, unless you try to do something really big, right?
Oh, true. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Luckily, this deck doesn't really play anything over a 5 difficulty.
It does not, yeah.
Because we have to play real progressive sometimes.
Well, what if he draws 3 teaming with the Attack Titans? though?
Oh, then we might be in trouble.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't even think he plays 3. Oh, he plays 4. Okay, yeah, I was right. He doesn't play 3. He plays 4.
You have to find him for sure. But having that equipment heist to maybe do some turn 2 action, we definitely saw a crazy turn 2 from Calvin last match in top 4.
Yeah.
So I mean, and it comes down to whether or not you have that equipment heist or not.
All right, here's George. George has got 2 Marley's Warriors, a latent skill, a barrier shield in hand, and we're going to see him go for those. Oh, okay.
2, 3,
2
4
Marley's Warriors. Okay.
on a 4.
4.
Is it
Okay.
good? Is
Saying, hey, you can freeze one of them, but you can't freeze them both. Okay. Gets
Yeah.
a 5 build plus a barrier shield in hand.
Short-lived promotion says +1 over hand size after reviewing that Ceratos. So we're looking for some orange ones.
Find a super flash stomp.
That is a good enough one to start the turn off, and you will also have the check from the equipment heist, and then also you'll be able to discard 1, draw 1 because of the effect on the form for the equipment heist. So this
Yeah.
could turn into more, but it's really not a ton to play with. So I think, Webb's going to make the call to build
Gonna
one.
see if you're going to rely on your bulk, build those 2 exam strategies.
And then we did check a 3 on the second one, so we're going to also be able to get our Devil Gem response and check it and draw another card.
Yep.
Playing things pass through walls on a 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
Sparring Song on a 5. Checks
Love
a
it.
6.
Didn't tap a single foundation to build all
Yeah.
these. Became a 6-hander and then used our response to actually have a 7th card. So sitting very pretty here for Calvin on defense. And now asking George to draw up for turn and say, can
Yeah,
you deal
let's see.
35?
Let's see he's going to do the 35 on 2.
Looking at our discard pile.
Okay.
We're pressing the Marley Warriors. We said we have enough stuff to get going.
Well, he's only got 2 attacks, but he can certainly try to find them with the latent skill and others, right?
Yeah, we checked the 4, obviously, for the Marley's Warriors.
Yeah.
Adding this Jaw Titan bite in, which means it's going to get even more damage, already representing a lot of the health for Deviljin, and +1 to all of our moves later on. And there it is, latent skill. We're going to discard. We're thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume this is the unless Calvin had some way to seal it. I think he's just thinking about what to discard or whether he will discard.
In the math, right?
Yeah.
I think you have to get 2 attacks here. He's like, do I mill 1 first? Do I press the button? Looks like we're gonna go for the latent skill first.
At this point in the game, it's so marginal that I think here you hit the inspiring song. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Respond.
No milling early on.
That's not frozen. That's sealed. Silly goose. What do we draw? Hell Spider plus
a foundation, I believe.
Okay.
I think it was a lust for battle.
Yeah, but 1 attack was all you really needed to get this ball rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. As we now mill more I'm with yous, this is getting very, very scary for damage-wise. We're at 10 damage.
6 speed for 10?
Yeah.
I'm with you again, sure.
Yeah, it's just you have to use them when they hit the discard pile. There's nothing really you can really say about when or if they show up.
Yep.
But it looks like we're going to eat it straight to the face. Calvin going down to 24, 11 damage straight to the face. Hell Spider on a 4, 5, 6. We checked a 6 because of the Marley's Warriors. Mill 2 on the effect from itself for double Lust for Battle, giving -2 to Calvin's next check to play a card.
Functionally 3 speed.
Yeah. And then the mill 3 here from Porco to give 1/1, but no extra effects there. What's the base damage on this guy? Isn't it like 6 or something?
I think it's 3 high 6. Yeah, let's go confirm. Flash Fire Fist. Hell Spider is a 3 high 6. So it's for 8 at the moment. It's got 5 speed, but remember there's 2, and I think we're going to chump block here, saying, hey, 8 is not enough to make me really balk. He's deciding whether or not he's going to...
7, 8, -2 to our check, 3.
Yeah. I think you just have to chump block to get rid of the minus check from the Lust for Battles.
Yeah, it makes sense. And so those are now officially gone, but Calvin is now at 16. Teaming with the Attack Titan has begun. It's on a 5. We checked a 4. And now with this capture the target, we're going to be able to immediately ready that foundation that we just got.
The question is going to be, did George have a barrier shield in hand? Because he does not have a forcing surrender to discard a card from the card pool.
He did. He did on defense when we were thinking about if Web was going to go in.
Okay.
So we have a non-prog to add into our card pool. And our milled 3 here from Porco.
No hits.
But we're going to be able to pick up a Mighty Blitz, and then we can add a card into our card pool. Oh, wait, I was wrong. Okay, I thought we definitely had one.
Shield.
But yeah, so we have to add in this
dicey.
foundation. And the Mighty Blitz is going to be very difficult to play.
I don't know what zone this is, because I do think we're at the point where you could change the zone.
Do you think you make it a mid because like the Mighty Blitz connected?
I think it's a toss-up, right? You're playing into a 5-hander who drew 2 extra cards in that turn.
Yeah,
and so here's the one. Here's the one. We're going to see if George can...
On a 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can tap everything but Porco.
Yeah, but if it gets blocked, it's... I mean, and with a full stage, I don't see it connecting.
I think it's really hard, right?
It's just on, you can't, this one's printed mid, correct?
It is.
Mighty Blitz is printed mid. There's no way to change the zone.
I think we're doing the math too, where if the choice here is Porco enhance, mill the 3, pick up the teaming, transform.
He's certainly going to do that.
Yeah, because we're only going to be able to play 1 more move.
Yeah. But no matter what, Deviljin is going to be checking at least a 4 because he will have his response, right?
Correct.
So if we do the math here, right, it's got 6 speed, right? Right now, it's going to get 2 more speed from the character, got 1 more speed from itself.
I think we have a different issue here, Bromley.
What?
I think one of the cards in Webb's hand is a non-block. The schemes don't have blocks on them.
It does have deflect, which is not enough for this one, right?
It does
it's
not
at
have
9.
deflect.
It's at 8. Okay.
So this one isn't lethal, but regardless, it's like, so this one you're allowed to eat, I guess, and you're allowed to hopefully have the right block zone for the last attack, which would be a teaming.
Did he not use Porco's ability and flip over?
I guess we did not. Have we even pressed the button yet?
If it's not, okay, there it is. And then now I assume we're going to turn it over and make it lethal. Get the +2/+2, right? And
maybe. I mean, that would be the like again the razor thin
go
decision.
to 10, but like you said, the deflect would mean that we don't die.
The schemes do not have deflect.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you said he had a massive mutant machine.
No, it's the equipment heist because we were considering going and trying to go in. I thought.
Well, it's a mid attack, so if the other card in his hand has a block, he will be able to partial it.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Yeah.
The question, and like you said too, is this one's not lethal. You're also just allowed to eat this one.
Yeah.
Man, it's going to be really close. 7 mid, 8, and like you said, it is 100% blockable. We have a full ready stage. Any block, I think, is playable.
Even if we flip over, it'll be 9 speed, right? So
9.
with even a 3 mid, it would be 12. You check a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You would tap completely out and get there.
I'm just sorry.
It's printed 5 speed. It's got 2 speed one from Mighty Blitz and one from Porco.
Yeah, and I was also trying to think too that even then, if you play a teaming and it does miraculously pass, it's not even lethal as well.
Right.
As long as something gets fully blocked.
Well, teaming would be on a what? 7?
If
6?
3
Oh, we do have
attacks.
+1 from the.
Yeah, so we'd have to like check like a 6.
Mm.
And even then, right, it's a 5. You'd give it the 2-2. You don't get the mill anymore, so it's just the 2. It goes to 7, and then with the Jaw Titan Bite, it goes to 8.
Only 3 attacks in card pool, so it's a 2 difficulty. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's impossible.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, there's 5 cards in card pool. 2 + 5 is 7. Okay, you're right. You can
check a 5. It comes to 6. Turn Porco sideways, right? But regardless, that move would only be for 8 damage. It's not actually for 9. So again, this is very close. But we are going to flip over, making this one scarier. This one is officially now in the lethal zone. Wub has to do something about this one, and then we're going to go for a block.
Full block.
The Superfly Stomp block is not a mid.
It's a low.
So we're going to half this one. And then we're going to pray that we don't check a 5.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be very close here. On a 2, on a 7, we did the math already. We check a 5, 6, 7 handshake, and that is game 3 in the match, going to George Rangel, proceeding to the finals with Porco Galliard. Deviljin has been eliminated.
Wow, what a run, though.
I had to figure it out. I was like jumping through the math, and I was like, if you flip over and you check a 5, depending on what the block is that Calvin had, that's it. The other card didn't have a block on it because of the scheme.
Sometimes it'd be like that, buddy.
Non-blocks are back, baby.
Well, I'm just saying, George did yet again turn 2 his opponent.
That was true.
It happened yet again. We're going to see Porco going to the final. We may even see 2 of them in the finals.
We could. Rodan is for sure the only non-aggro deck remaining in the tournament, and so we're going to be able to see Phil Birch soon try and take on a different Porco player as well. But I think we're going to be able to come through.
You're good, man.
And we'll have George come over and talk with us for a little bit. Hello, George. I know you're probably full of emotion right now. Yeah, we're going to get the camera up in a second. Congratulations. You've made your finals appearance. You're getting a lot of points no matter what happens today. And that last turn was crazy because it came down all the way to, you had to check a 5 at the end there for that teaming with the Attack Titan, flipping over right at that exact moment. And if he had a mid block,
I lost.
It was it.
I just gambled.
Yeah.
My thought process was I think he had 9 or 10 mid blocks showing on his discard and field. So I figured he's either holding a heist or he doesn't have the mid block. And if he blocks one, if he outblocks it, he dies to the other one. So I just checked the 5s and I won the game.
Yeah, well, sadly, here's the thing. You ready? If it was a mid block on that attack,
I just stop and I lose.
It's over.
It's fine. Yeah, I just stop
because
and I lose.
because the teaming's off by 1.
Yes.
It was crazy thin. I've been saying razor thin margins all day, and that's what these aggro decks are kind of doing. And it was such a different turn because that was turn 2. Bromley was saying earlier in the tournament, a lot of the wins we've seen from you are these kind of turn 2 aggro effects from the Porco deck. Meanwhile, game 1, no attacks, no attacks, no attacks.
And I thought it was over. Honestly, I lost first game and I thought it was GG. And then second game, I saw the line and I got it. Third game, it took a while because I had to draw one more attack because I had 3 attacks, maximum.
Yeah.
And I drew the other one. So worth it.
Absolutely. I'm sure, too, that Gavin Kale is going to be eating his words because he made the choice to not...
I told him, bring Porco, and he's bringing Deviljin. You betrayed your guy, and you lost.
Bromley, any questions or thoughts as well? Or?
Nah, man, good luck. Good
Thank
run.
You, thank you.
You're going to have a big break. We're going to do the other stream match, so you've got a little bit of some time, of course. Take a break, cool off. I know the emotions.
Yeah,
you popped off. You were excited.
I mean, it's really cool to go from judging a lot of events, right, to this being kind of one of the,
8-month hiatus. 8-month hiatus of the game, and then I just figured I'd compete.
And just like that, you're 1 match away from auto-locking your day 2 at Worlds.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Pretty sick.
That's how it works, though. Well earned. It's going to be a great finals match for you. But for now, cool off, have a good time. And we're going to cut away for a small break while we get our other people ready. And we're going to be back for the other top 4 match here shortly. So don't go anywhere. But congrats, George.
Can I get a quick shout out to my locals?
Absolutely.
My goat, Salvador, Tommy, Liz, everybody who came with me. You guys are all the greats.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Shout out to them. We'll be back shortly, guys. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Barrett Bryant, joined at least for the last time this weekend, honestly, with Jesse Cervini, my fellow co-commentator, and we have another top 4 match to come through. And so if you enjoyed some Porco gameplay that you know is going to be in the finals from George Rangel, we have Phil Birch versus Dawson Milstead. I mean, regardless, whichever you want to say on the aggro versus the defense, 7-handers are eating good this tournament right now, guaranteed to take home a win.
Yeah, I mean, this Porco deck has been floating around for a hot minute.
Gavin Cale having a lot of success with it.
Yep, and now George, who's one of the regular judges at these events, decided I get play one event. I'm gonna go with all the distance, get all my points to be done.
He told me an 8-month hiatus, and I told him in the interview right afterwards. I said, George, you're 1 win away from an auto lock day 2 to Worlds, and it's crazy how that can happen just like that.
Can.
But just like that, we have another card reveal for you guys for Guilty Gear Strive, the set that's coming out in November. This one is cross-up protection, 1 difficulty 5 check, 2 mid-block with the infinity symbol, and it says response after you block with this card. If the zone of this attack has been changed, it deals no damage. And I don't know about you, Jesse, this whole weekend we've seen some zone changing.
I like this. This is a nice little, hey, I'm going to play this cool +2 mid spam. And once in a while, people are playing a lot of zone changes. I'm like, nope.
Yeah, you think about it. Devil Jin,
Yep.
he changes the zone.
Yeah.
You know, things like teaming with the Attack Titan changes its zone. You know, if
Pony.
Our Pony does have the zone change. I know, revealed in the set for Guilty Gear Strive, zone change. The Roman Cancel token has an ability on it where you're allowed to change the zone. And of course, this has a mid block, so you can use it no matter what, even if it was made to a high or to a low. And then, of course, it's a mid, it's a full block anyway. So a very, very cool block trick for you to put on, like you said, a 1 difficulty foundation on this nice little common. And that is our second to last reveal. So before finals, we are going to have the last card reveal for Guilty Gear Strive that you and Brownlee will hopefully be able to talk about. But our players are ready to jump into our top 4 match, and here is Dawson's Porco deck. Very, very similar, of course, because like you said, like a lot of these Porco decks have been running around, and they look very similar. 4X is a lot of things, the cards you want to see, things you want to have found, but this one is playing different counts. Like, you know, Besiege here at a 4 of, I think it was only like a 2 or a 3 of over in George's list. You know, the 1 copy of Enough Talk, the 1 copy of Titan Armbar, but of course the Foundation's the big giant slew of, you know, 4Xs of all the cards you want to see hit our discard pile, and then great interaction pieces like Dark Ward.
Yeah, I'm really interested that he's only playing 2 capture the target.
Yeah, and that one,
that's a surprising one.
And we saw it have a lot of success in the last match for both players because
Yeah.
Calvin was also playing it in Devil Jin, of course. But his opponent, Phil Birch, that's right, it says right there, 16th seed, climbing his way now into top 4, having to go second all day today with this incredible defensive Rodan list on the Void symbol. And it just has so many interaction cards that can deal with things that are going on in the format right now, and of course has barrier shields of their own. So we'll have to see how well the board interaction is for Porco to be able to deal with some of these onboard Void symbol cards. But our game is ready to be going, and so we're going to be jumping in here very soon. Thoughts and predictions, because this defensive deck has been fighting against aggro decks all day today and is doing well.
Porco's going first. I don't know.
Porco went first last man.
Porco's going first. I don't know.
All right.
I'm calling it.
All right, fair enough. I've got my horse still in the race here. I think the defensive deck, and Phil Birch is a player, very long-term player here. Multiple, he has multiple champ cards and teams wins as well. But like you said, only going to be able to go second here. Dawson on the play. Our players are shuffling up. I believe after the mulligans, this is going to be a good one, and I'm really excited here.
Let's see what these 2 decide to go with.
Yeah, we'll see this opening hand as well for the build. I see a Marley's Warriors right off the bat, which is going to help us at least give an opportunity for Dawson to have like a turn 2 potential. That's one of the ones you need. Loss of consciousness, Frightening Calm to have it access, but only a build 3 is probably not the key to success on doing like a powerful turn 2.
Yep. That's definitely we're going to hold some ground here, and we're going to see what happens. We got the Namagon, which is really good in this matchup. Also, double Botons, and
I even like the pass-through walls, though, I think is big because you know the biggest piece of defense that Porco is typically doing is just Barrier Shield, right?
Yep.
So you have an auto answer to it, and there's no assets in that deck, so that's literally what that card is going to be used for. And you don't typically want to see a defensive loss of consciousness having to be used on something like a pass-through walls, but it could happen. But yeah, we're going to have to deal with the repeatable speed hate on the incubating as well as the character card of Rodan. But keeping 3 cards in hand, Phil is postured pretty well to do a nice block string. And the Botan's coaching said if we ever run out of cards in our hand, we can always get a couple more.
That's true. That is a lot. There's a lot going on with that hand.
There's a lot of heat there. And then even the action card is a little awkward if we wanted to actually build because only having 3 foundations, this is basically the deck has forced you to go in. And so we are going.
Did he have double Mighty Blitz? I think he has double.
Yeah, double Mighty Blitz. It's a Jaw Titan attacks, a Besiege, and a teaming with the Attack Titan. And so we'll have to see what the lead is. It's typically Mighty Blitz, but I also understand that wanting to play Mighty Blitz as like the 3rd attack because it means you can auto-guarantee the 4 attacks in your card pool to get the Porco machine running. So it looks like instead lead with the Jaw Titans and checking a 4 because we use that Marley's Warriors means we're going to be just fine. And we can even discard a card from our hand right here and go find one from our discard pile, which we don't have, but you could still do it if you want to get that loss of conscious in the discard pile.
Yep, and trigger. Trigger, yes.
Yeah, you would. Mill 3 here from the Porco Enhance is going to give +1/+1. And we did end up getting another Jaw Titans bite in there, but we were a little too late on the blitz timing.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to start doing Rodan things here. I mean, we've got incubating. We have Rodan plus incubating. So we have the best thing about this is with the Boy Rodan is you get to go, if like you don't like the top card, but the card just below it is that sweet like -4, you're like, oh, I'll get rid of this one for -1 and -4 draw a card.
My biggest thing too against the aggro decks is like you're just allowed to go fish out and start finding attack cards that are already in your discard pile to get to that magical 4 number of the attacks removed in your game pile so that your Rodan ability allows you to look at 4 cards off the top of the deck instead of the normal 2.
And we destroyed a foundation. We destroyed the Marley's first stun one.
Yeah, like, I mean, it makes sense that you have to start dealing with a little bit of the aggression. But, of course, the pass-through walls, easy commit here because there's no assets on board. And Breaker doesn't affect Phil at all on this turn. And so, yeah, incubating, removing one of those attack cards, getting that count up because Rodan is looking for a certain amount in his remove from game pile. And it's very, very slow. Now, this is a 0 high 4/5 right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like Phil is going to block with the Ice Sword's Execution. This card... I am always happy to see this card getting played. It is so just good. So much damage output, especially in decks where like you're trying to play like 1-2 attacks a turn at times. Yeah. And just lock a board out.
Yeah, it's on a 3/4 for this Besiege, and we checked a Lust for Battle, which we can respond with because it entered our discard pile during the combat phase. -1 to Phil's next check to play a card. And of course, this Besiege says we're only allowed to block with cards of printed block modifier 3 or greater, but Phil goes ahead and uses the Nonagon so that ability won't even be able to be triggered. And so we will be able to block with whatever we feel like. Going straight to milling some cards, we got an I'm With You and some extra attacks in our discard pile for +2 damage and the 3 damage and 1 speed.
Yep.
And now we have something like an armbar in our discard pile so that when we do play a Mighty Blitz, we could get some high damage very quickly.
Yeah, this is where we're deciding... I think we're looking at, do we remove for the incubating?
Yeah,
yep.
It's just like you said, that top card of our discard pile only has a block modifier of 1. We can just incubating it away, and now we can still get this attack in our remove from game pile and give a little bit more minus speed. Rodan Enhance coming through here. Going to look at the top 2 cards, and you're allowed to alter the order of them, and it's double action card. It's Genkai's Guidance and a Barrier Shield. And we do have access to grab these off the top of our deck because of the Botan's coachings.
Mm-hmm. We can go get one if we need to.
Going for the block, it looks like. Rejuvenating Smash, though. Going to check here, and we're not going to gain any life, but because it's the second card we play this turn, draw 2 cards, and all of a sudden, extra cards in hand on defense for Phil here is huge, and one of them being a Barrier Shield means that this turn could be over very quickly for Dawson. Obviously, we think this Mighty Blitz is going to be coming in here on a 6, +1 to wear check.
Yep. I think we go for this.
I think you have to. You've already pressed the Marley's Warriors button, and you don't have foundations really to build. So on a 6, checks a 6, so we're still good there. And, of course, this is going to be a 5 mid for 3, and it is going to be able to grab any card in our discard pile unless we have an answer to it on play.
Yeah, it's time now. It's time for the fun things to happen.
Yeah, Porker Machine is live. There goes the Titan armbar. While it's in the card pool, your attacks get +2 damage. This also came in with the floating damage from the Jaw Titan's bite. And then, so we have 3 damage right here. And then from the Blitz ability, it also will get an extra 3 damage because there is at least a high attack in our, +4 damage, no, 3 damage, for plus additional to go over. Now we're at 9. We mill our 3 with Porco. This will end up being like a 6 mid for 10.
Yep.
Mill 3. I'm with you. Hey, just kidding. It's actually for 12, which is well over half of Rodan's life. 3 there, 1 speed. And again, Phil is able to press buttons and still play defense, and we know that he has something like a barrier shield. Is he going to do the Porco thing? We're going to pick up the Besiege, it looks like, going to our hand, and then we're going to add 1 card in our hand into our card pool. The offensive play here is to put the barrier shield because it doesn't count towards progressive.
And keep going.
And you can keep going with a little bit less, and that seems to be the play. So now only having 3 progressive instead of the 4, even with all these cards in here.
So now Phil's in the situation of does he barrier this?
I think it's not a bad call, right? So this is on a 4. It checks. The barrier shield will remove. Set this attack speed to 0. The next card that Phil plays will have Breaker 2. And also that barrier shield check eats up, or the check hack is gone already from the Lust for Battle. So, but the barrier shield action cards allow you a way to eat up those Lust for Battle as well, just because you're playing enhances.
Yeah, so now we're at minus. Oh, yeah, this is
it's the slowest move of all time because you can set it to 0, and then Rodan and Incubating can make it even lower. And we have a mid block here from a keeping Airy safe, sorry. And even with the 3 check, it doesn't matter. And Breaker 2 on the card because of the barrier shield. So even though there's still 3 progressive, we still have +1 to our check. Just kidding, a combined of -1 to our check because of the Breaker 2 going the other way for Dawson. And with only 2 ready foundations and our character 3, 4, 5, 6 with -1, you definitely could still do it.
Yep.
It's just a risk.
Yep. There's definitely does this deck play any hard sixes?
I don't think so. Most of the list is pretty locked in on the same foundation.
It's all 5 discs.
Yeah, all 5s all the way.
Dawson's like, I'm gonna get in. I did what I could here. Made Phil use a lot of resources, and we'll see what he can do on swing back.
I was gonna say that, but like when I think about like what the board state was and like what was going on, I think Dawson used more than Phil. Phil blew up 1 foundation.
Yeah.
And it was just repeatable speed hate, right? Everything else was like a block trick or something that we drew anyway. And like we're playing UniVersus, right? We draw up to our hand size every single turn. So leading things off here with the world's weakest hunter, and he has the amazing alt art, which is not the one I'm going to be pulling up, but they look so good. This 5 mid for 3 potentially can draw us 3 cards in Rodan because we almost always have 3 cards in our remove from game pile.
Yep.
And so this one's going to be able to give setup and allow Phil to stabilize a little bit more, even if he doesn't choose to keep on attacking. We do have a defensive seal here, though. The Bowtines coaching coming through after the enhance of the other Bowtines coaching as well, getting in a card out of Dawson. And Dawson chooses to just pitch that Bowtines, or sorry, the Lots of Conscious. We're using an I'm With You that was milled off the top for -2 damage, giving some more speed here with the Galactic Monster enhance, or sorry, with the Rodan enhance, removing a Galactic Monster. So this is the 1 damage move of all time.
But it's 1 damage, draw 3.
It's still 1 damage, draw 3, and it gets us a momentum as well, right? We talked about things like Ice Sword Execution earlier. That momentum goes a long way.
Yes.
Draws our 3, lots of foundations here, but I don't think Phil is really upset at all about just building, right?
Yeah.
Especially, again, Porco is on 2 foundations, and the Marley's Warriors is gone. We already used it.
Yeah, we have to find another one, or we have to go off without it, but now Phil has the ability of like, hey, I got in, got out, and I'm just going to build as much as I feel comfortable building here.
Yeah, I think Phil is going to be able to run away with the stage discrepancy this game 100%, right? Especially with all these meaningful 2 diffs, checking very well on them. Moment of Normalcy, Masho's Concealment, Hacker Extraordinaire, and Not Now I'm Gaming, which is very, very good against this deck that wants to be playing on progressive and might have to commit an extra few pieces, and you can bounce it right back to their hand. But we'll have to see what Dawson does. I think there's just a world where you have to review an attack here, man. I think you have to establish a stage as the teaming goes to the discard pile, because there's just no way we can play it right now. Draws action card, attack card, double foundation.
I think looks like a build 3 pass.
It doesn't feel good, but you feel like you have to.
Yep.
Yep, Frightening Calm, second one hitting the table, capture the target, forcing surrender, and we build 3 pass. Again, nothing like a Marley's Warriors to help us later on as we already used that piece, but we do have some meaningful cards now, and things like capture the target do go a long way because they count as 2.
It looks like Phil has a situation here where he could just keep going.
You can just cash in, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so you ready? We talked about Ice Sword Execution. There's now 2 cards of the same name on your opponent's stage, and we have a momentum. So something like Ice Sword Execution says stun 2, get +5 damage, and freeze one of them to even deter another attempt at offense from Dawson. But it's only if you draw it, of course. And a lot of the cards in our hand from Phil don't look orange to me.
Yep.
Supersonic Flight, though, coming down. This is going to be very good for extra draw in the future, as well as a cool zone change. And then one of the key defensive pieces that I think has given Rodan a lot to play with for this for a long time, which is Mikasa defeats the female Titan, which says that any block that you do can be a perfect block.
It looks like we played which one is that? The
Galactic Monster
from the remove from game bio.
Yeah. It says that while it's there, you're allowed to play them.
Yeah, why not? Like you have cards in hand for days.
It saves you cards in hand, right? That's the whole point, right?
The thing, yeah.
You can't block with it. You can only play it as a form, but it means you didn't use a card from your hand. Even the keeping Ares safe here, as we are on our way to Deadlock.
And what is we got? We got Jaw Titan.
Jaw Titan's Bite has Deadlock stun 2, but I think nothing else has any Deadlock. And honestly, just not a lot of Deadlock cards in the game right now. Yeah. At least that people are paying a lot of attention to. As we draw up with our 5 foundation stage, 7 cards in hand for Dawson, trying to figure out what the path to victory is, but it looks like it's not very aggressive. It looks like we're going to have to build for another turn. Never mind. We're going to go for it. Checks the list for battle, which means we're allowed to respond with it. And we are leading things off here with the Flashfire Fist Hell Spider.
Yep. Plus 3/6 on a 4.
Yeah.
Like this thing's so well, and it gets +1 to itself and every other attack for the turn.
Yeah, second Lust for Battle hit as well for -1 more to Phil's next check to play a card. It's going to get the 1/1, of course, and then if we mill 2 with the Hell Spider, it will give everything 1 speed, including itself, like you said. So we're going to end up on a 5 high for 7.
Mm-hmm. And then we're going to here we go.
Supersonic Flight here with the incubating, right?
Yep.
So we're going to -1 speed and then draw a card off the top.
We get 2 here and get the Flash Fire activated for speed.
Yep, and we're going to do something else.
I think Phil's just deciding.
Yeah, the Science Bros has a +1 block if we use it for Rodan. Remember, we have -2 to Phil's check to play the next card. But, I mean, his stage is so wide that, like, I don't even know if the -2 to the check right now is, like, actually the biggest detriment. But it does help playing the Enhance or the block. I'm not sure yet. It's the Enhance, but we did have -2 to our check. So we actually have to commit 1 for it because we checked a 3, right? So we do have to stop 1. Hopefully someone catches it, but Will should probably tap something. But yeah, we did end up checking an attack, which is very nice in the sense of it's only -1 more speed, but it's already at 0, but we have another attack in our discard pile. So this is for a 3. It's on a 2, actually. So we should still just have the 1 card committed.
Yeah. Oh, they're realizing now that the barrier shield was played.
Yeah, again,
3, so we just got to commit something somewhere.
Yeah, at some point.
I think that's what needs to be cleaned up.
They're
just like, I checked the 3.
Yeah, it's the 1 foundation. So yeah. Well, I think we're pausing and figuring it out. Moving on for the Besiege coming in here on a 4. Checks, and I'm with you, which means we're good to... but the Breaker, of course, sorry, we actually checked a 3, so we're going to have to commit 1 of our foundations. But we're okay with this Loss of Conscience being committed because we have double Frightening Calm. We can blow these up and get a selective seal on anything on Phil's board, which is a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to touch here. You know, things like Moment of Normalcy, Masho's Concealment if you want to use an Enhance, of course. Even things like Hacker Extraordinaire are good for just denying either momentum and draw. So there's a lot of choices. The Mikasa defeats the female Titan, of course. So it is one of those things that we have to, decide if we want to press and do that button.
Yeah, it looks like I'm thinking about what Phil's got going on here. He's just sitting there. He's just like, yep, hands down. I'm like, Do your thing.
Yeah, man. We haven't taken any damage. We have played perfect defense as we mill our 3 with Porco with our 2 attacks in the card pool. I think we're just trying to get some damage on because, I mean, Jesse, from what I remember correctly, at least from the hand cam, we don't even have 4 attacks in our hand.
No.
Do we have a Mighty Blitz?
We have a Mighty Blitz.
Okay, we do have a way to do it. Okay, I didn't even know if we had enough gas to, like, find a way to get to the Porco, get 4 attacks in our card pool thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Mighty Blitz, or the Siege here is a little bit slower. Can only be blocked by block modifiers of 3 or greater, but usually you're okay sometimes with, if this is the only attack that you ever take in the game, you're kind of okay with it. Incubating Enhance coming through here. Phil's going to remove something from his discard pile, and it's just a galactic monster, it looks like, to potentially play it at a future turn as a form.
Yeah, I think the galactic marks are there for later. It's like, hey, we'll just, and if I need to have a backup plan to build up some extra foundations later on, I have it.
Yeah.
It's like, we'll go for the block here. Checks, no problem. And then we're looking at the setup here for, like, is he like, hey, he's blocked twice. Can we keep going? That is the big decision Dawson has to make right now. The Mighty Blitz is sitting here, is like on the line for this, and it's got to do what it can. He's just deciding, it's like, is it time to pull this trigger, or does he back off?
Yeah, I mean, you really want to start doing Porco things, obviously. You really want to start doing the Porco thing, but you have to get the 4 attacks in your card pool, and sometimes it's just not worth doing the check here for, we're looking at the Dark Word in our hand, we have the Forcing Surrender, we're actually just thinking about building more foundations, so it just kind of is up to how much more we want to try and push, because once again, we haven't done any damage, Jesse.
Yep. And it's like, we're just going to back off. I think that's the right play here. Don't waste the Mighty Blitz. There we go. Get a Forcing Surrender built as well.
Yeah, Forcing Surrender for, again, we can use these offensively if we're playing against a deck that it doesn't really do anything for. And so if you play it and you have to use the Porco, you have the 4 attacks. If you pick one of them back up, add something into your card pool, you're allowed to pick a non-attack card, and then the Forcing Surrender basically clears it out of your pool. And still does the thing.
Looks like gas to me. Phil's going to be cooking here.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what Phil decides to do here. He has plenty of offensive choices, but the question is he could just continue to stabilize until he finds enough cards that he wants to do. I think he even has enough attacks in his remove from game pile now where he's allowed to look at the top 4 cards of his deck.
Yep.
So we're going to see, but Sweeping Daggers is a good one to be able to pick options. Of course, we saw even cards like the World's Weakest Hunter that was played on a previous turn just to help us draw more cards. Sweeping Daggers here. Awesome.
Good lead.
Checks a 3, of course, but we're able to copy basically anything on our opponent's discard pile. I'm trying to think of like what would be the best choice here. Is probably just the Hellspider or Besiege or something if you just want something to connect. A lot of these moves aren't like enablers for other decks. Things like Sweeping Daggers aren't the best necessarily, but like Jaw Titan's Bite, you do copy the static ability on the card.
Oh,
or like
you take the armbar.
The armbar is a great one. It's the same idea, but for +1 more damage. So the armbar gone forever. I actually think this is a 1-of in that deck.
Yep.
So it means Mighty Blitz is never going to be able to grab that card once again. And now this static ability is stickered on to this Sweeping Daggers for the entirety of the turn. See, look, they did it. It's a sticker. And so we have this 5 mid for 6 at this current moment.
I thought it's all other attacks. Is it all attacks or is it
all attacks?
Yeah,
all attacks. It gives it to itself.
Oof.
And so we're going to go through enhanced steps. Of course, Phil's going to be able to give this a bunch of speed because of Rodan, and then we have plenty of cards on our own board if we want to maybe like cycle some cards away. Depending on how we feel about this attack landing, we even have access to Hacker Extraordinaire, draw some more cards.
I like how Phil just is like, Phil's in the zone of like, do you want to remove that? Yes or no? He wasn't even like also was about to dump it. His cards like, do you want to activate that? I know the Phil mannerisms.
I mean, well, that's the thing, right? Is because he's like, I'm down. If you press that button right now on my turn, it means you are not sealing my defensive pieces. Phil's 100% feels okay with the loss of consciousness getting you there. He's like, you sealing my supersonic flight. Phil has no problem taking 2, 3, 4, 5 more turns to eventually win the game while also playing perfect defense. And that's exactly what he's been doing, I think, all tournament. This is our first time getting him here on stream, but he's played Rodan now for the past 3 events.
Yep.
Right? And, it is very much the idea of this character plays fundamental UniVersus so well because of stat manipulation, deck knowledge, and just as long as you can use your resources at a better pace than your opponent, you typically can take wins. We saw Andrew Porat already win with his character in a regional this year.
Yeah, he was playing that the Ascend battle build, the one that's like the 6 diff that's just like count your speed, damage.
Yes, he definitely was doing that. I remember talking to him about it in Denver. It's a very cool card to like lead at the end. Whereas even Phil is playing a single copy of it as well in this deck, and Phil's even playing things like a single copy of Falco's Jaw Titan attacks just for different avenues on way, because that's the real answer as Rodan is how do you kill people efficiently. I think Sweeping Daggers has been a very strong addition for this character on two of its symbols.
Yep. So I think Phil is just deciding here.
Yeah, we already looked at the top of our deck, so we know what's coming. We know what the order is. It's just about playing the right pieces, drawing the cards at the right time based off of what was on top, because you do get to alter the order. And
I think it's like World Wickets Hunter is like the next line to try to. He's like, he knows he's like, I'm gonna do this.
I think it was all threes.
Yeah.
Part of the problem, I don't know though. Or that's the one that we just don't need. So we're gonna commit the sealed one. He's like, can I just put this here, even though it's sealed? But he's like, I'll keep it over there. So yeah, this is going to come in with the 2 damage, which helps a lot because of this 3 base damage move. We saw that almost be a detriment against things like I'm With You. But yeah, I mean, Dawson definitely just kind of have to sit here and watch, where we have a little bit of interaction, obviously. Like Dark Ward could stop this ability from this card. It is a response, right? So Dark Ward would be able to not let Phil draw the cards on top of his deck. But we're going to go ahead and, press some draws anyway from the Hacker Extraordinaire Enhance, spin this momentum, draw a card. And if there was an asset on the stage, we'd be able to flip it.
Yep, well, we'll just draw.
Yeah, I'm going to draw that Supersonic Flight. And then we're also going to be pressing a Botan's Coaching, it looks like, so that card, that Supersonic. Yeah, the Supersonic we just drew, we're going to be able to put right there. And then now it's on top of our discard pile, so we can remove it for +4 speed and also drawing us another card.
Crazy. Like, this is. I really think if I was playing this match in rounds as Dawson, I would just go to next game.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
That's an analyst perspective. I might eat my tongue on that one, which definitely did last time in our last round.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Where EJ was like, oh, EJ bricked, might as well scoop, and then Wub bricked, and it was like, oh, I don't guess EJ has a chance now.
Yeah, it's going to connect though. It's going to deal 5 damage here, and it does have a response on it, but it looks like we're just not even going to bother with it. He's like, I don't want to draw these. Instead, here it comes. I brought it up. I didn't think we were going to see it because it is a 1-of, but the Falco Jaw Titan attacks. This is a 5 high for 6, and with the Blitz ability, it says your next attack this turn gets +4 speed, and you can change it to a high, and it's going to come in with 2 damage. So it's for 8 right now. This attack is going to be setting up very much a lethal scenario because Porco's only at 12.
Yeah, we're just pushing these high damage. Like, it's like this is like a good chain line for this deck.
Yeah.
Like, we're just setting up here. Everything's like, we have +2 damage to this. So we're going to have a 5 high 8. We're going to remove an extra 2 speed here.
I was trying to remember too, Galactic Monster also gives damage. It doesn't give 4 yet because our opponent doesn't have enough foundations, but we are going to go ahead and land with that. With the next attack getting +4 speed, and we're allowed to make it a high, it means that this Rising Uppercut, even though it doesn't typically have any text on our own turn, it is still going to get 8. Is going to be an 8 high for 6 by itself, plus whatever Rodan gives it based off of the Aaron sidestep on top of our discard pile. Responses on play, first enhance, even more speed. It's like, I need another die. I have too much speed here. 11 high for 6. Very much presenting lethal. The only answer you could really think of is something like a Barrier Shield to reset the speed, but that is going to be game 1. Going to Phil Birch, breaking serve, having gone second all day today in game 1, winning game 1 over Dawson Milstead.
Yeah, that's about when the control deck gets time to double build, and Dawson, the 2 build really hurt. Like, I think Dawson really...
It was a 3 build, remember?
3 build. Like, yeah, sorry. 3 build. That 3 build really hurt.
It's hard to remember because we used it. It commits and flips to do the Marty's Warriors commits and flips to do so, and then we blew it up for stun to try and get a little bit more offense. But when you did no damage from making that risky play because our deck just drew us attack cards. We had to do something. If not, it was like a build 2 pass or build 1 pass or something like that. We went for it. We tried. But only getting 1 resource basically out of Phil with the Nonagon, it was just so rough because we were trying so hard to wall break, and just like that, their game kind of ran away.
Well, let's take a look at the sideboard, see what we got going on here for Dawson first.
So we have Activate the Coordinate. I know this had a lot of success for people against the backup decks, but all of those have been eliminated, so we don't have to worry about those. So it's going to be mainly things like Hero's Upbringing to help seal Rodan if you're trying to stop a lot of the, the minus speed from all of your moves. And then, of course, we even have cards like, and this is a really fun one because I don't think a lot of people are playing it, but Resolute In has the ability to cancel action cards. So things like Barrier Shield could get messed with. We even saw Genkai's Guidance get checked, right? So this is a Death Attune, very Koenma's Task shaped card, and you're able to do it because it just removes itself as well. And then I would say probably the only big thing we could probably side in is things like Desperate Struggle. There's only one of them in the sideboard, but it does say that you can kind of mess with stats a little bit more, and maybe protect stuff or don't die to something necessarily because we're giving a lot of stats as Rodan.
On Dawson's or Phil's side, Dimensional Spear really does something here because
that one's huge, right? Because this is literally a character that needs you to have 4 attacks in your card pool for him to do the Porco mechanic and the looping thing. So this removing, although it clears a progressive, it is so impactful in the sense of getting rid of things out of the card pool. And if their abilities like Jaw Titan's Bite, you're getting rid of +1 damage to everything as well.
Sarming Glance is.
It's
we
good.
We don't draw though. We have a little bit of draw, but not a lot.
It's just things like latent skill in our stage, which you just have to kind of call your own shot, right? So it is a little harder to pull those off. I do like things like Not Now in Gaming. There's an extra one in the sideboard that we could bring out. There's just even a 4th copy of Barrier Shield that we could bring in. So I think there is just a world where we can do that. And again, we even have copies of things like Stopping for Breakfast. So you can cancel your opponent's Barrier Shields or, especially if, again, it's open deck list, you see that your opponent is playing things like Hero's Upbringing, could answer those if those come inside.
That's true. We'll see what Dawson's making. He's taking a lot of cards out. He's a stack there of like, hey, I need all this. And he's like, well, you're a very tight deck.
Yeah, it's 60 cards.
Yeah. It's a tight 60.
And if you're trying to put in things like, if you put in the Resolute Ends or you put in the Hero's Upbringing, you're trying to put in 4 actions into your deck. What do you take out? Well, I hope it's not foundations because we had a problem last game where we didn't have any foundations, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough choice. Phil's here just shuffling away, getting ready. He's got his little... what do they call? They're not called fanny pads.
Sling bodies.
Sling bodies now is what they like to call them.
Yeah, his is a
shark.
It's a shark. It's really cute.
That's actually I like that.
It's kind of looking at us. Look, the eye. Yeah. All right, Phil's resetting his. What are those called again?
Boogie boards.
Boogie boards. Yeah, where you reset them and you just write them on.
I have one that syncs to. If I sync it to my phone. And I'll sit and write on it, and I'll press a button, and it saves everything to my phone.
Oh, so you can still have it later. That's great for, notes for a tournament.
I do it for notes for, work. I bring it to work, and I'm, then they're writing notes, and because everybody has their laptops, and it's like, no, I'm just going to sit here and write and have it all. And I can read my own handwriting.
That's true. I can. All right, wait. I can read my own handwriting. No one else can read my own handwriting.
It looks like chicken scratch.
Yeah.
They're like, what does this say? I'm like, well, it says all this. And they're like, that doesn't look like that.
If you didn't know, I was going to be a teacher at one point in my life, so I very much have teacher handwriting because you can't read teacher handwriting. Especially for us men in the field, our handwriting is terrible as a teacher. A lot of scratches.
What was your what were you gonna do?
I was gonna do a math teacher, which is even more accurate, right? I'm a type everything out guy. I'm not.
I was gonna be a history teacher, and let me tell you, I would have forced at least one paper a year has to be handwritten.
You're awful. Why would you do that?
Because every college that was a standard of sadly my favorite college professor. That was his standard. You had 3 papers a semester in his courses. 2 could be typed, 1 had to be handwritten.
But especially now with I'm not gonna get into it. I'm like, especially now, like,
This is 2000,
yeah,
7.
But I feel like it'd be a lot of work on you because if you're trying to AI check your students, you have to take their handwritten paper and then put it in digitally for them to check it.
Oh, I know.
That sounds awful.
I remember this is 2007, 2010.
Times have changed, Jesse.
Yeah,
No
I know.
more handwritten essays.
No.
Speaking of handwritten, hand size, hand drawn, as we see our opening hand here from Dawson, we're hopefully trying to build a couple more impactful foundations, and we at least have those chances to build them. Looks like that desperate struggle did come in, and we found it in our opening hand. When you find your sideboard pieces, it feels really good.
That's some gas. That's a gas hand there, though. We're going to get this Marley started here.
And we're going to go 3 diff, 2 diff, 1 diff, and then gamble on a 2.
Isn't there a warrior in the Guilty Gear set?
Soul Bad Guy's a
Soul Bad Guy has warrior, and that's
and he has chaos.
Yeah.
But it looks like that Desperate Struggle is not going to be the play, at least for right now. We would rather try and build, hopefully, these like guaranteed 3, and then gamble on the 4th one, of course. And we did get it to pay off. Review here from Phil, and then we're going to be able to draw our bonus and the going second. And there is that Dimensional Sphere that we talked about.
Yep.
So there is going to be some counterplay on both ends of these players and their sideboards, and that I think makes really fun games. Because like there's something to be said about you only have 10 cards on your sideboard, right? You bring them in and you just never see them, so you don't even know what the game would be like if you did. But both of our players touching their sideboards, bringing things in, and then we also see them in our hands, we could see what is going to happen with them.
Looks like we are going to review the Desperate Struggle.
Well, I guess we cited it and reviewed it, so I guess it doesn't. Never mind, I ate my words. Just kidding. We still have some other pieces that we cited in our hand. As we draw up to our hand size, only finding 1 attack means this is going to be another build turn. Yeah. But they are good cards, right? Double Forcing Surrender and a Latent Skill would be very nice, of course, so that we don't whiff on attacks on our next turn, hopefully. And we can even get maybe another Loss of Consciousness in our stage, but we don't have a Frightening Calm. We're playing 4 copies of that card. We haven't found one, so.
No, I think we build the Double Forcing. Yeah, that's good. That's what I want to see.
Build 4, pass with 3 in hand feels very nice, but it means that Phil didn't have to use any resources on that most volatile turn for defense as Rodan. And so now it's just kind of up to what the cards come in for Phil, because a lot of these are like defensive tricks, but they are like blue cards and orange cards, and that means if Phil's going to be the first one to play attacks, it could be a little weird. But we do have a couple foundations that we're allowed to build here with the Science Bros, and then immediately into the Rejuvenating Smash, the classic play foundation, play Rejuve Smash. We did check a 3, so it's going to be commit Rodan and 2 of our foundations to draw 2 cards. It is a response in the card pool. You are allowed to Dark Ward that one. But it looks like it is going to resolve there as we drew our 2 cards, giving Phil more chances to hopefully play more foundations if we want to stabilize even more. But the Botan's coming in here. We're going to go ahead and pitch a Supersonic Flight, and our opponent is going to pitch a Loss of Consciousness, but it looks like we might be taking it back.
He's deciding if this is...
Again, I think
you do it, you just don't activate.
That's fine, but like Phil is fine. That's 1 less that you're not going to be able to use when you do eventually decide to attack. We saw that happen last game.
Yep.
It's okay if you use them. Phil doesn't mind them if they get used on his own turn. A lot of Phil's cards in his stage don't do anything for him on his. It's about defense.
And looks like we're going to put -1 to Phil's check for the next check, and we're at -2 damage.
Yeah, but we're going to remove the Supersonic Flight for +4 speed, and then also drawing a card off the top. So all of a sudden, we checked a 3 on this Rejuvenating Smash, but we've drawn 3 cards because of all the moving pieces, as well as the Botans for the cycle, right?
Yeah, this is like Dawson's doing what he can. Like he's trying to hold. You know what I would do right now? I'd Forcing Surrender that. You could have Forcing Surrender the Science Bros.
That is smart. That is kind of smart. It denies 1 extra foundation. And Science Bros is huge because in conjunction with in a character like Rodan, Science Bros plus Incubating just says give damage to my moves by removing cards and doing what your character wants you to do anyway, because you just nullify the minus speed part by getting the +1. But Science Bros being very good for Rodan at any point, builds a couple more foundations and passes back to Dawson. And so now is the time for Dawson to really try and break through this wall, especially after Phil was the first one to play an attack and checked a 3 on it.
I think he drew 1 additional attack.
But we have a latent skill. We can try to maybe make this work, but I would agree with you. It is still very...
There's still just 1 attack.
There's just not a lot going on right now. Double Dark Word is great. Frightening Columns, we need those because we have things like Loss of Consciousness in our stage.
Just keep building. Like, don't.
I mean, what else can you do?
Yeah. Don't succumb to the internal thought that you can play one attack and dig for 2 more.
That's a risk I would make if I was up a game, not when I'm down a game.
No.
Dark Ward here on a 2. We're going to see how many foundations you really. You have to also consider too, right? The more and more that turns go on, the bigger the stages get. You feel less comfortable building more foundations because you have to feel like you have to block more things. So just a build 2 here, but again, because those cards in our hand aren't attacks, there's a world where if Phil just built, you're still stuck with all those gray cards.
Mm-hmm.
That is the thing about our game, right? Is you have to play cards to find new cards. But Sweeping Daggers here on a 4 here for Phil, and because we're playing against a mill deck, there's going to be a lot of options in the discard pile, even though we haven't played any attacks really at all for Dawson. I'm wondering if we could find that armbar again.
Yeah, it's a Draw Titan.
Draw Titan's Bite, great, because it means you can't pick it up. It's going to give the +1 damage to all of Phil's other moves. This one is other. And the Deadlock Stun, too, would be funny if we were almost there, but Dawson not going that far yet.
If he had gone to Deadlock, I would have been amused. Like, I've been like, uh-oh. That could be an uh-oh situation.
Yeah, I'm trying to look, too, if there was any, like, crazy Deadlock. It Phil's deck.
Air Deadlock is very light right now.
Well, we're on Void. It's okay. We have
we have that.
Practical
we have
Studies.
Teeth Enhance.
Yeah, we have the Selective Seal.
Seal, Commit, Flip. That card is so hilarious.
And it gives 3 speed when it does it or something like that.
It does a lot.
All right, but we are still moving on with this one with +4 speed because of the +3 from the Rodan Enhance, getting rid of that Incubating, and then because we removed a card again, the
response,
Science Bros. That's what it is. I was like, I don't know, I'm blanking on that one. The Science Bros is going to help us push a little bit more on all of these attacks that Phil plays, and every time he uses and removes a card. The Rodan Enhance coming through, going to be able to look at the top 2. Double attack card is not the best when I don't think we have a way to draw those, at least on top of in our stage right now.
Nope. No, because we've already. I think maybe if we had done that first and then peek, we could have Science Bros one of them and drawn one.
Oh, true. Yeah, Science Bros does say respond after you remove a card. You're allowed to commit and draw.
Yep.
And then also you could have like when you. I guess we don't have a way to like go find a Supersonic Flight in our discard pile. But I think we just have to be okay with the fact that we are checking a 3, whether we play an attack or not. Looks like we're doing a defensive latent skill.
Yep.
Pitching 2 of these foundations on our hand, one of which being a Lust for Battle. And I don't think Phil has any, or wait, we do. We have a Masho's Concealment. So the question...
Would you like to do this? And this might actually be the time to do it. Hey, I'm going to latent skill on defense.
How many other enhances are worth canceling?
Yeah.
Frightening Calm, but that one's repeatable. Capture the Target, maybe, is pretty fine. And then I guess Forcing Surrender would be the other one. So there are real choices, but the fact that you've already gotten the latent skill usage defensively, I feel pretty good about that. I don't really care if you draw 2 cards on defense. The point of the Rodan deck, right, is that you just give too much speed that eventually you just won't be able to block anything anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to let it resolve. Draws 2. It's going to be an action card and a foundation.
Another Resolute End.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good to have, but it's not good at this exact moment because there's no really offensive actions Phil would play. They're all defense. They're all defense lines.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is for sure the ones you have to hold on to if you're trying to wall break. But we've already gotten to a point now where we're on Phil's turn 3, and we haven't attempted an offense at all from Dawson because we just haven't drawn the attacks. And even still, we press that latent skill, we pitch 2 non-attack cards, and what do we draw? 2 non-attack cards.
Yep. Like, we just haven't found an attack. Like Dawson, the thing is, Dawson really has to start throwing some cards away to block. Just attempt to block. And
even if you do it or don't. All right, using the bottom enhance here from Barrier Shield that says neither player can play abilities to add cards to their hand.
Oh, he's trying to get rid of the checks.
Gets rid of the 3 check off the top. It does stay in the card pool.
Yep. he failed it.
You can. It was on a 3, and we checked it.
Oh,
Or no, we used less for battle. Yeah. You're allowed to fail it. That's pretty good. I like that. Okay. You're right. I didn't think about that. And I was like, it stays in the card pool, but it doesn't count. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. But you're right. We absorb the Lust for Battle check hack. We knew we were checking a 3. We get it out of the way. There's still going to be another one. Throwing these blocks away, though, as we take the 5 from the Sweeping Daggers. And it has connected, going to get another momentum here for Phil. And now you at least only know that there's one 3 check on top of your deck. Sweeping Daggers here on a 4 or 5. Know that we're checking a 3. We're going to have to tap 2 of our foundations.
Yeah, this is. I think, and the thing is, we got plenty of options here to commit. So
yeah, like the pass-through walls is how susceptible to breaker do you think you're going to be? I think is a fine choice. The Galactic Monster you could also pick, if you don't think you need the commit for damage.
We're gonna take the other.
The second Jaw Titans bite after this one comes in with it, but we're going to sticker the other effect onto it, and now it means, with only 2 of them left in Dawson's deck or discard pile total for the rest of this game, you're only ever going to get 1 bonus move from them.
Yep. So we're going to discard.
For no effect, but it puts the Supersonic Flight on top of our discard pile, which is perfect because it just replaces itself anyway.
Birch is playing chess over here. He's got like the heads-up lines.
I mean, when your rival just gives you plenty of time to make plays and make these decisions because they just don't draw the attacks, there's just a world where you're allowed to, right?
Yep.
Plus the Science Bros response, right, for the 1/1, it gives us that. We draw the card, it gives plus 4 speed, and now this one's going to be incredibly fast, a 10 mid for 6 as we mill 3, where a third Jaw Titan's Bite has hit the discard pile, and another loss of consciousness, and feels like, once again, hey man, I don't care if you use these right now, but hitting the Science Bros is a real choice.
Yep. Yeah, but I think it might be, like, there's an Ascend to Battle.
Oh, that's pretty good. I'll pull it up.
Ascend to Battle this is one of the fun ones. It's 0 damage attack, but it gets damage equal to the total printed speed of attacks in your card pool.
And Sweeping Daggers are printed 5s.
Yeah, so 15.
And guess what your opponents had?
15.
Yeah, it also had Deadlock EX on it. Not that our opponent's in Deadlock, but again, another situation where it could have been interesting. And then we are going to go for a block here with the sideboarded copies of Resolute End. And it is a mid block, so this is an attempt at a full. Checks the Hero's Upbringing, so we just have to commit a lot of resources here. But that is going to be a full block for this incredibly fast move. Again, this was on a 12, I think. Resolute End has a +3, mid block 13. This was on a 13. We checked a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And now, just like you said, there's just a world where this Ascend to Battle is lethal.
It feels like I'm gonna
6, 7, 8. Checks a 4. 5.
It's like, oh,
6, 7, 8. That is enough. Even that Galactic Monster, in case, a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, this might actually just be this might be a presenting lethal with, I don't think
4, 5, 6, 7. We need one more, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be that one. I mean, Phil is just trying to present lethal here.
This will be at 17 after the blitz.
Yeah, because of the +2 from both of the stickered effects of the Jaw Titan's Bite, right? And the question here is, you have to tell me, Jesse, is there a barrier shield in Dawson's hand?
He has kept that hand pretty tight. I don't think
there's one in there unless we drew it from Botan.
Resolute.
It's gonna blitz for +10 damage.
15.
15 damage. I'm sorry. 15 damage.
So it's up to 17.
17. It's currently a 5 high, and then we checked a 3 block modifier, so we are able to make this an 8 speed move. There's a card in Dawson's card pool. We could Forcing Surrender it out. So regardless of with a +1 block, it would be on a 9. You'd have to check a 5.
Yep. +3 speed.
3, 8, 9. That's assuming it's a +1 high. You're allowed to partial it, so I guess +1 mid is fine.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm so locked in at this moment right now because it is just a world where it's lethal. It just might be lethal.
He was trying to hit that one.
And that's just it, man. He's like, I don't have it. I don't have enough minus damage. I didn't find out I'm with you. And so just like that, on turn 3, Phil takes game 2 and the match against another aggro deck in the format. Moving on to finals, Rodan versus Porco will be your finals for the Atlanta Regional.
There's a Phil. Phil Birch is going to come over here and be like, yeah, I did the thing.
Yeah, he did.
He did. He sure
did. The Ascend to Battle play, incredibly cool.
It is when you want, when we saw Porat doing it with, but he was doing with combined firepower as well.
That card was legal back then.
Yeah, it was legal. Well, it was, you could play it in.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you could do the response from the discard pile. Yeah, absolutely.
And it was just like, oh, I'll build 6 foundations on 1, turn 2, you die.
Absolutely. Wow, impeccable play there. Winning going second again against the aggro deck that just didn't find enough gas, didn't find the heat when you needed to break through the wall. And I know they're yapping over there. We've been told to vamp for a little bit, Mike, so we're going to vamp for a little bit. But yeah, we got Phil Birch versus another Porco. And of course, Phil is going to go second because he's the 16th seed.
Yeah.
But we just saw that we can easily survive against these aggro decks. That's all he's been playing against. That's exactly why he picked to play this deck, is because Phil is such a strong defensive player. Look at it. Look, everyone looking at the bracket right now. Yeah. All the way at the top, Phil Birch versus Gavin Kale, your Swiss champ, playing Devil Jin, the known menace that people were coming to this event with. Had to go second. Wins the entire thing. Moves on against Matt Childress, who we saw in top 16 playing his Godzilla deck, and Matt Childress was playing incredibly well.
Yep.
Wins going second against Godzilla, and their match took a while.
Yes.
It took a while. And then, as we just saw, Phil Birch versus Dawson Milstead playing Porco. And I get it. Dawson didn't draw a bunch of attacks, but even in the game that he did draw attacks, and we played a little more calm, calculated, Phil played impeccable defense and took no damage that game.
Yeah.
Until the end.
Yeah. He was fine. He was like, I got this.
And we saw how successful Porco could be in the other match when George versus Webb.
Yeah.
It's not like these aggro decks aren't.
I think it's Dawson's deck finally burned out on him.
It happens.
It happens.
And you ready? We interviewed George afterwards of his game, and he thought in game 1 when he lost, he looked at us, he drew up his hand, saw no attacks, and he drew up his hand, saw no attacks, lost game 1, and George was like, I thought that was it. I thought that was the end of my run because I thought my deck was running out of gas. And for this specific situation for Dawson, that is what happened.
Yep.
But there is still some hope for you Porco fans out there. George Rangel is going to have the opportunity to go against Phil Birch in the finals. But before we do that, we are going to have a small chat.
No.
This one's quick. So this is our post interview for you, because this is my only time I'm going to be able to talk to you, at least in the stream. But congratulations, Phil. You're honestly the only horse I have left to root for, because I said a defensive deck would win.
Sure.
And you're the only one left, and you're also the 16th seed. You've gone second all day today, and you also told me you didn't want to be here because you were very tired.
I went second all day yesterday also, Barrett. I won 1 dice roll all of yesterday, so I've actually just been in the zone, and I don't want to be here, but...
But you're doing the thing.
I think my deck is so turbo broken against everything that's not Deku, so... if I had to play against Mitchell, we probably were holding that L, but I got to run against all of the
these
things
aggro decks. This is exactly what you wanted.
Perfect.
This is what you wanted.
I love blocking. It's my favorite thing, so that's all we've been doing.
And you did it so well. You basically perfect gamed game 1. You didn't take any damage, and you went second, like we said, and you stabilized. And then game 2, your opponent didn't really play the game against you, and so you got to do the cool thing where you got to end with Ascend the Battle. Even game 1, you got to play the Falco Jaw Titan deck. It was you got to
game 1 I goofed. I goofed so bad. I set up a 3. I was gonna draw the good one, and I was like,
uh-oh.
And I was like, aha, pass, haha, silly goose. And I went, uh-oh, can we still do it through that? So yeah, I'm glad we could, because that would have been really embarrassing.
I'm excited to watch your finals match.
Thanks, man. I'm excited, I guess, to be in one.
You get to go against another Porco Galliard.
Cool. That guy is on the God Run.
Yes.
I didn't say it. Chad. That was close.
George almost lost to Wub, and the same idea of just not drawing gas anymore, the deck finally tiring out. But he did pull off the last 2 games to get through the match. But I think you are going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I'm rooting for you.
Yeah.
You deserve it. You've been on this character for the past 3 events, and you have top cut it every time.
It's tight.
It's-
That's awesome.
So I'm excited to see how it goes. Congratulations. We're going to give you a bit of a break. We're going to do another bigger interview with, I think, probably with Bromley or some sort before we
we'll let
dive
Bromley
in.
do that.
Just to also give you guys a little bit more time to chill. But
Love it.
congratulations on your finals,
Thanks,
and
man.
I wish you luck.
Good
Thanks,
luck.
guys.
We're going to
Appreciate
cut
it.
away to a small break. Don't go anywhere, guys, as we're going to have some interviews with your finalists, and then we will have the final game of the Atlanta Regional. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Bye-bye.
Hey, George.
Oh, we have George. Oh, we're just doing it right now. I guess we're doing it now. Okay. Never mind. I'm back. Hey, never mind.
What up?
Hey, George. I thought I was getting off, but welcome back. You've had a bit of a time to decompress. Did you watch that match at all?
No,
Oh.
Okay. All right. That's fair. You're going against Phil Birch.
I go first.
You get to go first, but would you be a little afraid if I told you that Phil hasn't gone first all weekend?
No.
Nope.
And he just decimated a Porco deck. 2-0, going second both games.
That's cool.
All right, I love it. This is what matters because
This-
that's the kind of energy you have to have when you go into this. And,
I
and we-
mean, the big thing is, like, I'm not saying it as if, like, to disrespect anybody.
no, absolutely not.
I just don't care.
No, you shouldn't because
here.
you're
Yes.
here and your deck has been doing what it's designed to do all weekend, and that's why you're here exactly fighting for this win at this exact moment. Like you said, 8-month hiatus, and here you are. Here you are. You're here in the finals, and you're going against Phil Birch playing Rodan, another known defensive character in the game, and you're going to have a strong opportunity to show why Porco shouldn't have been abandoned. Why did everyone go to Devilgen? Porco's just good.
Porco kills people on turn 2 so fast. It's, like, incredible.
Absolutely. And so my only real big question I guess I have to ask is, what are you going to do, and who do you think you'll play at Worlds if you do end up winning after this match?
Guilty Gear's legal, right?
It will be
Oh,
legal.
Sure will be.
And those characters have been revealed. Obviously, not the full set's been revealed. But
Yeah.
if you're just, right now, right off the top, do you run it back with Porco? Or
No, he's getting it rotted. So.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Assuming he doesn't. Let's say everything stays the same, but we gain Guilty Gear. But
he does get momentum now, so you can get.
you can do fire. Yeah, fire
Yeah, you can
attunes
give
to
Mighty Blitz Powerful 4. It's pretty cool.
Megalomania. Did you see
Yep,
that one?
yep.
You can
I get
seal
to
your opponent's.
Rodan. Nice.
You can
GG.
see Rodan. Yeah, exactly. So
There you go.
is that an option, or do you think there's another choice?
Oh yeah, if he's not touched, I'm playing Porco in Worlds. Like that's just how it is.
As
Yep.
you should, because you're having a lot of success right now. Jesse, any questions or any follow-ups for George as well?
Well, I have one question, and do you think you got this?
I could do it.
Percentage
do
chance.
it?
Percentage confidence chance.
For a percent, you
I'm
probably
like,
make up for
I'm
a
like at
number.
least a 50-50. Like
50-50.
I'm
That's
either
perfect.
50-50 or 40-60. Like I could.
You're
get
going
there.
first. You should have the 60.
Exactly.
Yeah, perfect. Exactly.
All right.
You should have the 60. I'll take the 60-40. I think that's fair. I want a game 3. That's all I care about, man. I want a game 3. I want you to win game 1, show what your deck does. I want game 2 to be very close and tight, and you put up a good fight. And then game 3, I don't care who wins. You both deserve it. So I think it's
Yeah.
going to be fun. I'm glad that we have this kind of aggro versus defense. You know, 7-hands. I love 7-handers. I think 7-handers deserve all the love that they deserve in the
It
world.
shouldn't be 24 health, but
That's fair. You're not. Yay.
a lot
I
of
get
health.
it. There's a lot of controversy. I understand. But
Fox has 2 more health. He's a 6-hander. I don't know.
well, it's 6-hander if he picks up cards. Yeah, but
you're
you're
right,
right.
you're
You're
right.
right. Anyway, George, I wish you luck. I know you did your shout-outs already, but, you know, people that helped you prepare for this event, of course, you know, that you've been testing for. Obviously, you play the game a lot, even though you've been judging for the past 8 months,
Yeah.
you know. How'd you get here? What's the story?
The story was I made a broken Air Nick deck, got
Okay.
him errated, then proceeded to win a couple online things
Yep.
with Nick again on all. And as much as I wanted to keep playing him, I got tired of it.
That's fair.
Too much.
I got tiny hands, man. I can't shuffle those Nick Reagan decks.
But there were 60 cards.
Ooh, that's true. I'm a big 80-card Nick Reagan fan, but I understand. I still got tiny hands.
130.
I'm not doing that. No, no, no.
I did
There
play
is a
with-
real reason to slow it down and bring it. You want to hit the good ones always.
Exactly.
Exactly. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Continue the story.
I hit my peak with Air Nick, got put on the team.
Yeah,
Suck
yeah.
BS. And ever since then, it's just been great having a lot of top tier minds in the team just discussing deck building, strategies, how you're going to play the game, what's the math on things.
Yeah.
The team's great.
Heck yeah, man. And all that work it has paid off. And regardless of what happens after today, you deserve every spot that you get right here in this finals. And you're the higher seed.
Yeah,
So
I
you
could try.
placed better also.
Mm-hmm.
But it is going to come down, I think, to a very good match. And I'm excited to watch you guys play it. We're going to give you a little bit more of a break.
Maybe
Good
we'll get
luck,
Brom.
man.
Maybe Bromley will want to do Phil. He's been like so wanting to talk about Phil.
I feel like we just talked to him already, so I don't think we're going to do it again. But, Mike, am I cutting it away? Okay, all right. George, I'm going to give you a little bit more time. You have a finals coming up. It is currently 3 o'clock local time, everybody. So I like the fact that we get to end this tournament. Everyone gets to go celebrate and go to dinner regardless of what happens, including yourself. So everybody at home, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break, and then we're going to have George versus Phil in your Atlanta Regional Finals.
See ya. Welcome, everybody. We are here for the grand finals. We got Phil Birch, who just took down a Porco, but now he's got to take down another Porco.
Another Porco. I was really hoping for Devil Jin in finals so I could make the Devil went down to Georgia riff again and be the other guy's like, but Devil wins, he's gonna take your soul thing, you know. But no Devil jokes here in the final. We just got Phil Birch, okay, who's been on a hot streak with Rodan for the past 2 events, took a hiatus, comes back with Rodan and is tearing it up in a final at Atlanta against George Renzel, who's also on a hiatus, right? For judging, right? And so these are 2 players who have, they've had some success previously. Obviously, Phil Birch, 2-time national champion, but George is a guy who's been in the community, the entire time as well.
Yep,
so,
he definitely migrated towards judging a lot more. We've seen him in, but they're playing for that champion Mondo Gecko, that gold foiling.
He's such a good boy.
He's such a good boy.
He's Mondo cool for sure. I went and found Sam Tate after he lost, and I was like, hey, man, you want your Mondo Gecko? And I bought it off.
He went my good boy.
Yeah, but so last time I was asked what playmat you'd grab. Which one would you grab?
I'd still grab the top 16.
Still the top 16 doesn't change. I agree because Raphael is on the champions. But okay, yeah. So before we get into our card reveal, boys and girls at home, we got to talk about them deck lists. We've seen them. Okay, we've seen how they work. They're mean, green, fighting machines on opposite sides of the spectrum. Phil's deck is a deck that's going to be trying to, strangle you of your resources, send attacks that are way too fast for you to deal with, and then eventually get you out with a thick string of very, very good attacks. But it's a lot of 1-ofs, a lot of 2-ofs, a lot of tech pieces, right? And it feels very Phil to me.
Yes.
It feels very Phil where he's thought about each card. Every 2-of feels like it's the right amount for that. Every 3-of feels like the right amount too. And it's not super greedy either, right? Nope. You've got 4 of the ones that do stuff. You got 3 of the ones that maybe you want to see later. And anyway, it's a beautiful chef's kiss deck. And on the flip side,
this is like just coming in from like just hotness. This is aggro hotness here. This is a Mighty Blitz. This is the Porco. I mean, there's nothing really cool to say about this. It's just an aggressive monster.
Yeah, well, in the same way that Rodan, who goes later, maybe wants to have 1s and 2-ofs, the deck that's trying to kill you early needs to see specific pieces every single time. So almost everything's a 4-of, right?
Yeah.
Of the 3-ofs, it's like what you might consider a tech piece, right? In fact, 2 of the capture the target is crazy to me because I feel like he's had 2 of those out every game.
So surprised.
Yeah.
That is. I think we had to start cutting those for forcing surrenders. I think that's definitely one of the cards that hey, I had to drain this down a little bit because I need this card to be able to get through.
Right, but of the cards that feel like they make sense, right? They're cards that you don't want to see every time. I don't want to see Titan Arbor in every game. I also don't want to see too many of the Enough Talks because those don't chain too well together, right? And it's the only 5 diff in the deck. So, yeah. I mean, they make sense. These are good decks that had good bracket luck. And, Phil's coming off of defeating another Porco, right? So we'll see if he can take it home. And, we're on to the card reveal. We were told to shut the hell up. Talk about Flawless Defense.
It's a 2/5 +1 mid block. While this card's in your card pool, all attacks are -1.
Wow.
After you block with an attack, gain 1. Card pool response.
Infinity symbol again.
I think all of our previews today were infinity symboled.
Yeah, every single one. This is a card that's going to be available to everybody. Anybody who's chain blocking, right, can use this card. And if you, somehow you happen to get a couple of these in your card pool on defense, it could get, it kind of reminding me of the good boy Conway Woods from MHA Set 1.
I'm just saying, you could play this with the Conway from Jetburn.
Yeah, you could add it.
You were like, I'll just add to the card pool.
Yeah.
If I block, I gain, and all your attacks are -1.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty a good kitchen table card. I don't know how effective it's going to be in the
You know what the funniest thing I noticed about the art? So I can't remember the name of the character that art was, but you definitely noticed that they definitely did some cleanup on the editing. I'm looking up on the screen, on the screenshot right here.
Yeah.
That the art definitely looks a little cleaned up down the center a little bit.
Yeah. They definitely did a good job relating it onto a card game. But we're into the game. Okay, George is going to be going first. The story of Phil's a top cut run here is that he was 16th place. Okay, so he squeaked in at 16th. He ID'd last night, and he said to Andrew and to me and a couple of other friends, he said, "Yeah, I ID'd, and I know I'm not going to make top cut." He said he did it front. He said that if his opponent hadn't given him the ID, he would have just scooped, you know?
Yeah.
So he wasn't even
Planning to be here.
he didn't even try to get to the.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Yeah, it's very Phil. If you
Yep.
know Phil, it's very Phil. But he's fighting his way up, right? And you don't do that just because you know maybe I feel like doing this. It's you do it because there's a drive, right?
Yep.
And so for somebody who's a multi-time national champion, right? He's somebody who gets into these situations and it feels like you know having breakfast,
Yep.
right? For George, this is a really important run.
Look at that hit off the enough talk.
Oh wow!
We hit 2 attacks.
We certainly found the attacks for the turn. Yeah. I wonder what. Phil has 3 moves. One of them is the this new card from
Rising
Street
Uppercut.
Fighter,
Yep.
Rising Uppercut. So if any of these moves are high, like perhaps the Enough Talk, I think is a high non-ranged move. So you could disrupt Porco's turn with an attack
Yeah.
if you wanted to. I don't know if maybe you want to hold it for later.
Yeah, like George. We pretty much saw last match with Dawson. He needed turn 2. He needed to do his thing. He had to He had to try, but game 1 he got a 3 build. In game 2 he got a 3 build as well. But then drew Nor foundations.
Right.
Because all the deck just burnt. The deck just tied up on him.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, he's certainly got all of the tools available to him here. Apart from I don't think we have a teaming with the Attack Titan in hand.
Nope.
So we're just going to be playing with the regular old attacks, right? As regular as they can be. Good to see Rodan scouted the top 2. It looks like a 4-check and a 3-check, which is not what you want to see.
But
Mikasa defeats the female Titan and a oh goodness gracious, how am I forgetting the name of Rejuvenating Smash today? You know, but we're going to be blocking with Pass Through Walls, an important card for a lot of the rest of this format, committing over the Supersonic Flight to pass the check and holding on to that Rising Uppercut for perhaps a later high attack like this one, the Hell Spider, which does get a little faster.
we're gonna immediately give the +1 speed.
Okay. Porco here, kind of crucially, not hitting those Lust for Battles, right? We're going to be removing the Mikasa defeats for -3 speed.
We're gonna respond for -1 to Phil's next check.
Yeah, got Lust for Battle out here. This is so funny, all these floating check thingies.
It's a great thing for the stream.
Yeah,
I always like them.
Yeah, I do like it. Definitely not complaining about it. But there's a very real possibility that Phil could run out of blocks, right? This is the most exposed turn for him, probably. Yes. His board isn't. I mean, it's nothing to write home about.
That one diff he had?
This one diff is it Tinker's Touch? No, it's Gathering Supplies. Sacrifice the Foundation for 1 speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a last resort button at this point.
I play 4 of that card in my Hang 10 Mothra deck, though.
I bet you do.
Okay, and there's the Rising Uppercut. Not going to use the drive because I don't think the damage is going to matter. You don't want to get a whole enhanced step there.
Yep.
But now we're out of scouts, so whatever is on top of Phil's deck is up to Fate.
Yep.
And there's only -1 speed because Rejuvenating Smash only has a +1 block.
Yep.
Right. So I think this Besiege is going to come through. I think we're going to use Rodan to get rid of the Rejuvenating and perhaps get a better block because there's an Incubating on top of or below that, and that's the 3. But I would hazard a guess that we're going to grip them for later. But,
yeah, let's take away latency. Yeah, we're just going to -1 speed.
Yeah. And
both mill 1.
Well, the rival check minus is gone. That should be off of the table. Unless we hit another.
Oh, we hit another one. Oh, yeah, we hit another one.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Oh, and going for the Jaw Titan's Bite. Okay, checking a 3. This is on a 7.
So it's at the 4.
Oh, all right, because of the
+1.
Marley's Warriors.
Yep.
But I don't know how many more of these attacks we're going to be able to resolve. You know?
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna pick up another copy.
The next one would be on an 8. So if you used Porco and flipped over now.
Oh, he hit it.
Wow.
All right.
Gonna be removing for another -1 speed. Unfortunately.
I think we are just gonna play a get in, get out plan here. I'm like, hey, can I get?
So George is using 1-man Inferno to mill random cards off of Phil's deck, and so Phil only got -1 speed off of that last move. So yeah, going to be using Porco. putting a barrier shield into the card pool. Crucial, because if we play this other Jaw Titan's Bite, it would be on a 7 with +1. So if we check a 5, we could make the check.
It'll be, yep. Or we could play the Besiege we picked up.
Yeah, this one's for 5, so we're going to go to 11, I believe.
Siege on a 6 +1.
Checks
check
a
5.
6. Okay, but again, unless we have another barrier shield,
Okay, we'll get our damage.
I don't know how we're going to. I mean, I guess if you flip Porco over here, this one would be a 8 damage move, and then if you just make the check to pass the next one on a.
What is his flip even? It's plus damage and speed, right? Or plus damage?
It's 2/2.
2/2.
Yeah, it's just straight up 2/2. I can put it up here for you. It might be keyword. I don't think it is. It is your Fury
Fury
and
or
Titan
Titan.
attack. Like it is gated to
And/or
Fury and Titan.
Sack a foundation after your rival plays a block, seal it. All right,
Yeah.
so
And so there's the flip. We're going to be sending the Jaw Titan. This attack, we have a. It looks like a Science Bros on top of the discard pile, so we're going to be getting -2 speed. So it's going to be back to its 2/2 stats there. And here we go. We're going for the final. If we check a 5, we pass the check. But the thing is, this one's just a 6/6. If Phil has the right zone and Rodan's ability, there's no way to mill off this -3 speed.
Yeah.
So if we have the right zone here, if we just for some reason manage to grip
you're,
a third high block,
we're just verifying the.
yeah. So let's see.
Yeah, so we are 3-3.
Going to be going and grabbing another Jaw Titan's Bite, of course. Why not? Going to
gonna
remove. Oh, wow.
-1 with the.
It looks like he's giving your attack +1 speed with gathering supplies, right?
Yep.
It's this attack, right? But you're going to
Yep.
be able to get -4 speed and draw a card, maybe get a high block, but ends up not happening.
Yep.
George again getting a turn
Just-
2. Yeah, which
But
is
that was a brute force level. Like
Yeah.
George went into that line and just like, all right, I need to find another Draw Titan. Like he did enough talk to start the line. He's like,
check,
hey,
and check 5/5s,
Fives, yeah.
right? Check
Yep.
5/5s. There 1 more 3, and that turn was over.
sure was. Check 5, save lives.
Yeah. Seeing here that a little early there, we just got a Not Now I'm Gaming. This is one of my favorite cards out of those.
Oh yeah,
my
the
goodness,
bounce
the Street
bounce
Fighter
there.
deck. This guy, check a 7 and flip after an attack is played, add it to his hand. This is a 1 diff.
Yep.
For me, if you are Phil and you get to build twice, this could be a very crucial thing because making your opponent make another check, right, after they passed it already, like in that situation specifically, right? George has shown that he will absolutely take the thin margin play and try to check a 5, right? And so a 1 diff could be the reason why this game goes to the third if George goes for another play like that. And you say, hey, I can't block that. You're right. That's a 9-speed move. I don't have the right zone. But you know what? I don't think you can pass that again.
No. That's the situation here.
This is and the thing is, the alt symbol is not very well represented in this format. It's basically just Rodan. And he gets to use a lot of these really powerful Street Fighter cards that it's the same way that Godzilla randomly has water, right, and gets to use some of the cool cards out of the Street Fighter Challenger decks. This one I could see if it's on the board and it doesn't get sealed, right, because that's the thing that can. But the thing is that if I were George and I saw, something like No Moment of Normalcy, and I saw Masho Concealment, I saw Mikasa defeats the Female Titan. How many rungs down is this 1 diff? Because it doesn't affect you right now. It affects you on your last check, right?
Yep.
So I think that this is the card that would get through. And so I'm calling the shot. The shot. In game 3, right? In game 3, George is going to go for the same thing, right? He's going to go for the high risk, high reward play. And it could see Not Now I'm Gaming not get sealed and solve the game. And we could have a 5 check matter on the opposite side of the field.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I could see that happening. I think it'd be cool. Anyway, on George's side, there's not much in the sideboard that I think is going to be relevant, right? Driven by Retribution is okay, right? There's
Hero's
nothing,
Upbringing.
Hero's Upbringing is the one, and Resolute End. We talked about this. I heard you guys talk about it last match. That Resolute End is a card that can cancel Barrier Shield, and Barrier Shield is one of those cards that can really stem your aggression, along with Dark Ward, which can cancel Breaker. That's the way that I typically end the Porco's turn.
Yeah.
is I wait for them to really commit to a turn, right? Use their hand size, use their board aggressively, and then try to stop them with a big breaker. And at that point, if you can stick the breaker, they're kind of up a creek because, again, they're on those, like Barrett kept saying, those razor-thin margins. And so if you can change the pace by just a little bit, you can buy yourself a turn. And if they're completely committed and you can do 24, boy, howdy, you can do it really easy once they're tapped out. So, yeah, exciting stuff. Phil getting to go first this time.
One thing to say is, like, Phil did what we said yesterday when we were going through the list. Phil needed to make top 4 to get enough points for day two lock.
Okay.
So Phil's good. Phil's like kind of playing with house money.
Yes.
George is like, I need to win this because I need the points.
Right. Well, I'm sure Phil wouldn't be mad about winning, right?
Yeah, no, I know.
think,
Phil would.
Yeah, I think Phil is not going to be mad with either end of this. Unless he gets turn 2 twice.
Yes.
I think anybody would be upset about getting turn 2 twice in a final. You know?
Yeah.
That's a little lame.
I mean, that's George has been like, hey, I could turn 2 all day and night. And he's like,
well, okay, so Jesse, tell me, as somebody who really liked turn 2 style decks, and somebody who in the past, really liked to try to end your game on turn 1, what is it about it that draws you to it?
I get a long break and I get to pull myself out of the tournament and just go relax.
Okay.
And take a nice deep breath.
So your objective is to play less?
Yes.
Why are you playing at all?
Because I came to win.
Okay, so the card game doesn't matter.
I'm not
winning
paid by
matters.
Yes, winning matters.
Okay,
I'm not being paid by the minute of how long I have actually had tournaments where I think we did the math on this one. My total time of the tournament was in rounds of Swiss was under 3 hours worth of time sitting out of playing, like shuffling everything, like
Huge
round
build.
timers.
2 incubating. I want you to continue.
No, I know.
I'm listening.
And that's something. You just have that, like, hey, I just don't play control well. I don't play long games. I want to be done and over.
Okay. Well, where is your empathy for your common man? There's another person playing at the table with you, Jesse.
I mean, if they want to play 60-minute games, they're going to play 60-minute games, and I have to accept that. That's what Sean O'Brien always says. I paid for 60 minutes. I'm gonna
He
get.
got that from me.
Yep.
He got that from me. Oh, that son of a gun.
But I agree with it. Like
I said that to Miles Tyler at Miles' event. I was playing Yoshimitsu and he was playing his Ken deck, and he said, "This is not how games are supposed to go." And I said, "Miles, I paid for 60 minutes. I'm getting 60 minutes." Anyway, okay, all right. Let's zoom back into this board state. We see Phil is deciding whether to attack or not. We see 2 attacks that flex. Mostly defensively. You often see Rejuvenating Smash being used as a block. We've also got a barrier shield. But on the opposing side of the field, you've got 2 dark wards you got to deal with, man. That is not what I would want to see.
We're going to lead off with the
Rising uppercut.
Here.
Yeah,
We're just like, hey, I'm just going to put a 4x4 and press some buttons.
What could this Rising uppercut possibly do for you on offense? The answer is it's a 4x4.
Yeah.
It's a 4x4. It was the cheapest attack in our hand, and perhaps we want a momentum to be used on a hacker extraordinaire, or you can soften up the Porco, right? But for me, I would have an alarm ringing bell in my head because there's a Dark Ward times 2 on George's side of the field. So your breaker is not going to work. Your Rejuvenating Smash is not going to work.
And Phil just wrote in for 2 attacks.
Oh, boy. We do have 2 ways to figure out a draw. You have Think Fast, Science Bros, and the Botans. Okay, so Botans is going to give a... And, dude, look at this. This is awesome. You got an attack out of your opponent's hand. I feel good about that. Especially since there's a Lust for Battle I got put into our hand. I'm going to be removing the Galactic Monster, which is fine. You can build that later for some speed back. I suppose a barrier shield must have been used here.
Yes.
And we're going to be blocking with a second one, which means there's only 2 left in the deck. Breaker 2, but Phil has to worry about the attack that's on top of the deck and gets through it beautifully just fine. Checks a 1. It was on a 1. And now we're going to risk it for the biscuit, play a second Hacker Extraordinaire on a 4. Checks just fine. Going to play the Galactic Monster on a 5. Checks a 3, 4, 5. Tap the Science Bros. And then try to play this.
There we go.
This is protecting
No,
Aerie?
that's the keeping Aerie safe.
Keeping Aerie safe. Okay, yeah. I love that card. Any card that says stop stunning me, I'm happy with. So this, honestly, if I could have a whole deck that was nothing but things that say stop touching my board, I would do it. Even if there's nothing on my board left for you to look at, I'd be like, just stop it.
Yep.
I want my cards.
George looks like it's just going to go to the defensive route here. It's like, hey, I protected myself. I am going to just build out.
He built out, and he got 2 Marley's Warriors, 2 Dark Wards, a one-man Inferno.
Yep.
Is a big deal into
Yes.
Rodan, man. Like that. What an innocuous little zero dev. It's good against Krista.
Yep.
It's good against Rodan, right? Anybody who cares about top of deck or top of discard pile. But we see Phil is going to be going for checks a 5 on the crucial 6 difficulty Rejuvenating Smash. Going to try to draw 2 and gain 2 life. Dark Ward going to be used, and you got to chew through those eventually,
Yes.
right? It's just, and the other thing is that this card with Botan's coaching is going to zing a momentum as well, right? So
Yep.
it's not as poor. And the thing is, you want to confirm those Dark Wards now. Perhaps I'm trying to put myself in the headspace that Phil's in, right? Looking at our discard pile, and I see that George has grabbed another barrier shield and he's gripping 3 attacks. So last turn, it's 2 barrier shields. What? Goodness, great! He found all 4.
Yeah.
He found all 4. Wow.
And
Okay.
he wants to have one for the fight.
I mean,
for
at
the
least
fight
one. If he can hold them all, boy howdy, that would be brutal. And oh man, trading the Hellspider for a Mighty Blitz has got to feel good for George.
Yep.
Wow.
Looks like we're gonna mill 3.
Wow.
Like, I'm gonna press mill button. Did I
Goodness
hit something?
gracious.
Bingo.
Sure, -1 to my check. That sounds fine. I mean, we're probably going to be building over here on the side of Phil. But the thing is, our stage is built to the point where I'm pretty confident that it's not going to come down to speed.
Yep.
It'll come down to the block zones that
Phil maintains.
Phil maintains, yeah. And with 2 bonus draws from the 2 momentum he's going to be getting from this, I think, I'm assuming it hits. It might not hit, right? Maybe George decides he will block, but it's going to be 8 speed using the barrier shield. Okay, saying, okay, I'm going to use the barrier shield. Set it to 0. He used that so fast.
He's like,
So he was just waiting.
he was
for the
prepared.
Rodan. He was just waiting for the Rodan enhance. Yeah.
So here's the thing: I think George is on my level of the. I know what my line is. There's no other line in this situation. I'm just gonna, as soon as he hits enough buttons, I'm willing to press this button.
Sure. Well, I mean, but some players would say, I want to hold this barrier shield for my next turn when I'm playing the Porco string, right? But he's had no compunction with. I'll just reset it. But he has no compunction with using them on this turn specifically. But so yeah, we're gonna see here. We're gonna be going for the block with Besiege, okay, and not gonna be getting. Phil's gonna have to deal with Breaker 2 and -1 to his check with this incubating. But it's a 3rd incubating, man. This is a lot of Nick speed.
Yeah.
And so.
But here's the thing. Now Phil can fail. If Phil wants to, he could have chose to fail that block and fail that next check, and it would have been fine because of the fulfilling battle is the rider of if you can fail that check, it doesn't end your turn.
Right.
But here we go.
Okay, another card out of the Challenger Series. It's Fateful Decision. Another all card, okay, that flexes both. It's defensive in both phases of it. It's got either -2 speed or after you block, it gets Breaker 1. Has this been errata to response, or is it errata
it's
give the
errata
next
to
attack?
enhance if you block this attack.
Okay,
You're
that's
blocking Breaker 1.
Okay, yeah. Certainly the response speed would have been the best version of that. But,
I still thought that was the plan, but
yeah, it's okay.
All right, here we go. We're firing off this enough talk. We're ready to go.
There is enough talk, George says. It's time for.
He's like, I think he's just like, all right, Phil, do you have?
It's about the zones.
Yeah.
Right. It's just going to be about the zones. But there's a lot of draw on Phil's side, and I think there's at least one Mikasa defeats the Female Titan. If that's not, that might be an Aaron sidestep.
That's an Aaron sidestep.
Okay, all right. So we're going to have yet another draw. So there's one draw there, one draw from Science Bros if they need it, and then there's a possibility of supersonic flights in the discard pile that can be removed with incubating.
Yep.
So, and as a control player, what I would really like to see is for Phil to use the wrong blocks early when the attacks are smaller.
Yes.
Because you can bait your opponent into a sense of of complacency, right? They think, oh, you don't have a high. I'll make this high. I'll make this high. And then the crucial one, you can block and have the right zone, and be able to get a good backswing in.
Yep.
So
we're about to. We haven't hit the blitz yet. All right, 1.
okay.
2,
So it looks like Phil
3.
was waffling over whether or not he was going to use the Genkais that he has in hand. And I don't know if George sideboarded in those Resolute ends, so we could see an interaction, kind of a blowout in that case.
You could.
Because you'd have the Genkais in card pool, you would have had to have destroyed 3 foundations. Milled 3. The only attack we got from the remove on the
Besiege.
Inatuk was a Besiege.
Which is a perfectly fine attack.
It's fine. It's not exactly the biggest high roll, but it's not the worst either. The worst would have been not getting any attacks, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
But but the thing is, every one of these attacks has to stick for the Porker to go off here.
Right. Okay. There's a supersonic flight being used, removed with incubating. We drew a Mikasa defeats the female Titan using Science Bros now, and I adore this right now. Using them now before they get sealed, right before you get too deep into a turn and start hitting those seals at the top of the deck. You may as well get full information before you go into the rest of the turn. Okay.
There's the seal.
Okay. Hits the
He's
seal.
like, what do you want?
Okay.
I think it's the sidestep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sealing the sidestep. He's got a mill. Oh, hey, look at that. I guess I'll draw anyway. You hit a super, and that's the danger you run into when there's a one-man Infuro in play. You could give the Rodan another draw.
I think if we get a second, we have double.
2 barrier shields, 1 Genk. What a hand.
Yep.
Oh, wow. So Phil's saying, I actually don't care about the supersonic flight. I can remove that with incubating later. And I'd rather remove that here. Because here's the thing. Check this out.
Yep.
Phil can remove the, what's this? Ice Sword Execution?
Yep.
Well, and not block? Never mind. Sorry, he's not going to do that. But certainly after the barrier shield is the point where you want to use your button. And chewing through the Dark Word early is going to be a big deal here. So, yeah, we block, make the check, certainly, and we're going to try to Breaker 2.
And George's like, okay.
George says, okay, I'm going to play through the Breaker 2. Looking at George's hand, though, there's a Mighty Blitz, a Besiege that he's going to use from gameplay.
Checks a 1.
Yeah, so this is on a 4. Needs to give us 3
Oh, check the
cards.
2.
Oh,
Check the 2.
Okay.
Because of the Marley's got.
Yeah.
So that helped a little. It wasn't technically a Breaker 1.
Yeah, I mean, keeping the Dark Ward is kind of crucial, right? Because you're dealing with the possibility of Rejuvenating Smash and more of those barrier shields.
Yeah, I think we let this one. There we go. We found the armbar.
Wow. But that's in the discard pile, and honestly, the thing you really want to pull in are those teaming with the Attack Titans.
Usually that's the case, but sometimes if you're about to stretch out the damage more, the armbar can be the right line. But I mean, George has been pretty on forward with the stack, so he's just like, hey, I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah. Those are Genkais with one-man Inferno. Gonna use our 1-diff Fateful Decision.
Yep.
We drew from removing the supersonic flight. I don't know if this. I think we gave it -2 speed. It might be giving Breaker.
Maybe a Breaker 1 we're gonna go on a partial.
Yeah, looks like a partial. This is a low block, but it's got the right number, right? 3+.
Yes.
And we're deciding whether or not to Dark Ward being used. Okay, yes, sir, you got it. No Breaker for me here. And this is because George is saying, well, I'm not playing a 3-diff now. I'm playing a 4-diff. 3,
4, 5,
4, 5, 6. Got to give us another one.
All
Okay,
right.
yeah, here we go. This barrier shield's gonna be huge, man. Actually, Generals, and we could still Genkais this, right?
Yes.
Is this the one you Genkais? Because you force George to have another attack.
Yeah.
And like if he just has them all, right, then it feels bad to do it. I think you got to make George play it. I think you hold them. But
I think what you do is you let your so he goes build. He's like, it's good.
Yeah, so he's going to put the teaming into the card pool.
Yep.
Right? He can pick it up. And we're still at 18, right? So you want Porco to commit further, right?
Yes.
That is certainly a thing that you would like to happen before you use that Genkai's. I mean, oh, wow. We hit another one of those loss of consciousnesses. So we're going to
I think
respond
we
with it.
hit the hacker.
Hacker would give us another momentum and a draw.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, I think there's so many incubatings that speed is not going to matter. But we'll see. Looks like he is sealing and incubating.
Like, add an incubating to the pile.
Yeah, I mean, that is fine. The thing with One Man Inferno is that Phil could very easily just remove the top card that he mills.
Yes.
I actually just realized that it doesn't matter. We're going to be getting minus speed. Okay, putting in the lots of consciousness from our hand. The Mighty Blitz is a 6 mid for 7 at the moment.
Yep.
We pulled up our teaming with the Attack Titan, which will be a printed 8, minus 6 goes to 2 difficulty, with 5 other cards in card pool would be 4 other cards would be on a 6, I think, at the moment, with +1 to the check. So we're rolling on 5s now. Man, I want to not now I'm gaming. I want it so badly. Unfortunately, it hasn't hit the board, but man, it would make me so happy. Boy,
I think Phil's starting to decide when it's time to
press
hit
the button. Yeah, you certainly could do it here, and I think you would make the turn unpassable if you wanted to end their turn.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we're
here
gonna
it is.
we're gonna.
Yeah, now that George is committed, and we're gonna discard the loss of consciousness from the card
and
pool.
respond with it.
Wow.
He's like, remove
Seal a
it.
second incubating, right? So incubating, I think, being used here for.
Yep, the last one's being used.
Yep. 3 seals off of stuff that's not on the board is kind of egregious, if you ask me. But we're gonna have Breaker 2 here, and yeah, this is a lot. Okay, so I know that there's 2 piles on Phil's board, but there's still 7 ready foundations. It's just delineating which ones are sealed and which ones are not sealed. And with 18 health, I feel like you're going to have extras. The only thing we can really resolve is this teaming. Unless you have another one in hand, and I didn't see it. I didn't peep it. Did you?
I don't think he has another attack in hand. I think he picked up the teaming, and that's his last card in hand.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to block with Dimension Sphere. We'll see if he
Yes.
responds. Certainly passes. Going to Breaker 2. Is he going to remove the card too? I feel like you don't need to. It's the right block zone anyway.
Yeah.
But Breaker 2, putting this teaming on in. It's 2, 3, 4, 5.
He's gonna yank it
Oh, he is going to remove it. How about that?
because now teaming's on a 4, 5, 6.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because it's 4 difficulties. 6 with -2 to the check, and it means that Porco can't use his ability. I like that.
Yep.
I like that. That's actually quite cool. Okay, you certainly stymied the aggression of Porco this turn. Can you kill?
Yeah.
Is the real question here. But you have Science Bros and 3 incubating. I think the answer is probably if he draws any amount of gray or orange.
Yeah.
We'll
Phil's
see.
got 1 in hand.
He's got Violent Animus Shot, and we'll see what he draws. Rejuvenating Smash, Rejuvenating Smash. Okay, and he got a Supersonic Flight in hand. Nothing to discard it from hand, though.
Yeah.
No momentum. Here it comes. Violent Animus Shot. No backups to Yeet, but this card is kind of a workhorse in decks that can play it. It's got 4 symbols: Air, Evil, Void, and Order. And it says Blitz. You can remove one of your opponent's backups from the stage, and if you did it, you draw a card and gain Splash. This is a card I know Tim Keefe really likes. But most crucially is that if it deals damage, it makes your opponent yeet a random card from hand, which is the worst version of this card because you have no idea what you might be losing. And especially with George gripping that barrier shield still and the teaming from last turn, if he hits one of those cards with the Animus Shot, I would feel really bad. So you either have to spend 2 cards, right, barrier shield plus one of the other cards to protect one of them to 1, or you have to risk losing one of the 2 pieces because odds are you're going to lose either the barrier shield or the teaming. If you hit the 3rd one, sure, you're gaming. But yeah, 8 speed for 7, and we're continuing to do these incubatings for basically a damage, right? With Science Bros. Science Bros does a lot of carrying for Rodan's offense, right? He kind of has issues getting stats above printed on the damage column.
I think George is doing he's like, hey, I'm gonna go do that. I got this.
Yeah. He does have the barrier shield, So this could get blocked. But like I said, it's either you're committing to block this one and not blocking anything else for turn, or you're saying, hey, you might not hit the barrier shield.
Yep.
So we'll see. I don't know what George is checking for in the discard pile.
I think he's seeing what's left in his deck.
Okay.
I think he's just trying to do the diligence of all right, what is remaining here?
Okay, takes 9.
Yep.
And he's going to have to remove a random card from his hand. Let's see what it is. This could be very crucial.
Yes.
If the barrier shield goes, George isn't blocking anything for the rest of the turn. Okay? It's the barrier shield. Wow. Yeah. I mean, that's the risk you run.
Yep.
And it's going to be very scary for George. He's at 15. That's certainly achievable with this amount of removal on Phil's side. We're going to draw 2, gain 2 health, go back to 20. I didn't see what we drew. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah,
$100 smash in hand? You'll love to see a repeated $100 smash. Especially with Rejuvenating doing a lot of the earlier today.
He has 3 punches. He has a lot of punches in hand.
Yeah.
This is
Supersonic Flag being removed here to draw a card and give 1 damage. Wowzers. Yeah, I think
we're going to game 3.
Yeah. Jinx, you owe me a soda. Okay. Oh yeah, we're drawing from the Supersonic Flight trigger. Looks like it's gonna get the. Yeah.
There we go. Just
4
catch.
speed from that as well. Just a whittle
plus
off
1
the
damage.
top.
Plus 1 damage.
Yeah.
And plus 1
Plus
damage.
1 damage. Yeah, just for fun. That's a treat.
That's a treat.
Yeah. All right, catch 9 mid 10, and we've got. Oh my God, he's got options.
Yeah.
Certainly, and so this is the thing that I like to do with my, more measured decks, Jesse, is let your opponent make mistakes. Ask them questions about the last Dark Word he has on board, And if they answer it incorrectly, you get to exploit it. And so he waited for the right moment to do that barrier shield and pounced on this turn. He had the right cards in hand, and I think it's going to be a game 3 for us.
I think we are aiming for that in game 3. I think it's just a matter of time. I mean, I never, George is doing the right thing of here, hey, I need to cycle and try to latent skill.
Yeah.
That's his.
Well, but all of the barrier shields are gone.
Yeah, I know.
He drew all 4 of them. I don't know if there's an answer.
There's some in the some with the discard.
No, he enhanced with all of them, or used the got it removed.
2 got enhanced, 1 got removed, 1 was in the discard pile. He blocked with it.
Did he? Oh, he did block with it. The first one was enhanced block. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So there's a possibility.
He's gonna play to his outs.
All right. Takes 10.
Yep.
We're on range of any move in Phil's deck. Here's the repeated $100 smash. Gonna check a 5. Need a 7. Can tap.
Tap 2. Ready him.
Yeah. And whatever it is, it's gonna get.
Yeah. So we're gonna go ready up. We're gonna use the enhance on the smash here, and we are just gonna go ready 2.
Yeah. They're figuring because he had -1 to check from the Lust for Battle trigger.
Yep.
Or ability, sorry. But yeah, I think this is gonna be George dying. He's got a I'm with you in hand and the latent skill. So good. He has access to -2 damage, right? Randomly. And he certainly could try to Porco. He could get -4 damage, but this one's printed 6 and can get bigger.
Sure can.
Especially with 3 incubating and Science Bros on board. So yeah, I think that we're just going to be going through the motions here, making sure that everybody dots their I's and crosses their T's, and we're going to go to a game 3, where again, crucially, this turn 2 kind of a disrespectful offense that George has assembled. There it is. You're going to be using the latent skill. He's going to be going first again, right?
Yes. And hope the disrespectful offense is everything he needs. He's like, I do it in the count.
Yeah. I don't know. Does he play United in the Cosmos?
Nope. No. He's not in the Cosmos, so don't get me started on that card.
Really? Does that card make you feel some type of way?
Oh, it sure does.
That's interesting.
All right, so Phil Birch is currently gets up again, goes to even it
1-1.
up.
You like to see a game 3 in a final.
George is like, all right, I'm going for the map here. Got to shuffle up, reset,
Yeah.
take a breath. I always think it's important for a player to take that deep breath back in.
Why are we clapping, guys? That's crazy. The game's not over. Well, they're having fun. Okay.
I think it's hilarious that Phil is just the brightest red all weekend because I guess he went to the Tigers game this week and he is just cooked.
Yeah, but look at him. Look at him. He may be peeling, but on the inside, he's whole. And George, he's Georgian.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
I do the same thing when I'm in shuffling. I really just like do I've learned from playing so much competitive Magic. It's like I will look up at the ceiling and shuffle and be like, I don't want any type of possibility of happening.
Yeah. This is a cool game.
Yeah.
It's a cool game. I hope it goes past turn 2. Whether or not George wins, I do hope we get to see a game. You know, I want to see Dark Wards that cancel the right things. I want to, and especially most crucially, God, I want Not Now I'm Gaming to be the reason Phil wins. I think that would be so funny.
All right, so we're drawing up here.
Here we go. 2 7-handers. We haven't had a 7-hand size win in a while.
No, it's been. I think it was like Prorath win with Rodan, right?
Yeah. Yeah, last time we had a 7-hand size win, it was Rodan. And that was a Rodan versus Ghidorah?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, or maybe it was Ghidorah that won.
He
into
won.
Rodan.
He won with Rodan in Denver. Albuquerque played
Ghidorah.
His Ghidorah and
Yeah,
won.
yeah.
Then I remember what won Louisville. War Chief.
Yes.
War Chief won Louisville.
I'm gonna say I think.
I think.
And then Godzilla won in Canada.
Yeah. It's not that I don't. It's not that I don't. I just don't remember the OC.
The name of the events certainly blend together with me.
Yeah.
For me, rather.
And it's not that I'm not ragging on the OC or the EU events. It's just I just don't remember the results of those events.
Godzilla won in UK, and then one of the 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles won in OCE, I think. Am I incorrect?
No, the Raphael lost in the semis.
Oh, okay. I got to look it up. I did watch the final, though. It was fun.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and so George went for a mulligan, and he might get a 3-build. So we'll see. We'll see.
All right, come on 4. Come on 4.
Yeah, we want to get the 4 there if you are Porco, because that one foundation can mean everything for you. Checking 3, 3, 5, and 5 gets it.
There we go.
Woo! Yeah, my heart would have stopped on that last check. I would have been like, this. I know I need this 4th foundation.
You know
to
what's
run
interesting? You just scroll through Phil down to the actions.
Sure. We've got.
He's not. You know what I think is really weird as a 7-hand size like moderate control deck. He's not playing Phil without.
I mean, he might just value answering the thing, right?
I agree. That's a heads up,
Yeah. I think that card is
overrated.
Maybe overplayed. I don't think it's overrated. There are some decks that just don't. Like Rodan is not particularly. If you're playing into Godzilla, right? They can draw all the cards they want if you can just block everything, right?
Yeah.
If you lazily block them. There are decks that certainly need to answer things, right?
This hand is a monster.
Yeah, it's something.
Phil's gonna have to navigate this.
Yeah, but we have a Disarming Glance on board.
So?
If we don't hit a loss of consciousness, that will mean Porco's going to have... I don't think he kills without it.
That's true.
I just don't... He has to hit a loss of consciousness. He could hit it right here. Right? We're going to definitely get the I'm with you.
Yep, that was from the Spider, so all our decks are +1 speed.
Yeah. And the thing, I think, crucially, Disarming Glance... Let me go find it. Was it a sideboard card? It might have been a sideboard. No, here it is.
It's sideboard.
It's sideboard. Yeah, there it is. 2 of them are sideboarded.
Yeah.
It says they can't play abilities. You
yes.
can't even try to Porco.
Yeah, for this, it's like for this attack.
Yeah, I mean, like, we very well just hit a loss of consciousness. I mean, with the sheer amount of cards that are going to get milled, it's very likely that it will get hit, and you will be able to seal that. But that is the card to be scared of as George is that if I get to my third move, it's going to be unlikely that you can resolve a fifth move.
Yep.
And there's no way to destroy this loss of consciousness on our board. So here's the Mighty Blitz being used.
Any response?
Any responses here? Do you want to use your disarming glance? I think, it doesn't matter here.
You can't glance here.
There's
no fast.
Yeah, I mean, you save 1/1 basically, right? But I think you gotta bet. This is the moment, right?
Yep.
If he mills loss of consciousness, we can try to resolve all of these moves.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, this is okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Does not hit it there. We get one more from One Man Inferno.
If we hit it on the 1 man, that'd be crazy.
I mean, it's possible, right? We milled 4, right? Don't look at it and, I milled 3, I milled 1. It's 4 cards. Four cards are going to get milled. Does not hit it.
Okay.
Yeah. Huge. Gigantic for us here. And that's the nature of the game when you play a deck like this. You have no control over where... Some days you get them all, and some days you do not.
Yep. We're going to go for the block here.
Taps Rodan and Galactic Monster and... Yep. Okay, and this is it. This is the moment.
All right.
Does George even attempt?
He goes with us on a 7. I see his line.
Okay, so he plays the Jaw Titan's Bite, and then he plays the...
So he's going to glance this one.
I see where you're doing. This is smart.
Yep.
So if you play the Jaw Titan's Bite, he doesn't get to Porco, but he gets to try to play now with the teaming with the Attack Titan in hand.
Yes, he's going to
He's going to still attempt to go through with this line. Okay, and here it comes.
All right, so this will be on a 5 with checks +1.
Okay.
Checks.
6.
All right.
All right. Oh, and he had a Genkai's in hand. Wow.
He had to go down. He has to go down to 2 foundations.
Well, I mean, but you live. You live.
Yep.
You live. That's worth it. There's the loss of consciousness.
Yep.
Wow. Oh my gosh. What a cool turn on both ends of the table.
Oh yeah.
I think George played around it beautifully.
Yes. He led with he played the right attack into it.
Yeah.
And
And Phil. Oh man. This is what the.
That is not what
my
you want.
God. Well, so you go Animus Shot, Rejuve, and pray you don't check more 3s? What the hell?
Oh, this is going to be rough.
Oh, man. You need
He
one
might
foundation.
he has to peek first. He's going to play this and...
Oh, my God. He checked a 3 on it.
Yep.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what we get rid of, right? Holy smokes.
I think we have to peek.
Remove for +0.
Remove for +0. I don't. -2 damage.
Oh, that is rough, man. But okay, teaming with the Attack Titans are gone. This is going to have -2 damage, but it's going to hit. We're going to get rid of the other card in hand, I think. We're going to mill with One Man Inferno, mill with One Man Inferno, dig deeper. Oh, there's the other Disarming Glance gone.
Yep.
But this is going to remove the last card in hand, unless he blocks it. It's going to block it. It's a Barrier Shield. Man, if he had it, he would have put the Barrier Shield into he had everything.
Yep.
He had the full Monty.
Yeah. Phil gets to draw 2.
Oh, man.
He
didn't scout, right?
No, he didn't scout.
He just said, if I check a 3 here, I lose.
Yeah.
My heart, man, my heart. Oh boy, remove for. Oh God,
So he has 3 viable builds, but they're all 2 diffs.
Yeah, I mean, if you check a 3 anywhere here, you feel bad. But
Yep.
but with a Barrier Shield in hand, and you gotta go for a Moment of Normalcy. Okay. Whew. And a Genkai's in hand, I think you can successfully say, hey, maybe we're gonna. Oh my God, man! Wow, really brutal.
Yeah,
I mean, you hate to see it, but I think Phil has all the tools he needs to survive another turn,
including the safety button.
Yeah, and George is gonna have to get a fresh grip. He's gonna have to rip into real ones with no latent skill on board, and 3 of the loss of consciousness are gone. 2 of the okay, well we found some anyway. But wow, okay. But he also isn't going to have as many of those bing bongs, right?
Yes.
So we're going to use the Marley's Warriors and we're going to go deep. Opening with probably the Hell Spider.
Yes.
To try to get that 4th loss of consciousness. Checks at 4.
Good. Good start. Now it's this is a tough one. Phil's got
looking dicey. But sort of crucially, that's the 4th teaming gun, I think.
Yes.
into the discard pile, so Mighty Blitz is going to need to. There might be a fourth one in the deck. I think I've confirmed seen 3. I don't think we have another in hand. The Titan Armbar,
There it
and
is.
there's the loss of consciousness. It's a turn late,
Yep.
right? But obviously, you're not going to be disappointed about sealing the Mikasa defeats the attack Titan.
Yeah, that's the one that's
Yeah.
more like, a reset, a speed reset is not, a damage reset
Well,
is not
damage
gonna-
reset could matter. We're at 19,
could.
and Porco likes to say, here's my last one. It's for 10, right?
Yep.
On a bunch of printed 4 and 5 moves. So we could see Moment of Normalcy if it doesn't get sealed, and it likely won't get sealed. I don't think we're going to cycle this turn. There aren't enough enhanced steps for that to happen for George. I might eat my words. But
-1 to Phil's next check.
oh boy.
I mean, this is like, the really crazy thing is this Porco deck is so much like my Bertel 2 deck.
Yeah.
Just like he's just playing every gotcha card. Like, oh, this card went to this card pile, do something.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to cycle ever. Like, you want to cycle once
Yeah,
maybe in the whole game.
Bert was certainly a little better at it because he could get rid of it from hand more easily,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But yeah, he got rotted with good reason. Okay.
I'd still play him. I'd play him. If I was playing this weekend, I probably would be in my short list.
Okay.
Just because I like to, it's like, just don't pitch pairs incorrectly and you're fine.
Right. Checks gets rid of another Lust for Battle.
Yep.
Picking up a Jaw Titan's Bite. We ate the Hell Spider, which was 4/7, I think.
Yes.
Going from 19 to 12. And so we're going to, pretty shortly here, going to have to start blocking. And the thing is, Porco's at 18. We only have 4 foundations. There's none of this, 11, 12 wide boards that we can definitely confirm playing our big, impactful 5 and 6 difficulty moves. So if we're going to kill the backswing here, it'll be on very thin margins.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to stop saying that. I just like making fun of.
I think the thing is here is like, all right, I think Phil's got to start thinking about like,
yeah. So
if we just keep hitting, all right, we're gonna go for.
Here's the barrier shield. All right, he checks on 1. Unfortunately, has to tap 1 for it, but the check neg is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, that one's sealed.
That's 0 speed.
It's also committed. And I think we're going to get to the point here where Phil is going to have to use the Genkais and go down to 1 foundation.
To live, he will definitely need to.
Remove for another -1 speed.
Yep.
And we're going to block with Ice Sword Execution
Yes.
for a breaker.
And then he's got low blocks. And I don't think this deck plays lows. It's all mid.
Animus Shot is a low. Well, he could certainly change the teaming down to low.
Yeah.
Mighty Blitz is a mid, but yeah, none of them are
Mid.
printed low.
Yes. No pretty low.
And so he will likely change the teamings to high.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a scary spot to be in as Phil. Gonna mill with 1-man Inferno again. No, my beloved. Not now. I'm gaming. Dang it. Okay. Dang it. I'm so sad at this moment. Fateful Decision getting milled as well.
All right, Phil, we're gonna get our breaker block off here.
Yeah. Here's the. Oh, I mean, obviously that's not gonna be there, but
Yep.
It would be really cool if. Oh, we are gonna cycle.
Yeah.
That's gonna be really bad for this Mighty Blitz. Oh wow.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, we're gonna build 5 cards. We'll find something.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, but no guarantee in getting a team.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Definitely not negligible, right?
Yes.
We'd be playing this Mighty Blitz on a 7, functionally a 6, right, because of the +1 to the check from Marley's Warriors. But we have to fight through a Moment of Normalcy with no stun, and our opponent's at 12.
Yep.
So just going attack and then flip over Porco is not going to do it. You can't just put Phil to 8 or something like that and then flip Porco for the last bit of damage, especially considering Phil has the Genkais that he does not want to use.
Yeah.
If he had not had to use it in that first turn, he would have 7 foundations now, right? So going down to 1 would be brutal.
That's a lot of it. I think 7 or 8 attacks there, including only 1 teaming though.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if we saw someone mill out in the final. That'd be really swell. Super sweet, actually.
Super sweet.
I got to see it. Rubber did it at Worlds.
I know.
Okay, so here it is. We got 3 here. Mighty Blitz is one of them. Okay, no teamings just yet. Rodan gonna remove. He didn't use 1-man Inferno first.
Nope.
Gonna be able to draw. Could get a high block. If he gets the high block, that would be huge.
He hit 1.
He did.
Yes.
I mean, oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. I mean, I know he can't remove it, but even if he had used the Moment Inferno, it still would have got it. That's so funny to me. Okay, Practical Studies is a 3 high block. This is, I think, it's like a, what's the printed speed
+3.
on Jaw Titan Spite?
3 speed.
So it got -4 speed. It's a -1 at the moment.
Yep.
Oh no, sorry, it's a 1 speed because it got 1 speed from Hell Spider.
Yep.
So I don't know what they're conversing about, but yeah, we're going to be blocking on a 4. Checks it.
Jacks it.
Makes it. We're still
All
12.
right.
So we're going to need at least 2 attacks here. It's on a 7. Checks a 6. 7. We're going to go see if we have anything we want to put into the card pool. The answer is probably not.
No.
Because he's gonna need to resolve another move after this, even with Porco's Flip, right?
Yeah.
Comes in with 1 speed. Blitz for 2 damage because there is a high attack in your card pool. We confirmed that.
I know. We at this point we pick up the spider.
Yeah. I mean, because it would get more speed, I guess.
I think we don't respond and we just.
Oh, hang on. The 2 damage is from the Jaw Titans. He hasn't even used the Blitz yet.
Yeah.
And it's going to get 3 more damage.
Yeah. We don't need to add anything here.
Yeah. I mean, is this the one you use Moment of Normalcy on? Puts you to 9?
But he could just if
You
he
could die to the
So if he
follow-up.
Mortal normal sees this, he can powerful 4.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. I mean,
And then
that's probably where George is trying to get to is like make you do that, right?
yeah, you go.
But I mean, so the next move, if he has one in hand, I'm looking at hand. Do you see another attack?
We haven't porcoed yet.
I don't. He has not porcoed yet. Okay. But it will be on an 8?
It'll be on an.
Oh, on a 7 because of the barrier shield that's going to go into
Yeah.
the card pool.
Do the barrier shield.
Whoa, he's saying I can't kill you this turn.
No, he's gonna clear it with force and surrender.
Okay, same difference. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. Whoa, silly me. Why didn't I think about that? You're so correct.
-2.
-2 speed goes back to printed.
And Phil's gonna have to Genkai's to not die.
He will have to. Yeah. If George passes, it'll be on a 7.
Yep.
Checking a 4 with tap completely out.
And Phil will go to 1 foundation.
Brutal.
And then George has to somehow go off again.
This is for 9. Okay, yeah, we are going to reset it to printed damage.
We'll go
Powerful 4.
Yep.
Putting it back to 7.
Yep.
Okay, good heads-up play from George. Yep, we'll pass. So then we're taking 7, going to 5.
Yep.
Okay, and here we're going to attempt to play that Hell Spider one more time. Goodness gracious. I think as Phil, can you block this?
He's gonna Genkai's.
Yeah, there's the Genkai's. Remove 3. 1, 2, 3. Why not get rid of the Galactic Monster, which you can play from your discard pile? Or from your remove from game pile.
Yeah.
I guess. Oh, checking this out. Yeah, of
Yeah,
course
exactly.
he passes that too. To add insult to injury.
Put him in the
Boy.
discard. Like
Yeah, but now you're at 5. With 1 foundation, gonna get another attempt to build. I think you gotta. Oh my god, holding these feels horrible. Holding low blocks? No way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, grabs another barrier shield. Pretty big deal.
one more. And a Nox Flask. Nox Flask is that's a delay.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing, especially when you kept your moment of. No, he didn't keep his moment of normalcy.
yeah.
I think we were just weren't thinking about what we were removing at that point, or what we were destroying, because. Oh, I guess they destroyed and not removed.
I'm just
Doesn't
wondering
really
if Phil
matter.
is really thinking about attacking here. He is in the tank.
I think he is. I mean, so we have momentum for the powerful 3 on a repeated 100% smash, and Galactic Monster can give 2 damage, right?
Yep.
So that's what he was waffling about, is if he could pass it, unfortunately, George has 1 card in hand, and it's a barrier shield, I think, right?
Yep.
Oh, boy. Could he kill him with 1 foundation? Is such a thing possible, Jesse?
So we have 1 momentum.
1 momentum. So
Send it for
11.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Well, Galactic Monster can give
And-
it 2 damage.
Yeah. I take a monster for 2. I don't know. That's a tough situation where you got to make. Like, I think more of.
You're either trying to survive one more turn or trying to kill him right now.
Yeah.
And with the cards, he has the Luke attack, and he has repeated 100% smash.
Yeah.
If he was going to try to kill him, I think he would have kept the Animus shot. But right now he has repeated 100% smash because that way he can ready the Galactic Monster, right?
Yeah.
So you could powerful and send it to 11, and then play ready the Galactic Monster after that. So you check 2 5s, right? You could win. I think boy.
He's counting. He's doing the check.
He's deciding whether or not it's viable. Is he going to draw another set of attacks, right? If I can build while I survive.
Yes.
If I build again while I survive. And the thing is that there's all of those teaming with the Attack Titans in the deck right now, I think.
Yeah, there's all those. There's
so he's deciding to have the right zones. We're going for it. No, man. Oh.
We get to ready 1.
Okay, readying the Galactic Monster.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, that's rough.
Remove for 1 speed. Dang.
Yeah, George just like let it happen. Like, you got this.
100%. I mean,
don't press any buttons, George. You don't need to.
Yeah, of course he checks a 5. That makes
Checks
sense.
5 blocks. All right. It's
Yeah.
like, I don't need to do.
And here's the pass through walls. Wow, he would have checked 2 straight 3s.
All right, so we got a Nox Flask on the board now. That's a -3.
All right, if there is a God in heaven, okay, he would give George his 7 gray cards. Give Phil a turn. No, I'm showing my bias. That's my
I know
friend.
you are
Yeah.
showing him. That is.
Yeah. Oh no! I cursed him. It's my fault.
All right. Got the out here.
But I don't think he dies to another turn, right? Because he's gonna have a completely full board. So now we've got like a very, very interesting game where George has a giant stage to Phil's very small stage, and you're gonna have to worry about an actual mill out could happen.
Yep.
Right. And so if Phil stabilizes, we could go to the mill out. I think Phil is keeping those attacks in hand.
I think Phil should just go on to the defense.
I think so too. I think if you can stabilize, but the thing is that if George picks up a hand with 2 teamings and 2 attacks, like I don't know if you survive. You have no more life to give.
Phil's like counting the attacks now. He's like, all right, how many are
surely
actually?
not this time, right?
Surely not this time. I'll check a 3.
I mean, the same line is still available, right? But the thing is, now you're dealing with George on 9 foundations.
Yes.
And I just don't think it's as viable. I think you have to go in the defense and hope that you have the right zones. This is what's removed, I believe.
Yes.
Oh no, this is hand. Okay, playing the 6 diff. Wow. Whoa. Whew. Whew. Oh my goodness, my heart. Okay, so this is Falco's Jaw Titan attacks.
Yep.
And it's going to be a 5 high 6 that gives the next attack 4 speed.
Yep.
He gets 3 speed from removing the Fateful Decision.
Yes.
But the next move is going to be just the most fast. No Science Bros on board, right? Just a Knots Flask, right? So, and George is saying, no, I'm taking it. That's it. Okay, 4. But kind of crucially, Falco's Jaw Titan also gives -1 speed to moves.
Yep.
Right? And it's spammable.
And zone changes.
And it changes zone. Not that that's super important into George's deck, who is mostly going high. But now we have a game. We have a game where Phil has to perfect block, like.
Okay.
What?
So we're on Besiege, and then double teaming with the Attack Titan. That's our hand.
Oh boy, that's 3. You need 4.
Yeah.
And there's no way to dig for 1 more. Do you build another turn? Do you let Phil stabilize 1 more time and hope that your Barrier Shield and Hero's Upbringing can save your life? You've given 6 health. You've given 6 health again. At this point, we could die to a string from Phil.
Yep. We don't have any latent skills on the board.
No, he has no way to dig. So we're on. This is raw what we have.
This is the we're dragging over the finish line here. It's like it's like we thought it was there.
This is a slog, man.
This is
an entertaining
slog.
slog. I'm having a lot of fun using 2 Genkais when you're at 5 foundations and 3 foundations and 4 foundations respectively.
Yeah.
What a crazy way to start this, you know? And George has been making the right decisions, right? Attacking with that Jaws Titan after the Barrier Shield because he didn't want to walk into the Disarming Glance, right?
Yep.
Every step of the way, both these players have been flexing their intelligence, I'll say.
I think the only line. Like George wants to start attacking, but it's just so much.
It would just be a zone check.
Yeah.
Right? You'd be saying, hey, do you have 3 high blocks, basically? Because the teaming is going to be, you could change it to high, right? You have enough foundation, or enough cards in the discard pile to fuel it. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe his deck is thin enough that he can't do it anymore, actually. Does it need 15? Let's go find out. Teaming with the Attack
15.
Titan needs, it gets -2 difficulty for each attack in your card pool, minimum 1, and then Blitz if you have 20 or more cards. There's a real possibility that
20.
George doesn't have 20 cards in his deck.
Yep.
You know? Because he's been...
I'm almost on the play one pass. If you can count the number of attacks in your deck, or you can verify where all of them are, and it'll be like, all right, the possibility is I'll play one pass and see what the line is.
Hey, Mike, can we get the hand cam for Phil over real quick? And George, they're so deep in the tank.
I know. They are so deep.
Yeah, and the guys in backstage have been pointing at their faces again, which is nice.
It's like they're just...
Yeah. The Detroit tomato, that's what they're going to call him.
Detroit.
And George is thinking...
Detroit tomato filbert.
This is a tough one, man.
Yes, it is.
I mean, like, Jesse, as the resident aggro guy, okay?
Gonna touch it.
Do you agree with this?
Okay, so...
Besiege could just, get the zone, right?
Could get the zone.
You could get the zone and also the block mod, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have a 3+, you don't block this. And Phil has no way to reduce the damage of the attack, right? Okay, so Incubating going to be used to draw a card.
He has Flask.
He has Flask?
Yeah,
Flask for -3 damage. Okay. Yeah, but, man. I don't know. We'll see. I would like to see him have the... Okay, so for me, when I see Besiege and I don't have the 3+ in my hand, and my opponent... Sorry, if I play Besiege and my opponent starts pressing every draw button on their board, I would be like, maybe they don't have that 3+.
All right, we're going to seal
Incubating. Okay, that makes sense. That card does a lot of work for Rodan.
It sure does.
And that's the...
And we can give it someone.
I think that's the third
Yes.
loss.
Maybe the third or maybe the fourth.
I think it's the third. I might be. Remember, we don't. I want to go walk over there, Jesse. Take a look. Hey guys, pardon me. I know you're in the middle of a very high stress game, but I just need to verify something. How many loss of consciousness are in this group pile? Okay, we're gonna get a cycle again.
Yep.
Okay, here's Porco. And yeah, that's a thin deck, dude. We could very well go to a mill out.
Yeah.
And that would make me so pleased. It would make me pleased as punch, actually. Not because it's Phil, but because I love seeing a mill out.
I mean, the thing is, it's not like Phil was playing for Porco Belt. Like,
no, he's just playing the game. He's trying to survive.
Like, sometimes these decks that have a mill cost, that just adds up.
But you and I talked about it yesterday. How many times has that happened to someone like Tokiyami when you played against them? And you said once, maybe. And I've said maybe in the hundreds of games I played against Tokiyami, it's like 2 or 3 times. It happened once when I played Momo.
I remember a finals like of a provisional that
went
to mill out, and it was like a pretty good size provisional. And it was like,
I mean, Worlds, it happened. Travis versus Kevin
drew
Broberg.
his whole deck.
He drew his entire deck and could not find a way to get through.
Oh,
Kevin's
there's the last
wall.
one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. And sealing Masho concealment. What exactly could have been canceled with Masho?
I don't know.
Maybe
I mean, the ready up on
capture the target.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, it doesn't hit Dark Ward. But he just didn't want to deal with it, which I understand.
Yep.
Anything that says no to me, I'll also be like, hey, stop that.
Yep. All right, we present lethal.
Yeah.
Stun 1.
Are we going to use the... That card has stun 1 on it?
He gave it someone.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we had the block. We had the Botans. He probably held that specifically for it. This is Phil Birch, the guy who played Shriek for the 3+. Whoa.
Right.
Holy schmoly.
Immediately commit 3.
Wowzers. Okay.
Give this stun 1.
Give this stun 1. Wowzers. Sorry, I'm going to keep saying wowzers.
I mean, here's the thing is, I'm fine sending these at mid.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
This is perfectly
Well,
fine.
the Falco can still make it high, right?
Yes.
And my card transporter to the stream is not working at this moment, so we're just gonna be staring at Falco's Jaw Titan, and that's the one I'm talking about anyway. But it doesn't matter what zone it is. We just cycled, so there are not 20 cards in the discard pile right now, so it is mid. But at any point, and it looks like that's what we did. Yeah, lost 2 stamina on the Jaw Titan and made it high.
Yep.
Yep. Hey, thank you for thank you, Mike. You're that guy. Yeah, if you're at home, I want you to applaud right now for my boy Mike, who's been doing a lot of legwork, and Tam. Those guys have been doing a lot of legwork in the background here. But yeah, making it high. We've got an Ice Sword execution being removed for -2 speed, I think.
We're gonna cancel it.
Cancel with Hero. Whoa, Hero's Upbringing.
Destroys the foundation.
And it says the third time, or is it the second time? It must be second because we're on the second one. So Destroy Foundation, after your rival plays the same ability on the same card for the second or greater time this turn, seal their character. Okay, yeah. And it's in the card pool.
Yep.
And I confirm with Barrett, don't get excited, okay? He needs 4 attacks in card pool to do his thing.
Yes.
So it's not just 4 cards.
Yes.
But that's a pretty big deal. It means that these attacks, there's not much. We
just a Titan attack, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So we can't even flip
Barrier Shield.
We're just
we
blocking.
do have Dark Wards. Oh, we're just blocking with it?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I got excited. Anytime I see Barrier Shield, I get excited, okay?
All right. So now we're going to be playing this last teaming on a 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. Okay, just pass his turn.
Last turn.
Pass his turn, says, I can't kill you. Sorry, buddy. I tried. I did my best.
Now Phil is like, this was almost Jaws of Defeat level.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like,
definitely.
We thought this was over.
Talk about thin margins of offense. Phil played on very thin margins of defense.
Yes.
Okay? Every single enhance he's played this entire game has mattered.
Yes.
Be it an incubating enhance to remove a supersonic flight to holding on to a moment of normalcy, right? Every single. Oh, wow. 2 sweeping. Well, the sweepings aren't going to hit very much, right? They'll hit a teaming.
But then they're gone, and the deck thins out even more.
Oh, you're talking about Millat. Yes, 100%. Pop off, Jesse. Absolutely. You're right.
I'm just like, it's just, going to be gone. Because he could take the Titan armbar on the first one.
Yeah.
And then play the second one, take the teaming. And he's like, all right, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, what do you do in that situation? I mean, look at that stack of removed cards. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, so we cycled now.
Yep.
So our teamings, when we use our sweeping, are not going to have to be able to move. Oh, and a rejuvenating smash.
This might be enough.
Yeah, I think it is. With only 3 foundations up and no hero's upbringing to be able to seal on defense, I think we're just we've run out of interaction. Do we have a barrier shield in hand as George?
I think we're finally out.
Okay. We certainly used one
for a block
2 turns ago, right?
Yeah, we blocked the
the
100%.
Yeah, the true $100 smash. People in chat, tell me how much that card costs right now. Oh, we grabbed the Titan armbar and stunned 2. That card is
like 20, 25.
Okay, all right. Well,
it's still Undaunted Raid is so hard to find.
That's fair. Yeah, it was a very successful set.
It really was.
But Titan armbar, it also has stun 2 printed on it, guys, at home. So we've got stun 2, we've got +2 damage. This is a casual 8 mid 9.
Yep.
And if George doesn't block it, it's gonna 8 mid 11. Do we have 1 more damage on board? Yes, we do. Oh, this might be it.
He just might be like, I'm done.
Yeah.
It feels like
Supersonic flight on top of the discard pile. Yeah, it's lethal. Hey,
15?
bro, you got the 5th barrier shield?
I think George just realizes the train's done.
Wowzers.
That's
it.
Impressive.
Okay, we're gonna go through the game zones.
Yep. He's like, do I have any way to reduce the damage by this? But the problem is it's at 14. He could, even with a -2.
Has Phil used Rodan? It must have, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we didn't Supersonic Flight and then do Rodan.
He's got it. He's just,
you
have it, buddy.
Wow. There's your hot Lana. I don't know if stream can hear the trading post guys go nuts in the background.
Oh yeah.
There's your hot Lana winner. Phil Birch. Wow. Wow, Jesse. That's my boy.
That's your boy.
That's my boy, Phil Birch. Dang.
That was a good final.
What a fun. I'm just happy it didn't end on turn 2 in the final game.
That's true.
Okay?
Didn't end on turn 2.
That's all I really wanted, and I got it. Wow. People at home. All 9 million of you, I'm sure, because everybody saw that happening.
Oh,
They
had
probably
to.
put it on billboards in New York. No, that was so good. Wow, what a cool game. Okay, recap with me real quick. Game 1, okay, Phil
Porco.
goes second. Porco just washes him, right? Game 2, Phil gets to go first, builds 2 impressive builds, and takes over the game. Game 3, Porco goes first, attempts, gets stimmied with the Genkais, gets stimmied with the barrier
These
shield.
last 2 days have been non-stop full of passion
And then
excitement.
tries again, another Genkais, goes down to 1 foundation,
Dreams
tries an
soared
attack,
higher than
turn,
ever. Memories were made.
Has
and
it was done.
bonds
Yeah,
were
I thought it was
forged
over
deep
when he drew
in
those
the
cards.
heart of battle. 130 dreams soared this weekend, in fact. But only one of you could stand tall above it all. Only one dream could soar the highest and conquer the skies. Only one of you could prove yourselves worthy of the weight of victory and bear the heaviest of crowns. Rising above it all and proving himself your newest champion through more blood, sweat, and beers imaginable, the Trading Post's very own Phil Birch. Now, Phil, you just proved yourself UniVersus' most prestigious and recent grand champion, and I only have one question for you. Where'd you get that sick bag, dude?
We went to the Georgia Aquarium on Friday. I didn't get to play test the deck I wanted to play, so I just built Rodan at like midnight.
Amazing, amazing. What can you expect from Phil Birch? Phil, I'm not going to take a million years of your time up here because for the full scoop, you're going to sit down with our commentators here and give everyone on stream the deep dive into that insane finals you just played. Before I hand the mic over to them, I just want to say congratulations again, my friend.
We did it. We did it, everybody. 16th to 1st.
And that's just the end of our main event, folks. We've still got side events going on. There's still prize wall tickets to grind for, and there's insane, insane prizes to still receive from there. As long as you don't want any equipment heists. Thank you, everybody.
Get over here. Oh, we're back. I'm back. Oh, my propeller's gone. Yeah, dude, take a seat. I guess it's you and me, man. You want to put on the headset or you want to talk into the microphone? Okay. I don't want to disturb your sunburn.
No, it's good, man. I'm healing. I look like I got some kind of skin condition, but it's been good.
I've been calling you Detroit's cherry red tomato.
It's good. It's good. It's worked out.
How you feeling, man?
Whoa.
Yeah, they're sensitive.
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, I would say I have no idea what happened, and I think going second might be broken. I don't know.
Yeah, you do get the Paris mulligan, right?
I got to selectively pick everything I wanted in my hand, which was really good into all these aggro decks.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I've never, I can, outside of like weird local situations, I've never seen somebody go down to one foundation in a final and come back and win. I mean, actually, like literally, like that. Barrett has been joking all weekend about the razor-thin margins that Porco has to play on, and I think that on defense, you were like pressing every button, and every single button mattered. Which was, to me, I was like, as a guy, you know, I like control sort of decks. Sure. I like to go longer. I was like, man, look at all the effort that has to go into this little thing. This incubating matters. This freaking moment of normalcy matters. I need to keep it ready for this thing. And it was a lot of fun to watch, man.
Thanks, man. I'm glad I got to be on stream for a couple of games because I think I intentionally drawed to try in the last round to try and not be in top 16. But I think I played actually probably my best day of UVS in 10 years.
10 years.
Today, I think it was insane. I think this is a much better day of UVS than I played even when I top 4 nationals in 2023.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a far cry from Worlds 2 years ago when you scooped up with what's her name?
My price for peace game was is still legendary. It's
Perfectly
still,
legal play, by the way.
Perfectly legal play to lose after you price for peace on turn 1.
Yeah. Man, okay, so tell me, because I didn't get to see all of your games this weekend, right? But you played. I know you said that you were like, I love playing into Godzilla.
Yeah.
You know, you like playing into those aggro sort of decks. Was there a single game this weekend that you felt was like the hardest? Was it the final round? Yeah.
So when I played Gavin in rounds, he just destroyed me 2-0 in like 20 minutes, and I was like, oh, dude, this is what you get to do all weekend? This is crazy. I keep going to time. So when I had to play him again in Top Cuts, I was like...
And you had to go second.
Yeah, I had to go second both times, which didn't matter because I didn't win a dice roll on day 1 anyway, so I think second is broken. When I went second, I was so prepared to just be like, okay, I can go back to bed. He can have it.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Sure.
And then my team was like, you guys, you got to at least try. And I did try. And I had some fortunate luck that he checked pretty bad. I just had it, you know?
You just had it. Well, that's cool. I mean, having a team like that matters, though, right?
Yeah.
You were ready to pack it in, and like, I don't know. I played the game, sure, and mental state really matters.
Yeah.
So having guys behind you, guys like Mitchell, right? Guys like Wub, and the rest of the guys on trading post to back you up is probably really, really reassuring.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Do you want to shout out any of those guys?
I want to shout out specifically Eli and Kyle because you gave them shit earlier. sorry,
It's
Stream.
okay, it's
sorry.
okay.
You gave them crap earlier, and they thought it was so funny. He was like,
I talked to them,
He was like,
actually.
I don't like that guy from Florida. I thought it was the funniest thing.
So when they had him on the board, it was like Phil B, Mitchell C, Calvin H, and then it was just Kyle and what was
Eli.
Eli. It was
Yeah.
Kyle and Eli. And I thought it was funny they didn't have a last name.
Yeah.
They thought I was doing it because they had like some amount of points or something
Yeah.
like that. I just thought it was funny. It was like Kyle, Eli.
Normal Kyle and normal
Kyle.
Eli.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. But yeah.
But
Anyway.
yeah, I had a lot of fun, man. I think this meta is actually, it's not like the best, but I think it's kind of wide open for what you have.
Sure.
Right? There's very high-powered stuff.
Yeah.
And it is open within that high power. Like, you can
There's-
do a lot of stuff.
Yeah. We've been talking about how there's like archetypes as opposed to single characters doing things. There's like the aggro archetypes. There's a mid-rangey backup decks, and then things like Rodan that really what can go late.
And it's so awesome to play against Godzillas and block all of their moves, guys. You just have to experience
better
it.
feeling.
Godzilla is not even that good, boys. 4-0. 4-0 against Godzilla.
Okay, man. Well, can I hug you?
You may, yeah.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, man. That was awesome. I'm sorry if I hit into your.
No, you're good. You're good. My sunburn's fine.
Okay, cool, awesome, cool. Okay. Anything else you want to talk about?
Hey, we did it, chat.
That's it.
That's
Cool.
it. I'm so sweaty. It's
Phil
so hot
Birch,
here.
get out of here.
All right.
Have fun, man.
See you guys.
Don't forget your Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd.
Phil Birch, everybody. All right, cool. Well, I don't know where Barrett is. I don't know where Jesse is. Hey, Tam. Tam, come here. I got Tam. Tam has been backstage the entire weekend. He told me he's watched 0.6 amount of a UVS game this weekend.
I watched an entire finals.
You watched the whole finals?
The whole finals.
Ah, it was pretty sick finals.
It was a sick finals.
That was a memorable finals. I was at the edge of my seat. And you guys, I'm sure, paid for the whole thing, and I'm really sorry about that.
Yeah. That's okay. You know, as long as you use the edge effectively.
Yeah, I sure did. Well, how do you feel about the backstage? About, because I know you're doing a new role today,
Yeah.
right? Just having a good time?
It was hectic.
Mm-hmm.
It was stressful.
Mm-hmm.
The pop-off in the room for the finals made it all worth it.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Cool.
I hope the people in the room had fun. I hope you guys all at home had fun.
I'm sure they did.
I had a blast. Big shout outs to Mike behind it. You give me a big heart. Yeah. This production, there's the wave, the thumbs up. This production was super, super fun. And I just I hope that I'm blessed enough to get to do it again at the next event that I get to go
I'm
to.
sure you will.
That's
Hotlanta
it.
was only the beginning. But anyway, for guys at home, I had a lot of fun.
It was a blast.
Tam just had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure Mike had a lot of fun.
So much.
Okay. Barrett and Jesse. Hi, Jesse. Jesse, say hi. Jesse's here. We had a lot of fun. I hope you guys at home had a lot of fun. We'll see you next time in Glasgow.
I think Glasgow's next.
And then we're going to go to Buffalo. And then we're going to go to Austin for Worlds. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a lot of fun. Don't you, you got to actually stay on this channel until then. That's how it works?
Yep.
Yeah. But until next time,
Don't
guys.
close the tab.
We'll see you soon.